Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is hammered down in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 16, Aftermath, Untrustworthy Intentions. Orium Inu cocked her head. Forgive me for saying this, but you don't look very healthy. What division did you say you were with again? Feeling distinctly miserable, Hanataro Yamada brushed a branch aside and continued moving. I'm with Squad 4, Inu-san. Oh. They walked on through the brush. Ahead of them, there came the sounds of something like a wild boar thrashing through the undergrowth. Hanataro didn't mind, because the noise meant he knew exactly where the other Ryoka, Yasutara Sato, could be found. Dealing with this bewildering effervescent maiden was hard enough, but throw in the silent towering behemoth who always made him feel the size of a cockroach. It was almost more than he could stand. Aren't those the Shinigami who deal with healing? He dreaded to think where this conversation might be headed. With her, you never knew. Yes, actually, we are. Please leave it at that, please leave it at that, please leave it at that. They proceeded a few more steps. So you are close to sick people a lot. Shudder. Yes. More silence. Then, I think you might be ill somehow. Do they have influenza in the Soul Society? Hanataro paused with one hand on a tree, the better to weep quietly. I don't know, Inu-san. Because I've seen animals around here, and if they have souls, then maybe germs do too. Maybe that last time I used an antiviral tissue, I sent a lot of viruses to heaven, and then they might have gotten together and gotten you sick. Does stuff like that happen, do you know? All I know is that I wanted a chance to talk to Rukia-san, so I volunteered when Teiku asked for a non-essential officer from our non-combat related division to accompany the Ryoka in their rounds of the Rokanga, because I knew they were living at Kukaki Manor, and as a result of this simple innocent wish. Oh, mercy, she's right. She's right, Hanataro. You're sick, I knew it, didn't I know it? I am in my own personal hell. This girl has incredible healing powers. From that conclusion, she must have godlike senses regarding illness. You caught something from working down in those sewers, I knew it. Now you're going to die, and that means I'm going to die, and you've never even kissed a girl yet. I'm too young to fade away. Sadly, Yamada listened to his Zanpakuto wail and freak out while continuing their walk around the uninhabited woods of the outer Rokanga. This particular region was usually patrolled by members of the 9th, whose duty it was to enforce order in the lawless outlying areas of Soul Society. But since that division's being slightly disbanded, their only protection came from a contingent of bodyguards from the Kukaki. True to form, Orium proceeded to dispense erstwhile, heartfelt, soul-numbing proclamations about his sickly, unshinigami-like appearance. And every time she did, his hypochondriac weapon ramped its paranoia up a notch. Skin as pasty as yours is usually the sign of a vitamin deficiency. And your hair seems to be very lank and stringy. I think I heard somewhere that vitamin deficiencies also contribute to hair loss. Do you think you could be going bald? What? Bald? Is that fatal? Can someone die from loss of hair? Maybe it's just a symptom of a much worse illness, one that is slowly eating away at your body without you knowing it. Quick, quick, pull up those medical journals, we have to do research before it's too late. Quick, quick, find something else for her to talk about. Inu-san, Hanataro piped up suddenly, how is Kurosaka-san doing? She drew a deep breath and proclaimed, he's a-okay. The strength of her conviction, not to mention her riot suit, caused him to stumble and collide with one of the Kukaki guardsmen patrolling close by. The look on the man's face made Yamada panic and hastily scoot back towards Orium, who caught him gently and proceeded to pat him down, as if suspecting injuries from just this light contact. As she did, her conversation stayed rooted on the topic of their mutual friend. I've been keeping an eye on him, his wounds have all healed, and he says he's feeling fine now, but all the same, I talked to Rukia, and she agreed that he should remain in convalescence for at least another 3 days. She said that if necessary, she'll have him chained to the bed to keep him from picking fights with anybody, and with a golden chain to show how much we all care for him. Then of course Kurosaka-kun started yelling about he never picks fights, but Rukia insisted there was a line of guys from the 11th who wanted to challenge him and avenge their division since he almost single-handedly wiped them out when we first got into the court, and on top of that the Kenpeka came around yesterday looking for him and Yachiro was running through the halls yelling. It's a good thing Ishida remembered how awful their sense of direction was, so he told Zaraki to get to Ichigo's room he'd have to go 10 turns right, 9 south by southwest, 28 paces in a northerly direction as the crow flies, and a lot of other stuff too. It was really long, and by the time he was done Yachiro was asleep and the captain was looking at Uriah like he was an alien with wiggly arms and legs and antennae coming out of his forehead, and hey, look out. Hanataro was busy enjoying the fact that she seemed to have forgotten about him. As a result of this, he completely failed to note where he was going, and collided face first into what felt like a brick wall. Hey, mister, you okay down there? From on his back, the 7th seat of Squad 4 reached up and gingerly touched his nose. Yup, bleeding. Of course. Oh no. That means you're a hemophiliac. If you don't seek medical attention soon, all the blood will come pouring out of your nose and stain the front of your robes red and you'll die with the taste of it in your mouth, and at your funeral Anohana Teika will bring you back to life just so she can demote you and you'll have a heart attack and die again. Contemplating the sky and his life from this angle, Yamada remembered his captain commenting once on how he tended to forget his Zanpakuto at home quite a bit. It would have been too much trouble to explain to her that he never forgot it, he simply couldn't stand listening to the thing hyperventilating in his head 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. While in this condition, a two-headed giant suddenly blotted out the sun, and Hanataro screamed shrilly. Gee, mister, I think you broke the little guy. Sitting on Sato's shoulders, the orphan Shibata shook his head sadly. He's fine, the boy's transport rumbled softly. I stopped because I heard something, and I must have just concentrated my Ryutsu a little too hard. My fault. I was fighting Shinigami for days, it seemed, so now I think I'm a little punch crazy. With that, Yasutara reached down with one hand the size of Hanataro's head, gripped the front of his robe and hoisted him upright. No, please Sato-san, I'm fine, really, no need to help me, okay, all better now, I'm fine, really, you can let go, just let me sit down for a bit. When the gargantuan mortal removed his hand, the medic plopped down under a tree on the edge of the glade and began rummaging around in his pack one-handed, using the other to pinch the bridge of his nose while he tilted his head back. Are you all right? Would you like for me to heal that? Orium asked, bending anxiously over him, her concerned face swaying overhead, not to mention certain other body parts just as large. Unfortunately, the budding pain in his face was preventing him from even appreciating such a simple pleasure as that. What is wrong with my life? Hanataro thought dejectedly. Excuse me, Kukaki house people. Orium cried. We have a wounded man here, do you think you could take him back to Siriti? Really, it's not that bad, you don't have to treat me like a baby, I'll be fine, just give me a minute to. Hello, Kukaki guys. The bouncy maiden clearly paid his protests no mind, and was now cupping her hands around her mouth in an effort to make herself heard farther. Before he could make further futile declarations about being of sterner stuff than she gave him credit for, Sato suddenly stood upright, almost losing Shibata in the process. Orium-san. I think you should stop calling now. She turned a puzzled look upon him. What? But why? The brooding half-breed didn't respond right away. Instead he made a slow circumvention of the area. Finally, he said, when exactly did you last see any of those Kukaki bodyguards? Huh. Inu blinked. Right now, Hanataro-san bumped into one. He's right. She pointed. There. In the space indicated, there was no one. Of a sudden, it became clear that the four of them were standing quite alone in that wood. The silence loomed large now. Not a single branch creaked or bird chirped. On Chad's shoulder, Shibata looked about in alarm. Mister, I don't like this. I think we shouldn't have come after all. My family here said these woods are haunted, nobody lives in this place, 'cause it's really close to a spot called Hollow's Bog. I know you're all strong, but maybe we really shouldn't be here now. Right. The veteran grappler glanced over to his comrade. Orium-san, let's get going. Okay. Her face was now set and determined, more like a warrior's in truth. Hanataro was so surprised he forgot to be afraid. Then, behind Sato, something moved. Facing that direction, Yamada yelped and pointed. The giant spun, a colored liquid metal emerging from his skin to encase his right arm from shoulder to fingertips. Hot on the heels of this transformation, the princess spoke an incantation, and several small sprites sprang from her hairpins and hovered protectively about everyone in the glade. Observing all this, their silent opponent bowed forward. "Good afternoon." Nimue Kuratsuka then straightened, gazing upon their party with flat reptilian green eyes. And at that moment, Hanataro Yamada had the sneaking suspicion he was about to pee his trousers. Still on the ground, he heard a gasp from Orium off to his right. "I remember you," she whispered. "You were with that crazy man, the clown captain who Ishida-san fought. You." And her voice took on an uncharacteristic edge of steel. "You killed your own people." Hands clasped before her, bare legs set heel to toe, the lieutenant of the 12th Company simply looked at her. They were sent to accomplish Mayuri-sama's objective. They did so. More could not have been expected. Chad interposed himself between the two women. Setting Shibata on the ground, who proceeded to hide behind his massive frame, he raised his power glove and pointed it at the deceptively slim figure across from him. "Why are you here?" The purple-haired beauty remained stock still. "By order of our first officer, until such time as the condition of the 9th has been established, the forces of the 12th Division are to see to the continued subjugation of this vicinity. I have come to issue an invitation from my master Mayuri Kuratsuka, captain of the 12th and head of the Shinigami Research and Development Bureau. He wishes to extend a hand of friendship to the Ryoka now that hostilities between your group and ours have ended. It is Mayuri-sama's wish that you accompany me back to our division's grounds, where you will be his guests and the recipients of his hospitality. Please," and she offered her own hand outward, "come with me." "What? Since when?" "Nobody told me about the 12th being given any such orders by Commander Yamamoto." Hanataro tried to say that, but all that came from the shrinking little Shinigami was a high-pitched squeak. "Yamada, I think your heart's about to explode. Can you try to calm down?" "Calm? You're asking me to stay calm at a time like this? She scares me bad enough when she's just standing in the same room as me, and now I'm supposed to go with her to her crazy father's lab and let him experiment on me? Actually, I didn't hear her extend you an invitation. She only included the Ryoka. My guess is you and the kid are going to be disappeared just like all those bodyguards that faded into the woodwork. Say, are you running a fever now?" "No." That was Yasutura speaking again, in his infuriatingly calm voice. "I don't know you, but I trust Orium-san's opinion. Thanks for the offer, but I don't think we're going anywhere to meet your master or whatever." As he spoke, the Ryotsu level in that wood changed suddenly. Looking around, the sprawled surgeon felt his heart soar for an instant to see them now ringed by a platoon of Shinigami. A moment later, however, that organ went crashing down into his pelvis and stayed there, when he recognized several of them as being from the 12th, which most likely meant they were now completely surrounded. Nimue was speaking once more. "My orders included a subdirectory in case you chose to decline. My master is eager to meet with you both, and he has no wish to waste further time. If you do not consent to his request, I have been instructed to bring you to him by any means and in whatever condition excluding death that is necessary." A second later, what had seemed like an absolutely nightmarish scenario just got worse. "Bloom for master, aka Chan." With those words, Kuratsuka produced the handle of a sword from inside her sleeve. But instead of a saber, what sprouted from its haft looked to be a long red and black whip, which continued to slide from the deadpan demon's arm like it was growing out of her. More Ryotsu than everyone else there combined suddenly slithered over their senses like a tide of blood lapping at their ankles. Suddenly the whip wielder flicked her weapon out, bringing it back and catching its coils in her other hand faster than Yamada's eyes could follow. There came a low groan from off to the side, and then a tree trunk thicker than a gate guardian's arm began to slide slowly away from them, its leaves and branches making a rattling whisper against its mates before the whole thing simply smashed to the forest floor, cut down with surgical precision. While they watched this display, Nimue took a stately step forward. "It is at my discretion to determine how many pieces you arrive in. Please do not be alarmed, you can be put back together at Mayuri-sama's leisure. As for Oriaminu, my master wishes you to know that his interest in you remains undiminished, and the previous offer he made still stands. Now that this has been said, you will kindly follow me." The other Shinigami present had drawn their swords, some of them going into release like their commander. In response, Oriam and Chad stood back to back, her flinging up her arms to produce a shield around all four of them, him drawing up a remarkable amount of destructive energy in his clenched fist. The denizens of the 12th seemed to grow nervous at this display, casting anxious looks over at the lieutenant. For her part, Nimue seemed not at all disturbed by the pair's heroics. Instead her Zanpakuto was slithering and snapping eagerly from one side to another, and she began a slow advance upon their position. Caught between these warring parties, Hanataro panicked. "Nu, I don't wanna be caught in another free-for-all. It's a minor miracle that I came out of the last one intact. Is that it? Has my luck finally run out? I was set upon by the 11th, crushed with just a look by their captain, and then almost eviscerated by Rukia Kukaki's demonic older brother. Has fate now decided it's my turn to truly bleed in earnest? See? I told you we were going to die today. Was I right or was I right? Nu. Oh. This shout echoed amongst the living columns and set the leaves a-trembling. What's all this now? Realizing that he had been cowering with his head in his hands, the trembling healer raised his head to see what new torments the universe had in store for him. As it turned out, torment was quite hot. Striding into the open area there came none other than Matsumoto Rangiku, the 10th Squad Lieutenant. He recognized her from having made brief eye contact several years ago, when he had been roped into serving drinks at a wake for one of the previously deceased lieutenants of her division. Bright blue eyes that normally abounded with mischief and good humor were now narrowed mistrustfully. Under the voluptuous officer's glare, the already rattled death gods visibly quailed. Strolling casually past the Ryoka, the second seed came face to face with her counterpart. "Kuratsuka Fukutaiku, would you care to explain what this is all about? Why are members of your division seemingly assaulting our blessed young saviors over here?" No mention was made yet about a seated officer having her shikai bared at that time. On the other hand, Nimue made no attempt at sheathing or hiding it, only spoke in her cold efficient monotone once more. "Mayuri Teika wishes to converse with the Ryoka this evening. I was sent to extend his invitation to them." By this time, the air was thick with potent ryotsu, all of it emanating from the fiendishly attractive pair of females chatting amiably at the center of the glade. "Ah, well, that's a pity," Matsumoto sighed, running a hand through her shining locks. "Because you see, my own captain recovered from his ordeal completely about half an hour ago. And when he did, the Commander-General placed the execution of the 9th's duties in our hands." Murmurs came from the assembled mob, and several of them cast anxious glances about. Nimue, however, gave no signs of relenting. I know, her opponent sighed. "What a pain, right? Like we don't have enough on our plate as it is. But considering the state of affairs, we all have our duties to carry out, am I right? And so, I'm going to have to ask all members of the 12th to vacate the premises immediately." At this, the daughter of Mayuri Kuratsuka tilted her head to one side, almost as if she were listening to some inner diatribe with that same stoic expression on her face. About 10 seconds later, she came back up. "As you say, Matsumoto Fukutaiku. We will depart." At a gesture, the surrounding horde of black-clad fighters melted away into the shadows of the forest. "But as for the Ryoka, my captain's orders still stand. I will accompany them back to the Seirai. She took a step forward, and as she did, Rangiku reached out and seized the girl's forearm. "No, you won't, little sister," the older woman spoke gently. Nimue did not so much as look at her smiling assailant, but the lash that still rested in one hand began to wind around like a screw being driven into bloody flesh. "It is Mayuri-sama's order." The blonde only chuckled and hung her head. "Oh, Nimue-chan. What would your Nisan think if she saw you right now?" For the first time since this fiasco started, something that could have been emotion passed over the scientific marvel's face, if only for a brief instant. And in addition to that, what would the Commander-General have to say about it? For a certain, all those sleeping Kukaki boys I passed on my way over probably couldn't tell anybody what happened here. And maybe this cute little kid would have disappeared somewhere between here and your offices. But the fact of the matter is, I'm here now, Nimue-san. And I don't disappear easily, not from memory or the world. So with that being said, I think I'll show these kids the way home. Don't you agree? That sounds like much less of a bother all around. Hanataro held his breath. From the looks of it, he wasn't the only one. Nimue Kuratsuka stared hard at her quarry. Chad's eyes were pretty much covered by a thick fall of curly hair, so it was difficult to determine what he might be feeling besides, well, determination. But in Orium's case, her vision was unobstructed, and the look she cast back at the green-eyed assassin held no fear. Only a boundless faith in her friends and her beliefs that nothing could shake. As if to emphasize this surety, the colorful fairies that continued to hover around her blazed with an orange glow that made it seem like a tiny solar system had settled into their shadowy environs. Faced with this single-minded determination that was a match for her own, Nimue Kuratsuka slowly held up her weapon. The lines retracted back into their fount, returning to their source that flowed uninterrupted through her bloodstream. She bowed then, leapt straight up into the air, and disappeared. With a sigh of relief, Inu dropped her shield and trotted over to confront their rescuer. "Thank you very much for helping us. I'm Orium Inu. It's a good thing you decided to show up when you did, or..." Before more could be said, Rangiku held up a finger to the other girl's soft lips. Orium blinked and, for once, seemed to have nothing to say. "I'm glad to make your acquaintance too, sweetie. But I think we should really get out of here quick. Once Kuratsuka Taika realizes that my story about the captain coming around and all that was a load of hollow dung, he's bound to send Nimue back here, or maybe even make an appearance himself. He doesn't like folks messing up his schemes." "So you weren't put in charge of this region?" Sato asked as he hoisted Shibata once more on his shoulders. "Nope," the lush beauty shrugged her shapely shoulders and winked at him, causing Yasutara to color somewhat. "I just happened to be passing by, reminiscing and looking hot as usual. You're lucky I know this area, or I might not have found you in time. But like I said, no time for talk. We need to vamoose out of here and quick." "The pretty lady's right," Shibata spoke. Rangiku beamed at his compliment and blew him a kiss. "Everybody knows how dangerous these woods are. Miyazaki told me that a long time ago, a beautiful witch and her evil silver-haired demon used to live somewhere around here." Oddly, Yamada thought he saw a muscle twitch in the sexy lieutenant's brow. "Actually, sweetness," she cooed in a voice sweet as honey, "I grew up in these parts. Get my drift?" "Wow. You must be older than you look." "Come again." "Senorita." Chad shifted and scanned the darkening skies. "Do you think we could leave here now?" Matsumoto huffed. "Yeah, no sweat, Coppertone. All you kids gather round." They proceeded to do so. Rangiku then yanked the kerchief from around her neck and whipped it up into the air, closing her eyes and murmuring an incantation. The ribbon suddenly extended out to a remarkable length, twining all around the group and spinning till everyone inside was obscured by rose-colored silk. Then it blew away, and where 4 people had stood, there was now no one at all. Silence reigned. "Excuse me." Hanataro Yamada gazed nervously about from his seat under the tree. Hello? Lieutenant Matsumoto? I think you forgot somebody." As he spoke, a shadow fell over him. Looking up, he found himself to be under the direct scrutiny of Nimue Kuratsuka. While he gaped up at her in horror and disbelief, a black butterfly flew down and landed on the side of her head. After a time, Nimue spoke. Yes, Mayuri-sama. I understand. I will remain here as per your orders. As you say, I will find a way to keep myself occupied until further notice." With that, the hell butterfly fluttered away. Green eyes continued to stare down into his frightened brown ones without warmth or consideration. "We're dead. We are so unbelievably dead. She'll pump us full of poison, carve out your rotting organs, and give them to her father as a birthday present. We're dead." And with that, Hanataro lost it. "All right, so we're dead. But you wanna know something? If I gotta go, I'm going out happy, damn it." With that, the daring soul reached up, seized Nemu's face and pulled her down into a fierce kiss into which he poured all his frustration and longing. 30 seconds of tongue wrestling later, he found that he was prepared to die. Drawing back, Hanataro said without the slightest tremor in his voice, "Do with me what you will." The emerald-eyed statue stared at him. Then she reached out, grabbed the front of his robes and ripped them open, bearing him from midriff to shoulders. Yamada yelped in surprise, but before he could say anything more, she had flung him to the ground and pounced atop his underdeveloped body. Wait, I misspoke, let me explain. What I meant to say was... Before he could, however, Nemu tore her Shinigami robes open, revealing her smooth well-endowed form in all its naked glory. At the sight, the astonished physician completely lost track of what he had been about to say. And before he could find a substitute topic, his dominatrix swept in, crushed herself to his spindly chest and kissed him once again. Hanataro Yamada was not seen again for a week. He grunted in thanks, and the servant bowed and left him alone in the steaming hot springs adjoining the main house on the Kukaki estate. With utmost relief, Ichigo Kurosaka lowered himself into the water and let out a huge sigh. Looking about, he took the time to admire the beautiful setting. A low ring of boulders rose up to keep this area secluded from the rest of the bathing pools, while around the whole complex, a high bamboo fence prevented any peeping toms from having their way. A small forest of living bamboo lent shade and splendid greenery to the side of the pool farthest away from him. Around the rim, there were also several tiny decorative shrines, a gurgling waterfall, and intricate pebbled walkways made of polished purplish-gray stones. All in all, it was a hell of a lot more impressive than the one in Yoriyuki's training compound. Although he had to admit, the instant regeneration of wounds would have been rather nice right now, considering that his were still aching somewhat. Reaching up gingerly, Ichigo touched the strip of skin where Aizen had all but cut him in half. At the time, he had been in so much pain from all the rest that it hadn't even registered. What had really brought him low was the force of the other man's Ryutsu. Even remembering it gave him a twinge of phantom pain along the wound, as if the maniac's aura had seeped into the hole torn out of his body and proceeded to eat away at him like acid. The air was hot, he was starting to feel drowsy and lightheaded, in a good way. There was a scent tickling his nose that seemed familiar, if he could just put his finger on it, maybe. A shiver of remembered pain stole up his body again. Son of a bitch, he cursed out loud, and meant it. Ichigo. Kurosaka gave a start, flinching and glancing all about. Was somebody else in here? Who was it? That almost sounded like Rukia. I'm in the bath next to yours. Oh. There had been oddly little chance to speak with Rukia since his rescue of her 5 days ago. True to her word, she had refused to thank him for saving her life, at least out loud. Of course, that was nothing unexpected. What came after the villains were put to flight was. Even though she had occupied his thoughts almost constantly for the last month, when the peril had passed, it turned out that he was not a man rushing to save his friend, but apparently, a knight rushing to save his princess. Who would have thought that Rukia would turn out to be royalty? She was so totally naive about everything, in addition to being shallow, clueless, bossy, opinionated, haughty, high-browed, careless about other people's things. Actually, now that he considered it, he should have realized she was a princess sooner. Ichigo, are you awake? What? Yes, I'm awake. He found that he was scooting his knees to his chest to keep decent, even though the rock wall between them was apparently high enough to prevent any casual perusal from either side. Well, you just stopped talking there after saying oh. Granted, I'm used to that level of conversational brilliance from you, but considering all you've been through, I was worried you might have passed out again. Bitch. She never changed, always taking every opportunity to insult him, and after everything he had gone through to come to her rescue, facing giants and demons and talking cats, murderous midget girls and solidified spirits, not to mention doing in 3 days what took normal people a decade to achieve, Bankai training being one of the most hellish experiences any person could ever. Ichigo, you're starting to worry me. Want me to go check on him, Rukia-chan? Ichigo bristled. I don't need anybody to check on me, I'm doing just fine. So you can both cut the Leaping upright, Ichigo whirled around, scrambled up the small mountain and stared. Sitting in the steaming pool, wearing nothing but a thin pink towel wrapped around her tiny frame, Rukia took a sip of sake from her cup and stared curiously right back at him. The half-naked man sitting beside her smiled and waved. "Hi, hi." The orange-headed death god gaped. "WH, Bulletin." Rukia. Setting the dish down on a wooden platter floating beside her, she closed her eyes and leaned back against the warm stone. "You shouldn't peek into the women's bath, Ichigo." "That's true." "Yes, that's very true." His own father had taught him that lesson years ago, and while Isshin Kurosaki invariably failed to follow his own sage advice, his firstborn son had chosen to do as he said, not as he did. However, there were exceptions to every rule. "Rukia, what the hell are you doing sitting there naked drinking sake?" She flicked one eye open and trained it on him. "I'm not naked, I have a towel on. And this is a sake bath. It's good for your skin, and it helps you to relax. Why shouldn't I drink while in here?" Come to think of it, that intoxicating scent in the air was warm alcohol. He knew it from when his father liked to heat up plum brandy on the stove. The aroma filled the whole house and made you feel relaxed and Ichigo came back to reality with savage swiftness. "What I meant was," he gritted from between clenched jaws, "why are you sitting there naked drinking sake with a guy?" "Who, Yamishika-san?" She glanced over at the smiling bob-haired pretty boy on her left, then returned her attention to him. "He's like a brother to me. Actually, with my looks, I have been mistaken for a young Byakuya Kukaki in the past." The slender yet muscular male crossed his hands behind his head and sank deeper into the pool with a contented sigh. His eyes drifted over to Ichigo's bright red face, and he grinned. "Would you care to join us, Master Kurosaki?" Rukia cocked a look back at him. "That would be inappropriate," Ichigo thundered. "Why?" Yasukawa raised a feathered eyebrow. "Didn't you tell me that the two of you slept together, Rukia-chan?" Whereas Ichigo had gone several more shades of pale than could allow for coherent thinking, Rukia glowered at her fighting instructor darkly. "I said we slept in the same room. It was only due to your perverted sensibilities that you took that to mean carnal relations." "Yes, carnal relations, I know them well." A second later Yumichika yelped when his student punched him in the arm. He nursed the spot gingerly, giving her a comically aggrieved look. But it seems I've offended our dear Rukia-chan. I shall leave you two to enjoy your separate yet equal baths for a while as I attempt to scrounge up some more of that choice Kukaki liquor, in the hopes that by bearing back gifts I can once more charm my way into the lady's good graces." "Not that you were ever in them to begin with," she retorted back as he rose up. Ichigo jumped, but realized a moment later that Yumichika was indeed wearing a towel to hide his modesty, although it was rather short and suspiciously similar to his skin color. With a flick of his damp shining hair, the handsome fighter then stepped lightly out of the pool, picked up a bathrobe and exited the bathing area. They both watched him go, and then turned back to one another. After a bit, Ichigo realized that even this could easily be considered indecent on his part, peering at a girl in the bath, and he quickly slid back down the rocks and landed once more in the men's side with a splash. Neither of them spoke for a while. In the quiet time allowed him, it dawned upon the substitute Shinigami that he actually knew that person from before. This was Ikeku Madaram's compatriot, the weird one who had chased Ganju all around the Siriti and later on helped Zaraki Kenpeki rescue his fellow Ryoka from prison. And this person knew Rukia, and was even permitted to bathe with her. Come to think of it, while he had never given any consideration to the topic before, considering that Yumichika character's looks, personality, and style of dress, it was a pretty sure bet that the guy was gone to sleep again, Ichigo. It sounded like she was quietly laughing at him, and this caused him to growl softly to himself. "I don't usually talk while I'm in the bath, Rukia. You've never been able to. I didn't mention this before because it would have been rude, but your bathing chamber back home is pitifully small. Even when living in the Rokanga, I at least had a river to dip into. I felt like a clam in a shell every time I used that thing you called a tub. My bathroom is perfectly fine." Ichigo yelled. "Keep your voice down, you'll bring the servants," she admonished him slightly. He was about to respond with another retort concerning wealthy people being unable to live without someone waiting on them, but realized that considering his less than harmonious relationship with the staff in this place, the last thing he wanted was to bring any more of their attention on him. For some reason, whenever nobody else was looking, all the guards would glare at him and make vaguely threatening gestures. He had brought it up with Yoriyuki, but she just dismissed it as him being paranoid while licking between her paws. She had then proceeded to tease him with her suddenly naked body. The conversation had stopped soon afterwards. "Are you satisfied here, Ichigo?" His train of thought was derailed once again, and he had to adjust to the new course. "What do you mean?" Rukia did not speak for a while. Then, "Are you comfortable living in my home, is what I mean." "Comfortable?" "Not on your wait. Sensitivity. She never complained about living at my house until a minute ago, after all." "Yeah. It's nice. Pretty swanky, but as far as comforts go, it's all right." More silence. "I see." Ichigo splashed some water on his face and reached for a bucket filled with soaps. "Yeah, well, you'd better live it up, 'cause once we get back to my house, there'll be no silk sheets or milk baths or anything like that to hassle with." After a while, Rukia said, "I could live with that." A strawberry-scented shampoo caught his eye. Popping the top, he took a sniff, and found it good. He then proceeded to lather up. "But at the very least, you'll have plenty more time to yourself. Seems like every time I try to find you, some retainer tells me you're busy with house business or something like that." There came a splash from the other side of the wall. "You know I'm always available for you. Anytime, day or night, you can come to see me. It's the least I owe you for what you've been through." Slowly, his scrubbing fingers stopped. Head down, the teenager gazed at his faint reflection in the water. "You don't owe me, Rukia. Friends don't have to keep track of debts." He dunked his head underwater, and came up with a gasp, shaking his orange mane back and forth. "Really, Ichigo?" Her voice sounded much closer. Looking over his shoulder, Ichigo saw Rukia propped up on the wall of stone, her chin resting in one hand. She was watching his wide-eyed expression of shock with a calm, thoughtful mien, as though considering something very important. Abashed, he sat frozen in one place. Her eyes drifted down over his body, then off to the side. "If I went back with you, would we remain that good friends?" She sounded strange when she said that last. "Almost sad." "Yeah." Kurosaka swallowed. "I guess. I dunno." He hesitated, then spoke. "Hey, Rukia, are you alright?" Rukia just kept looking off into the bamboo woods. "Of course." Then she sighed and brushed a hand back through her hair. In that moment, Ichigo was struck by the way her arm moved, the play of light off her gleaming midnight black tresses, and the slightly melancholy expression on her face. "She's never looked more beautiful." "What was that, Ichigo?" "Whoa. Wait, slow down, where did that come from?" "This is crazy, it's Rukia we're talking about here." Aggravating, artistically impaired little know-it-all shrimp that she is. We can't say two words to one another without one of us starting a yelling match. Stupid teenage hormones, I can't believe they're still screwing with me even when I'm a spirit. Okay, is everything settled? No more crazy thoughts? Good. He looked back at her. She did the same. And Ichigo turned red. Ah. He leapt up, then remembered his semi-clothed state and dropped down into an odd hunched position. "I think I'm all clean now, I'm gonna head out." With this, Ichigo began to splash off in that same awkward doubled-over posture. "But you've only been in the bath for a few minutes, Ichigo," Rukia pointed out. "Well, poor people don't take as long as rich folks to get clean." As soon as he said it, he realized how it sounded. Ichigo froze and looked back. "Rukia, sorry, that was stupid, I didn't." There was no longer anyone atop the wall. The boy gazed over at it, wondering what to do and what his best options might be. When nothing presented itself as the clear solution, he grew irritated with himself, gave up and stormed out of the bath. Moving through the changing area, Ichigo almost bumped into Yumichika Ayasukawa carrying a platter of drinks. Whoops. Careful now, Ryokabozu. Whatever, he muttered, and stormed past. "Kurosaki Ichigo." He paused, glancing back questioningly. The other man was looking at him with a serious face devoid of any whimsy. "Thank you for saving her." "I owe you." Ichigo's brow furrowed. He studied that smooth girlish countenance, trying to find a trace of mockery. When nothing presented itself, he just nodded, and moved off. Shrugging, Yumi Chika moved back into the women's bath. Rukia was sitting with her face and her knees against the wall separating them and the men's area. Setting the platter to float in the alcohol, he dropped his robe and moved to join her. She did not stir at his approach. Sitting down beside her, the fifth seat of the 11th watched his longtime student and friend carefully. After a while, he hazarded to speak. "So, that was Kurosaki Ichigo?" "Yes," she murmured to her ankles. He leaned back and stared up at the sky. "He's more physically fit than I expected." No response to that. Yumi Chika began to toy with the floating drink platter, swirling it around in circles. "Oi, Rukia-chan. Yes. You really lived in that boy's closet for 2 months." Her head turned slightly, and she regarded him out of the corner of one eye. "Yes. And in all that time, he never once tried to pull anything intimate with you?" More of her countenance was revealed. "Of course not. I was his guardian, so to speak." "Why?" He raised an eyebrow at her. "Well, it's obvious, isn't it? The lad's gay." Rukia stared at him. After a while, she said, "He's not gay." And she stood up. "He's just dumb." Rukia looked down at Yumi Chika, and her voice when she spoke next was very soft. "I suppose that's one thing we have in common." With that, the tiny princess turned and made her way back into the manor. Her instructor watched her go, then leaned back with a sigh. "Ah, children, children," he murmured. "When will we all grow up?" The sun was starting to go down. Rukia had been sitting by Byakuya's bed for almost an hour. It figured. She had finally worked up the nerve to call upon him, and he was fast asleep. This was something of a new experience for her, watching her brother while he slept. Strange to see him so peaceful. Almost smiling, she thought to herself. "Wonder how I look while I'm asleep?" Was that included in any of the reports he might have received upon her daily comings and goings? Ridiculous. As if Byakuya would bother to check up on her while she dreamed. On a nightstand by his bed, there was a selection of get-well gifts, compliments of several prominent people. She had eventually grown curious enough to rifle through them. Right now, Rukia was up to a selection of finely crafted porcelain bottles containing rice liquor marked with the seal of the 8th Division. No doubt Captain Kirako's idea of medicine for an injured man. Her own captain's lifelong friend seemed to be under the impression that everyone else in Siridi shared his inhuman tolerance for alcohol. Oh well. We all have our vices. Glancing at her elder's sleeping features, his sister paused contemplatively. Now that she thought of it, Rukia had no idea if Byakuya even cared to drink rice wine in his free time. Certainly she had never seen him hitting the bars with anyone else from the 6th. The thought made her chuckle slightly. Removing the cloth and wax stopper tied with wire, she sniffed the brew experimentally. Certainly seemed good. If Nii-sama was into this sort of thing, he would find no fault with this. But even so. Of a sudden, Rukia realized she was feeling drowsy. The world was growing dark. This was strange. Usually when you're about to go to sleep, you can feel it, your body starting to settle into a torpid state, the feeling of approaching restfulness in your head becoming distinctly pronounced. There came a knock upon the door, sharp and insistent. Rukia rose and moved to answer without question. She opened the shoji screen. There was no one there. What presented itself before her was not what she had expected. The hall leading into this room ran from left to right, she knew that. But what presented itself to her eyes was a corridor stretching straight out from where she stood, and much farther than could be expected. Very long, and very dark, with black walls and red beams overhead. She peered down the length of this perplexing design. Then, off in the distance, something moved. Concentrating on this perception, gradually it became clearer. Someone was coming down the hall, walking towards them. Suddenly, Rukia knew who it was, and she almost screamed. Jin. Ichimaru Jin. The insane captain stopped, still a long ways off. He was smiling, always smiling. Of a sudden he slowly raised his arm, pointing at her. You. Jin mouthed the word. And roared. Then the monster burst into a run, sprinting down the lane. He was racing towards her, shrieking insanely, howling and frothing, coming closer and closer, fingers pointed at her heart like a sword. Rukia stood frozen at his approach. It almost seemed like the corridor itself was shrinking and Jin was standing in one place, letting the diminishing passage carry him closer to her. Of a sudden she knew she had to run, get away from here before he could reach her. Turning, she saw Byakuya still asleep in the bed right behind her. She stared at his sleeping, tranquil features. He's helpless. And he's... She heard Jin screaming as he came closer. My Nii-sama. My family. Rukia spun about, feeling both terrified and exhilarated. She screamed a war cry herself, and stood barehanded, awaiting that killer's approach. No Kido spells, no sword. Just my fists against his. Enough to take him on. I'll do it. I'll protect Nii-sama, the way he protected me for so long. Faster than she had expected, Ichimaru was upon her. He drew his arm back, face twisted and demonic, then brought it chopping down like an axe. In response, Rukia stepped into her stance, brought her hands up, and parried. Too late, she realized that she was acting as if she were holding a sword. I failed. No. No more. Everything's changed. I've changed. I'll never back down to this sinner, ever again. I'll find a way. Just like Ichigo. I'll find a way. The death blow fell. To win. Rukia continued with her previous motion. And Ichimaru's arm collided with Sode no Shirayuki's edge. His limb came off, and he howled. Without hesitation, without even asking how or why, she lunged forth and drove the tip of her soul cutter into his mouth. Jin gasped, and exploded into scraps of paper. She sat up with a cry. Rukia remained where she had been, sitting by Byakuya's sickbed. Glancing down, she was disappointed to find her hands were empty. And yet, they prickled slightly. With cold. At her feet there lay a broken porcelain flask sliced clean in half and a small patch of frozen alcohol. How cold must it have been, to make wine freeze? As cold as you need it, girl. It won't be long now, before you and I dance again. This thought gave her comfort, and feeling braver now than ever in her life, she reached out and touched the cheek of her slumbering brother. Byakuya stirred slightly, but still wore that look of faint joy. I will make you proud, my Nii-sama. Mayuri Kuratsuka packed up his papers, extinguished the lights and exited his office. He left several experiments running. Passing through the halls of his headquarters, he made his way outside, not acknowledging the sentries who bowed to him. Loping down the moonlit streets of the Court of Pure Souls, the genius intellect kept his magnificent brain occupied with several different concerns. The fate of certain experiments, plans he had implemented, the condition of the Godi 13 and its current forces. It occurred to him then that he had not heard from Nimue in about a day. Insolent layabout, he must be sure to teach her a lesson when she finally reared her head. His senses prickled, and instantly one hand went down to his sword, the other coming up to glow with demon magic. And something slammed into him from behind, bearing the Shinigami captain to the earth hard. His hands were pinned, and a gag was in his mouth. More than this, his strength seemed to have left him. Poison, he realized, working to suppress his Ryutsu. Already his body's defenses were working to neutralize it. Just one more second and... Just then, a sword drove into his back. That's one, a voice hissed. And again. And that's the other. Stiff with shock, Mayuri could only stare when a bright blade slammed into the ground directly in front of his eyes, allowing him to see his golden gaze reflected back in it. He recognized the weapon immediately. Leaning in from her place atop him, So iPhone whispered into his bronzed ear. That was intentional, Mayuri Teiku. I didn't have to miss them both. In case you are not quite as quick this evening as usual, I will explain. You have been given a warning. Stop trying to meddle in affairs of state. We are in no way weaker from the loss of 3 captains, any more than we would be from the loss of 4. Know your place. Leave the other divisions, the Quincy and his friends alone for now. Continue to serve, and we will continue to overlook your less flagrant indiscretions. Good evening. Her slight weight lifted off him, and a second later, the Lord of Nightmares rose, trembling with wrath and burning with a need to exact vengeance, only to find himself alone in the alley. Hanataro Yamada came awake and looked blearily around him. Apparently he was lying in a wooden tub, which was packed with what appeared to be ice. The field he lay in was deserted. Most surprising of all, he seemed to be naked. And to top it all off, he felt really. Yamada, look down. Confused, he did so. After a bit of staring and pondering, it suddenly dawned upon him that there was a scar running up the side of his belly that hadn't been there before. Well, that's interesting. I can't feel it. I can't feel your appendix anymore. Or your left kidney. They're gone. That crazy sex maniac ransacked your body. The junior officer from the 4th thought about this for a moment. Then he settled back into his bed of ice and closed his eyes. You know what, Hisagomaru? I'm actually okay with it. To be continued. Chapter 17, Aftermath, Unlikely Allies. The bare-chested teen stepped into his room, lit by the bright swell of light pouring through a window. The strength of the midday sun was such that he could distinguish nothing outside. It left him feeling energized and confident. Casually he moved towards the source of that brilliant illumination, not even bothering to scrunch his eyes shut. He liked the sensation that he was staring directly into the sun. It's a sign of how far I've really come, he thought absently, rubbing the towel over his atypical orange hairdo, still damp from the bath and now similar to a lion's mane in the way it framed his face. Blazing light refracted off the gleaming pectorals and well-defined washboard ABS, a symphony of male perfection, like a well-oiled machine that only he knew how to properly manage to achieve the maximum potential. Musing upon his own sublime carriage, the young demigod came up to the floor-length window pane. He paused to study his reflection, considering the proper pose of his brows and intensity in his eyes to bring forth the desired response in all those who lent him their attention. From men, it was only envy and fearful respect. As for the ladies, well. While these thoughts were distracting him from the celestial splendor outside, suddenly it dawned upon this exceptional soul that there was more available to be viewed than he had previously assumed. So much more. At this time of day, the sun was actually sending its piercing rays through the boughs of a magnificent oak tree sprouting outside his window. Almost like a kaleidoscope, he mused, the leaves swirling round and about, golden energy cutting sharp pictures out of the black shadows. But it was not this forest king that drew his eye. No, indeed. Instead, his gaze settled on the slim figure standing in its highest reach. Her back was turned to him, feet resting on the tree's slim supple branch, one hand raised to touch the rough bark of its trunk. But as firm and strong as that limb might be, nothing could compare to her. She was wearing a one-piece dress, the type that he knew she preferred and that always made him think of both modesty and temptation, blended like rich cream and milk chocolate drizzled in a bowl and swirled about to form a vortex of sinful allure, requiring only an errant and naughty breeze to lift the skirt and give him access to those places your mother used to warn you about. Well, not my mother. But you know what I mean. To his immense pleasure, in this position the bright spotlight shone to reveal in silhouette those curves of her body that normally the dress served to hide, highlighting for his eyes alone through the transparent fabric every majestic curve, smooth and supple, like a fiery mare rearing up against the majestic blue of the sky. I already said majestic, didn't I? Well, it bears repeating. She really is. I could stare at her all day, the young man thought to himself. At this, suddenly she swept one leg up behind her and bent backwards, arching her foot so high the tips of her toes almost seemed to touch her raven-haired crown. The goddess then dipped down, swiveling in this position until she stood facing him. Her eyes were closed, lips slightly parted, neat teeth separated by the tempting tip of her tongue. Before he could savor this sight for more than a moment, though, the petite pixie dove off the branch and began to float gently to earth, arms outspread, and head held high. She was coming straight toward him, he realized, an immortal from heaven, one whom God himself could only gaze upon and marvel at how he might ever have created something so transcendent, so perfect, so absolutely awe-inspiring. She was asking him without words that he catch her, and so he did, strong arms rising to grasp the fallen angel, his fingers encircling her waist, so small and fragile he almost feared breaking her. Added to this was the more chilling prospect of the divine punishment he might bring down upon his head for daring to touch the alluring goddess in this wholly inappropriate fashion. But when she opened her lovely lavender eyes and fixed him with them, there was no reproach to be found. Only trust and forgiveness, the type that he had known for the first time when she touched him on that day long ago, so magnificent he could have cried both now and then. The memory, as well as the attendant emotions it roused, served to loose him from the last traces of doubt, and he reached up towards her. In response, the radiant maiden took his hand in her own, encasing it within her refined, elegant touch. And then she was bending down towards him, the wind causing her hair to rustle in soft silken strands, eyes half closed, and as he brought his mouth up to her sweetly puckered lips, he whispered the name that had touched his unworthy soul to its core. Rukia. Just a slip away from their meeting, she responded with his own. Khan. Yes. Khan. Yes. Khan. Yes. Wake up. And someone stepped on his head. Gblaraic. The pressure lifted, and the outraged plushy toy reared up, already launching into a savage invective. Damn you, Ichigo, you lumbering mess of issues. Do you have any idea what you just cost me? I was so close. His lanky landlord only gave Khan a look swimming with typical teenage maladjustment and then stalked further into his room. You were moaning in your sleep, he snapped desultorily, plopping down on the bed and stretching. Whether or not Ichigo knew he was mocking Khan with every casual movement of his human body was a question best left unresolved, for both their sakes. Even if my family's out for the day, you shouldn't get into the habit of doing that anymore. You're just a stuffed animal now that I'm back. Oh, you don't have to tell me that, Ichigo. I was in paradise, blessed with life and freedom, waiting for my heavenly savior to return to me. And you couldn't even do that. Wait, what part of that did I say out loud? As Khan pondered this, a clenched fist dropped from above to crush the irate indigent. I thought I told you to shut up, the substitute Shinigami murmured with one arm draped over his eyes. Ahmad Soul's heart suddenly burned with wrath. Straining his cotton fibers to their limit, Khan pushed himself upwards, limbs trembling with the effort, rising off the floor with the brute's fist still weighing down on the back of his head. Who do you think you are, denying me my dreams? The little creature hissed. They're all I've got now. I spent weeks in an agony of ignorance, never knowing if I might greet my Nasan again, the only thing serving to offer me some comfort being the bliss of sleep. You could see her every day while you were in Soul Society, but not me. I saw her face wherever I looked. In a store mannequin, on television commercials, and in the faces of women whose windows I peered into. Ichigo's head jerked around, his eyes snapping open. What? That was just to see if you were paying attention, Khan sneered, grasping his keeper's knuckles and heaving them off to the side. Panting, he regained his feet, and the two of them glowered at one another. As if he has any right. I placed my angel's safety in your hands, and what did you do? Abandon her to the depraved inclinations of a merciless brother in a world that treats people's lives as if they're arbitrary. They dropped the charges against her. Kurosaka spluttered indignantly. And you didn't see how she's living over there, she's like a queen. Byakuya even swore he would take care of her. Byahu? Isn't that the same guy you said dragged her off to die in the first place? What the hell, Ichigo? 1 minute they're strapping her into the electric chair, and the next they're throwing her a party, and nothing about that strikes you as a little bit odd? How could you leave Rukia in the hands of those murdering Shinigami? Did you get one blow to the head too many, or are you really as dumb as she always said you were? The kid's hand lashed out, lightning fast, and Khan was hauled up to hang struggling before Ichigo's furious bellowing face. God damn it, Khan, just shut up. How many times do I gotta tell you that she decided to stay there on her own? She's a Shinigami too, in case you've forgotten, it's the place where she belongs. This was just a vacation to her. At this comment, two soft velvet feet collided with Ichigo's nose. There was nothing but stuffing inside them, but all the same, the force of the impact was driven by both heart, spirit, and a set of legs maxed to the limit by a demented genius. To his surprise, the 15-year-old found himself being launched backward, his head cracking against the wall. Reaching up, he rubbed the spot gingerly even as the first real stirrings of pain started to appear. Just then, Khan grabbed him by the shirt front and planted himself on Ichigo's stomach. "I can take your insults towards me," he growled like the lion his body was made to emulate, "but the second you speak a wrong word about Rukia, the gloves are off. Dumb kid, you're so arrogant it's unbelievable. It never occurred to you that she saved more than you and your family's lives. She saved mine. Did you never stop to think that there might be more people who'd like the chance to express their appreciation? I saw how you express appreciation, Khan." The teen's face still wore that ugly scowl, but his hands remained at his sides for a change. "It's nothing short of criminal. Karen kicked me in the shin my first day back, and I'm afraid to ask why. You're always talking about how nobody shows you any respect. Why don't you try showing respect to others for a change? If I'm going to get a lecture, I'd rather it be from Rukia, Carrot Top." A pained look passed over the boy's face. "Why aren't you getting this? She chose to stay. Pay." Khan spit. "You're a Cro-Magnon type, so why couldn't you be depended on to act like it? You know, just sling Nae-san over your shoulder and carry her back here, to her home, where she belongs." Ichigo looked at him strangely for a moment. "Belongs how?" he muttered. "Sleeping in my closet and stealing clothes from my sister. Get serious, Khan. She's a princess, and on top of that, she's a Shinigami. That last month wasn't just some bureaucratic mix-up, it was the start of a full-fledged war between them and the Hollows. Rukia's got to stay there and prepare for battle, just like all the other death gods. And I'm doing my part here. When the fighting starts, I'll be sure to lend a hand, but don't." And picking up the plushie, he dropped him on the ground with a sigh. "Don't expect to ever see her again, all right." Dusting himself off, Khan flicked a disdainful look at his roommate. Then he turned and trotted towards the door. "Only way that's going to happen is if we leave it up to you. I know in my heart that my Nae-san won't forget about her ardent suitor. She'll be back here faster than you know it. And when Rukia does reappear, I for one will not hold back my affection for her." With practiced ease, he levered himself between the crack in the door and pried it open. "I'm going to raid the fridge. And I'm not going to ask if you want anything while I'm there." As the door closed behind him, he heard Ichigo shout, "You don't even have a stomach, you stupid mascot. How can you be hungry?" "Because I know what I'm feeling when I'm feeling it, you bonehead." Khan thought about making this his parting shot. Unfortunately, he was already well down the hall, and turning back to reopen and shout through the door would take too much time and make it look like he had to think about the response. It was a cool thought, but professional debaters knew when a good thing had passed. "Ah, well. I said it in my heart, and that's where Rukia Nae-san will have to stay for now. Nothing else matters. I'll be sure to remember that line for when she comes back, though." As the yellow doll hopped down the stairs, he wondered, not for the first time, what was befalling his beloved Nae-san in that strange, oppressive, sinister, dangerous, and secretive place that was Soul Society. Where waiting for an eternity is not just an exaggeration. If the Library of Blessed Soul Histories could be said to have a motto, that would be it. Not for the first time, Nanao Ise wondered how some people could make a simple request that should take no longer than a minute manage to last 15. It was an offense to her punctilious and sober sensibilities that she had been forced to read a pamphlet regarding checkout procedures 4 times now while waiting for the librarian to find the information she wanted. Really, had procedures fallen so far behind in their application since her time at this organization over a century ago? I really must see to asking Captain Yukatake about getting this woman replaced. A desk attendant should not be "I want you to touch his hair" when you see him so indolent in the execution of her duties. Behaving as if I had interrupted something of importance when I took her away from that trashy romance poetry book to ask for seriously, just for a second, so we can finally know how it feels. I'm guessing Cornsilk so smooth help in locating these records, I could almost and soft, he's such a dreamboat, I melt when he smiles at me. have better luck finding them myself. As she was thinking this, the dumpy little librarian came out from the back room holding a massive leather-bound book almost as large as she was. Staggering over to the desk, the woman leaned her burden against the counter, then managed to hoist it all the way up, gasping and struggling the whole time. Naneo watched this display with utter dispassion, not offering assistance by any word, gesture, or even a twitch of her eyebrow. At last this painful procedure was complete, and the assistant glowered at the lieutenant from under a sheen of sweat. Here it is, Fukotai Kodano. Admission papers to the Shinigami Academy for the last 900 years. Will there be anything else? No. And so saying she reached down and, grasping the book's binding one-handed, proceeded to lift the juggernaut up with ease and set it on her shoulder. I can take it from here. Naneo left the woman staring after her with an expression of dumbstruck disbelief. A few seconds later, the second seat of Division 8 had found an unoccupied table at the back of the library. Sunlight poured in from windows on three sides of this little alcove. ISE positioned herself on the side of the desk facing the back wall, the better to take advantage of the angle of the sun that was now falling from her right. This way, she also had a good view of the lane leading down to the far end of the room. Given all that had happened recently, the cautious young woman was even less inclined to having anyone sneak up on her from behind. So iPhone is always doing that. She doesn't know how it makes your heart race. That lady is just too cool. Now settled in and assured of some privacy, the diligent historian set about learning what she needed to know. The most recent was fairly easy to find in terms of dates. After all, his phenomenal graduation time had occurred just 2 years after she herself had completed the curriculum in what had been considered a remarkably short 4 years. She was hailed as a genius in terms of spirit power and mental abilities, distinguishing herself especially in Kido. But even the previous title holder for the Academy's fastest graduation, Kyan Shiba, was blown away by this new recruit. Naneo remembered thinking, after seeing him for the first time, that he hardly looked any older than herself, and she was routinely teased by the playful, cheerful men of the 8th for her extreme youth and small size. But in spite of that childish body, she had never for a moment thought anyone would try to ridicule this boy. He would have been sure to hurt them for it. Graduated 111 years ago. Accepted into the 5th as third seat. In the ink portrait accompanying this text, Naneo was not surprised to find he was still smiling. The sight always made her skin crawl. Ichimaru, Jin. To her disgust, there was no mention as to where he came from, who if anyone had backed his candidacy to the academy, and how he had arrived. It always gave me a thrill whenever he looked at us. If you didn't like him, how come you always looked right back, huh? The second was a little more difficult. From some time before Jin's arrival, and there was no fanfare, no cavalcade to mark his entry. He made the academy grade after 3 attempts, but there was a note added in about the tests for entry being skewed towards those who could see. Not having distinguished himself particularly, he had refused to attend the official investiture, claiming illness. That was a little strange, considering who was listed as conducting the ceremony that year. The one who had presided over the graduation rite for this person was also identified as the one responsible for first submitting his name for consideration to the academy. A rather infamous character, actually, Akio Sakejiki, who had been removed from service in the Godai 13 following an incident involving the murder of both a fellow Shinigami and his own wife, a student at the time. Though the charges were dropped as a result of Sakejiki's connections, mistrust about his worth had led to him being taken off active duty and given a position as senior faculty advisor at the academy. While it was good to have some information about one of the traitors' backgrounds, Naneo knew it was a hollow. That's a pun. Victory. There would be no further information coming from this man. She knew full well how that story ended. It had been the source of one of the 7 Academy ghost stories. A grisly business, really, what with Sakejiki having committed suicide one night after gouging out his own eyes. Many were wont to whisper that it was delayed justice. Now, however, she wondered if this was not one of the first murders committed to ensure the security of Aizen's cabal. Graduated 118 years ago. Accepted into the 5th, but not as an officer. It was strange to see him with hair so short in the portrait, and even stranger at how his empty eyes appeared almost as creepy as Jin's. Tissen, can name. But he had nice skin. It made me think of caramel, all smooth and yummy. You ever wonder how you would look brown, Naneo? Flipping through the pages, Naneo finally located what she had been looking for. 227 years ago. She stopped. Nothing. Aside from the time of graduation, the text was smudged into illegibility. It looked as if some grease had seeped into the book, marring this and several other pages both before and after it. An accident, probably the result of someone's carelessness in handling the materials. But even if she were inclined to believe this, there was one thing that seemed entirely too coincidental. Out of all the blurred ink characters, a handful had been spared. Just enough to leave one name entirely clear and evident for all to see. Aizen Sosuke. Nothing else. Not where he came from or anything about his past. She knew for a fact that he had been welcomed into the 5th under Captain Shinji Hirako, rising to be its lieutenant in a little under 30 years. And that was all. Disgusted, the purple-eyed brunette slammed the heavy tome shut and dropped her elbows on it with a sigh, massaging her temples. After a little while she stirred, stood up and, grasping the defaced volume once more, began her slow, thoughtful progress back to the main desk. Naneo passed several people involved in researches of their own. Some of them were collaborating on these topics, ranging from academic concerns to matters of historical precedence. A man and woman caught her eye. They seemed animated in their discussions, and as she watched, the pair of them giggled softly, and the fellow leaned over and placed a hand on his partner's shoulder. It stirred a memory. That's quite a stack you have. Naneo blinked and peered up, startled at having been spoken to. People in a library generally tended to respect one's privacy. She came here often to do research, and at rarer times seeking shelter from the ribbing she received on a daily basis from her colleagues at the academy. The person standing by her desk was certainly no student. A quick glance said he was young enough, at least in appearance, but no one would mistake those elegant black robes as belonging to anyone but a full-fledged death god. The wardrobe reminded her of proper etiquette, and she hopped off the stack of books she had been sitting on to see over the table's edge and bowed respectfully to him. Shinigami Dano, I'm pleased to be acknowledged by you, sir. Goodness! He exclaimed from above her. Even the members of my own squad don't refer to me by Dano. You'll give me a big head talking like that, young lady. Naneo, he called you a lady. At this, Naneo felt her cheeks warm, and looking up she saw a lieutenant's armband. Now she had gone pale, and stood staring aghast into a pair of pleasant brown eyes peering through a pair of square frames just like you. His features were positively noble, while curly hair made her think of ivy leaves twining up a trellis that an ardent suitor might climb to reach the balcony of his one true love. Eek! I'm in love, I'm in love. Ask him if he wants to go out sometime. Come on, hurry up, ask him. The impropriety of this thought caused her to fall to the floor for a much more subservient bow, just to keep him from possibly seeing the ridiculous notion in her eyes. Fukutaiko-sama, forgive my indiscretion. I'm not used to speaking with officers, I don't have a clear grasp of the proper forms of address. She had been putting off researching these things for far too long, and now it had come back to bite her. Curse my procrastination. Then allow me to be of some assistance. Kneeling down, he offered her his hand. Ise glanced up hesitantly, then slowly slipped her tiny fingers into his strong grip. A scent of ryotsu caused her to think of sweet exotic spices as the gentleman helped her to stand and then stood there smiling down at her. In the academy, I was addressed by my classmates as Brown Nose, affectionately of course. As for my senpai, they amused themselves by calling me Degrade Curve, a reference to my scholastic merits and what they believed was an appropriate response to those achievements. Was he joking? He certainly sounded like it. What a nice voice. The lieutenant cocked his head at the wide-eyed wave. It hurts when people disdain the things we treasure the most. I hope that no misfortune or poor behavior has caused such a talented person as yourself to seek refuge in the library alone today. Almost guiltily, Naneo turned her face away. Was it really that obvious? I really do like to read, sir. As do I, he responded in a quiet voice. It's a pleasure that requires no one's help to experience. A nice hobby, if somewhat lonely at times. She didn't know how to respond to that. This situation was starting to make her feel just a little uncomfortable. The Shinigami chuckled. But I can see that you are eager to return to your devotions. I apologize for intruding on your activities. You'll have to excuse me, my captain tells me I'm somewhat of a busybody. She jerked up and quickly blurted out, no offense taken, sir. And, I didn't think you were a busybody. I'm sure you're a very worthwhile individual, and I hope that maybe someday we can serve together in the Godi I-13. That would be most welcome. Her fellow bibliophile grinned and patted her shoulder in a way that did not imply condescension by any means. Don't be in too big a rush to graduate, though. As long as you don't take it too seriously, these could be the best times of your life, if you only let them. He reached out then, and picked a book off the top of one of her stacks. May I? It's one of my favorites. Of course. Nanao would never dream of denying someone their preferred reading material, no matter its provenance. By all means, I insist, please do. I'm in your debt. With a last friendly smile, the young vice captain turned and walked away. Nanao watched him go. I'm gonna marry you. She blushed furiously at this idea and hurriedly busied herself with her readings. As she did, though, the little girl couldn't help but peer over as that dashing individual made his way out of the library, apparently unaware of how much good he had done her mood. It only now occurred to her just what he had been trying to tell her. If he had faced adversity and overcome it, then so could she. Nanao Ise would rise to the rank of vice captain one day, just like. I don't think he told me his name. Oh, well. Shouldn't be hard to find out. There were only 13 people to choose from. Someday, she would thank him by name for taking the time to see to the needs of a mere academy trainee. Remembering that incident left Nanao feeling unaccountably angry. Like she had betrayed them all by not figuring out back then just what kind of person that man really was. There wasn't even the option of claiming he had hypnotized her. It was pure obtuseness on her part. I'm such an ignorant fool. Had I been a little smarter, I might have looked past the smile and goodwill, not succumbed to the charms of a dangerous traitor like some brainless kid, removed my glasses and simply. But he was so nice. And handsome. He liked you, I could tell by the way he looked at you, I can always tee. Shut up. Without warning, her anger had exploded against the nearest available target. Do you hear me, you empty-headed little idiot? Shut your stupid mouth. Stop bothering me with your ridiculous little crushes, I'm sick of hearing it day in and day out. Just be quiet. Nanao stood stock still in the middle of the room. From inside her soul, there came a shuddering sob. I'm sorry. And her Zanpakuto dove into the limits of their inner world, cutting itself off from her. She flinched. The fury she felt had drained away with her shouting, and at the realization of her behavior that void was quickly filled by shame. It hurts when people disdain the things we treasure the most. Damn it all to hell. Why couldn't the miserable bastard have been lying about that too? Why did he have to be so insightful? Hating smart people just did not come naturally to her. Without further ado, Nanao stepped inwards in search of her partner. She found her in that black room whose height was much greater than its width. On the cylindrical surface of the chamber there were thousands upon thousands of pictures, both men and women. Most of them had adoring messages or words scrawled across them, depending on the whim which had seized the writer at the time. Glancing around as she stepped past the mounds of photos that covered the floor, Nanao came at last on the soul of this place. A small, pudgy preteen girl sat weeping amidst all this disordered evidence of a lonely heart. She was wearing an oversized conical black hat with a wide brim and a little pink heart dangling from the tip. Colorful mismatched socks adorned her feet, while a frilly pink and white European sleeveless ball gown left her shoulders bare. Gloves with the words "Happy Girl" written on them covered her fingers. At this time, the Zanpakuto was clutching an assortment of photos to her chest, burying her face in her upturned knees and crying. The weapons wielder looked upon this display, and thought she might do the same. Nanao went and sat beside the miserable little spirit, taking off her glasses and gazing at her friend unhappily. Yurishii Ononoko, she murmured the name gently. The girl cringed and huddled in on herself tighter. I'm sorry. A shudder went through that sensitive frame, and the pictures spilled out onto the floor. Her mistress quickly looked away when she recognized one of them as being Aizen. "I'm sorry, Nanao. I didn't mean to make you angry, I just wanted him to like me. He was nice, I thought he was really nice. And he talked to you and he said you were smart, and whenever he came to see the captain he always told you how nice it was to see you, and he meant it. He wasn't like all the rest, he understood us, really understood us. Or at least, I thought he did. I'm so stupid, why didn't I see how awful he really was? I'm always doing that, just letting how people look be everything. I'm so sorry, Nanao." The sound of her inner child's misery was making the normally ironclad maiden feel on the verge of losing it herself. She sometimes wondered if she treated her own captain's indecorous behavior with such violent ire as a result of not being able to directly lash out at her guardian spirit. Whereas any other time she would have fought to keep her emotions under control, here alone Ise let her mask drop without reservation. As the first tears slid down her face, she reached out and took one of Oninoko's hands in hers. Pressing it to her cheek, she spoke to her partner softly, letting her concern and regret come out. "Please forgive me," Nanao whispered. "I wasn't really upset with you. I was angry at Aizen and all the rest. And really, most of all, I was disappointed that I never saw it in him. To me, Sosuke-tai, he was one of the best of them, right up there with our own Teiku. I don't like to think that he fooled me just as easily as everyone else." None of this served to coax a response from the despondent entity. Well, when all else fails, there's one avenue that can always be depended upon to get results. And I really hate to think about all the times I wished Kiraku Teiku could be a little more like him. It seems like a betrayal. Of course they're not alike, our captain's no traitor. He's good and kind and funny and he treats me well, he even writes poetry about me. Urashii Oninoko's tears were starting to lessen somewhat. She hiccuped. "Really bad poetry?" That made her smile. "Yes, reprehensible, even." "Atrocious, you mean?" From over her laced forearms, a pair of glowing yellow eyes peeked up, a timid smile causing her cheeks to bunch. "Banal." Nanao shot back. "Crummy." That one made her laugh before she responded with, "Deplorable. Egregious. Frightful. Grotesque. Horrendous. Incomprehensible. Jejune. Calumnious. Lackadaisical." And Oninoko jumped up. "That was a C, not a K, Nanao. You missed it, you lose." "I lose," the slim sorceress agreed, settling down on one arm. "All right, I know the drill. Let me see, let me see." She gave an appearance of pondering thoughtfully, tapping her chin as she looked around the scattered pile of sheets. Her despondence at being unable to gather any useful background information on the traders was no longer such a big deal now. "I think, this one." With that, Nanao picked up a photo turned down, flipped it over and studied it appraisingly. Her Zanpakuto came over to join her. "Now, then, who's this?" "That?" And the living dagger giggled, twirling a strand of her orange and black hair. "That one's Ishida. Urayu Ishida, his name is. Isn't that such a beautiful name? Rain Dragon. Oh, Nanao, I could turn to ice from those steely blue eyes." "Undoubtedly." She stopped to consider for a moment. "Wait a minute, this is one of the Ryoka." "Yeah, so? Well, then, why is he wearing a Shinigami uniform in this picture?" "Oh, that." Urashii plucked the picture away and hugged it. "He's so smart, don't you know? When he got here, he wasn't like all the rest. He decided to dress up as one of us to escape detection. Isn't that amazing, that he would think of something so clever?" "Yes, most impressive," Nanao agreed, covering her mouth. "Nanao, don't laugh at me. You really might have a shot with this one. Look at him, his hair's like yours, and he wears glasses, and he's kinda skinny just like you." "Alright, watch it there, I get enough of that from Matsumoto," she growled. "And besides, don't you know? That boy's only 15 years old in the human world." "What? Seriously? I would have said around 107. "Well, that just goes to show that even you." Nanao stopped. Wait a minute. Something just came to her. While the giddy ghost was still admiring her latest infatuation, Nanao stood up and crossed over to her. She placed her hands on those rounded shoulders, and Urashii looked up with surprise. Ononoko, the suddenly serious Shinigami spoke softly, I want you to do something for me. Okay. Sure. Anything. This is something I think only you can do. It's your special talent, and I want you to concentrate really hard on this one. What? You're making me all jumpy, what is it? Bending down, Nanao Ise then retrieved the picture she had noticed earlier and held it up. I want you to tell me, she said in a hushed whisper, how old Aizen Sosuke is. Urashii Ononoko stared at that smiling, tumble-haired image for several moments. Her cheerful face was contracted now in thought and intense cogitation. In that time, Nanao tried very hard not to shake her to get a faster response. Then the spirit gave a tilt of its silly head, and looked up into the lady's deep amethyst eyes. 575. She gaped. Years. The girl took the picture and inverted it for Nanao to see. I know, I thought he was younger too. But when he showed off his power on the Sokyoku Hill, I got a feel for it, even from in the infirmary. It was that strong. Like the commander generals, even. Nanao shuddered at that thought. What she had been exposed to just over a week ago was still fresh in her memory. Only last week had her medical overseer pronounced her fit to move about and participate in the running of her division. All the same, it was hard to even look at Yamamoto Genryusai Shijikuni anymore, or even be in the same room with him, knowing that on a whim he could crush her into jelly without so much as lifting a finger. And to think that Aizen also possessed that type of strength. Wait a minute. 575. She murmured. What? Nanao, what is it? The avid historian didn't answer right away. She was rifling back through her copious memory, attempting to confirm her misgivings. Almost there, and, yes. That's right. Urashii, she murmured, tapping her glasses against her cheek, what was happening 575 years ago? Huh? The strangely dressed fangirl pondered this a moment. Well. I don't know. What? Nanao held up a hand. From off the wall, another picture detached and flew over to her. She looked at it, debating what her instincts were telling her. In that period, long ago? That was around the time of the Manor Wars. Before them both, the image of Byakuya Kukiki stared right back. Nanao looked up. This might have been a better lead than I thought. I think I should tell her about it. It's taken me 50 years, Rukia thought to herself, but I have finally found something truly wonderful about being a Kukiki. To what do I owe the honor of this visit, Lady Kukiki? A servant approached with something that might have been wine in a transparent decanter. When he poured it into her cup, she couldn't help but notice something that resembled an eyeball floating in the jug. Even under normal circumstances, Rukia would not have been inclined to drink any alcohol she was offered in this place, and that disposition was certainly not about to change. Fortunately, her status allowed her to ignore any such niceties should she so please. Hands folded in her lap, the demure socialite raised her eyes and said, I would like to engage your services in a matter of personal interest. Will wonders never cease? I confess to being astonished by this sudden interest in my efforts. You've certainly never had cause to seek me out before. As he said this, Captain Kuratsuki raised his own glass and quaffed the beverage in one gulp. His tongue flicked out and ran over his lips, as if he wanted to savor every drop. But the hungry look in his wide-eyed gaze showed no signs of appeasement as he drank in her form seated across from him. Not for the first time, Rukia questioned her sanity in doing this. There were some who might think that her newfound elevation to head of the wealthiest body in Siridi had gone to her own head, leaving them to doubt the veracity of her investments. She, however, was operating on a different game than anyone else had cause to play. Having tasted power, the young woman was finding it to be completely unsatisfactory. That is, unless one chose to use it in ways that served to bring swift, meaningful, desirable results. After that, power was completely exhilarating. Case in point. Rukia Kukiki, unseated Shinigami in the 13th Division, would never have so much as been able to get her foot in the door at the Research and Development Bureau. Lady Kukaki, however, had not only been received immediately upon sending word of her intention to call upon the facilities, but had then requested and been granted an audience with the facility's reclusive and deeply disturbed chief officer. This was what had brought her into the visual field of this particular breed of psychopath. She was frightened, not to mention uncertain of her being able to leave here whenever she chose. The bodyguards standing a few paces behind her would prove no deterrence should Mayuri decide he wanted to carve her open and remove her heart. Fortunately, even this social reprobate knew the value in not eviscerating the de facto leader of the supreme pillar of the four great houses. So it was that their meeting had begun. Keeping very still, Rukia continued. I may not have ever had reason to speak directly to you before, Mayuri-sama, but I would have been a miserable excuse for a Shinigami indeed to have never taken note of your achievements. They are, if nothing else, quite eye-catching. Her host reclined back on the plump cushion in which he sat, lacing his fingers over his belly and regarding her out of eyes so wide she could see the whites around his golden irises. Could that be his real eye color, or was it just another of the scientist's improvements, much like the distinctly Ptolemean beard that now sprouted from his chin or the pasty white skin that appeared slightly scaly up close? Mayuri had neglected to wear any sort of head covering to this meeting, and his blue hair fell in a long braid down his chest. You don't suppose he's emulating Captain Unohana with that get-up, do you? Are you joking? Those two couldn't possibly have anything to say to one another. Now hush, I have to concentrate on this man. The slightest misstep could prove fatal. At last the antisocial academic stirred and spoke. And if, pray tell, I were to inquire which in particular of my works you found most, as you say, eye-catching. If he had thought to trip her up on an overreached faux pas, Mayuri had a lot to learn about noble etiquette. You never spoke out of turn. The Siamikyo. For all that he was not a member of high society, Mayuri did a fine job at covering any surprise he might have felt. Ah, yes, he breathed reflectively, reaching up to stroke his chin and leer at her. The janitor of the Senkaimon Gate. One of my earliest contributions to Seoul society, and the most long-running. He hasn't needed to be replaced in over 150 years of service. That one certainly never gave me reason to complain, I'll grant you. Swallows any intruders right up with nary the need to chew. Would you care to know what becomes of them once they have been ingested, then? I must decline, on the grounds that it would surely give me nightmares, she replied back. When Mayuri only snickered in a wholly discomforting manner, Rukia pressed ahead. But I am rather more interested in what you can achieve, as opposed to what you have, Mayuri-sama. Speak your mind, Lady Kukaki. The scorn in his voice was very real and oddly refreshing, displaying certain relatable and normal characteristics. While I pride myself on displaying the pinnacle of hospitality to my guests, I must advise you I am a very busy man, especially in these taxing times. We all must do our part in defense of Seoul society, As you say, sir. There are two matters I would like your aid in resolving. So saying, Rukia gestured. One of the manservants at her back came forward then and proffered a small box. She opened it, and withdrawing the contents, placed it on the table and slid it across to him. Mayuri raised an eyebrow. Reaching forward, he picked up the small glass tube with a stopper in it, studying the clear contents. Firstly, I would like to ask you to examine the liquid contained therein and report to me any and all peculiarities it might possess, whether in terms of makeup or spell factors. Specifically, I want to know if it has any harmful properties. He cast her a questioning look. How did you come by this? It was delivered to my brother's sickbed under questionable circumstances. That is all I know of its provenance. It is my hope that you can tell me more. The perverse figure placed the glass against his forehead, closing his eyes. My. It's quite cold. It melted completely only an hour ago, she provided. White eyelids snapped up swiftly. And the second request you have for me? Well, this was it. Time to lay her cards on the table. He could refuse, accept, report her to the authorities, or simply laugh at her folly. But at the very least, I hope to get his attention with this. Mayuri Kuratsuke, peak technician of the Research and Development Bureau, I, Rukia Kukaki of the House of Kukaki, would like to hire you to fashion a means by which a Shinigami of captain level or greater power might be destroyed. He almost dropped the vial. Instead, the only thing that fell was the captain's jaw. An instant later, though, he was grinning at her. "My dear Lady Kukaki," Kuratsuka chortled, rising up and leaning towards her, his voice now taking on a most jocular and familiar timbre, "are you asking me to construct a method by which you might murder our 3 errant misfits? You're as smart as you are untrustworthy." "I am." He toyed with the end of his indigo braid. Only a month ago, captain and noblewoman notwithstanding, such a request even being spoken aloud would have had both of us yanked out of bed and dragged before the Central Chamber of 46 to answer charges of treason and abuse of power. How much a week's difference can make, eh? A violent shiver went up that ghoulish frame. Perhaps a thrill of fear, or even pleasure. One could never be certain with this abnormal character. But he and I share one thing in common. It might be just what I need. I have no desire to speculate on the preferred habits of dead men, Kuratsuka-sama. Since you have pleaded to be under a very tight schedule, I must ask for a swift response. Will you agree to accept either of these tasks? His eyeballs rolled slowly in opposite directions in their sockets till he looked quite wall-eyed. Even in such an admittedly goofy-looking position, there was no chance of lessening her guard around him. Mayuri reached up and tapped his longest fingernail against his teeth. Click. Click. Rukia's imagination conjured an image of a judge of the underworld dropping bone discs on his abacus as the souls of the damned marched by. Click. Eternal torment. Click. Endless damnation. Then he stopped. Send your servants out. A shiver went up her spine. But no hint of distress was allowed to reach her face. Turning her head slightly, never taking her eyes off him, she said lightly, "You may await me back at the palanquin. I will speak with the house's master in private." There was a sound, like someone drawing a faint breath behind her. But a moment later, she heard them both say in perfect synchronization, "As you wish, my lady." The guardsmen departed, and Rukia faced the Prince of Hell alone. Mayuri placed the glass vial on the table between them. An instant later he was right in front of her, painted features thrust close to her own. His breath was cold, she realized. Was this man actually alive in any way we know of? "Do you think you can play with me, trick me, little girl?" The madman whispered, sounded perversely happy as he did. "Did Yamamoto dispatch you here to test my loyalty? Or are you simply a messenger, sent by your egotistical brother to do his bidding so that he needn't sully his hands with me?" Rukia looked back at him. It was slow, agonized death staring her in the face. "Hello, old friend. It's been a while." "You're absolutely right," said no Shirayuki. "Almost exactly like facing Jinichi Maru. And I have plenty of experience in dealing with maniacs. I suppose I should thank the bastard for that when I next see him. Today certainly was a day for firsts. No one sent me, and Byakuya Isama is not aware of my visit here," she responded back in a soft frightened whisper. It certainly wasn't feigned. He liked her fear, she could see that clearly. Good. The happier he is, the more amenable he'll be. Assuming normal logic has any place in this person's head. I have come on my own discretion. I chose to believe that while you are undoubtedly the most dangerous soul currently alive in Siriti, you are not without a certain queer sort of dependability. When something must be done that would automatically offend the principles of a regular person, Mayuri Kuratsuka could at least be depended upon to give it his consideration, if not his outright blessing. Flattery came easily to her lips. But at the same time, it was true. The captain did have a reputation for being reliable. It was part of the reason the other division heads had been willing to deal with him on a daily basis. And he was still listening to her. The repellent visage drew back to give her some air and a marginally greater level of comfort. Sitting on the table, he propped his hands on his knees and slowly rocked back and forth. Kuratsuka regarded Rukia now with a flat expression, chewing his lower lip. "So you say. But, Lady Kukaki, to prove that your intentions are honorable, perhaps you would consent to a show of good faith, I wonder. The next stage of negotiations. Well, I'm still alive, at least. And even a bit morbidly curious, too. What would His Excellency suggest in that regard? He actually chuckled at the title, perhaps vacillating between accepting it on face value or dismissing it as sarcasm. Then Mayuri slowly leaned forward. His hand came up. Pallid fingers cupped her chin. He watched her then, waiting to see if she would strike out at him or make a fuss. Rukia stared right back, stone-faced. I know this type. I know what they like. It's to feel that you are choosing to submit to them. Even though you know that you have options, you have taken the time to determine that the one which best serves is to accept their caresses and intrusions onto your personal space. That no matter how loathsome they might be to you, it is understood that they must be allowed to continue as they are doing. For the sake of something that only they know, a thing that they cherish in their secret hearts. She would hopefully never understand the motivations of men like this. There were differences. Before, whenever Jin touched her, she always convinced herself that she could feel slight movements of his fingers. As though he were stroking her skin in miniature fashion. Kuratsuka's grip was firm and did not waver. If he was taking any enjoyment out of her helplessness, no sign was forthcoming. Even the smile was missing now. He looked, if anything, rather curious. Still, it was disturbing to think that monsters still existed in her life. I would like for you to tell me, Rukia Ajausama, just what you felt upon learning the men who sentenced you to death had been slain. What? Why would he care about that? But he did. It was apparent in the way he gazed unblinkingly into her eyes. So why? He wants you to commit yourself to him. If you say it out loud, then he'll probably record it and use it as evidence against you if you betray him. Was that really all it was? Then, why do I feel close to him right now? It was this last thought that brought the truth to her lips. I was glad, the maiden spoke with undaunted courage. It pleased me to think that they had been cut down while they sat thinking themselves safe and secure in their guarded bunker. I reproached myself for the thought, but ultimately, I let myself think it through to the end. His scratchy voice was rather gentle now. And what did you conclude, then? Those people used me, she whispered back. They used me as an example of what happens when you break the rules. Transferring death god powers to a human is not specifically a capital offense, but they pronounced my execution anyway. It was just a passing effort for them. To let the lesser Shinigami know not to cross them, and to tell my brother that he was still subservient to their dictates. They considered everything about my case within the bounds of the law, their law, and nothing else. Had we met in the corridors, not a one of them probably would have even recognized my face. I was just a case to them, one that they disposed of judiciously and efficiently before moving on to the next. So when I heard those men and women were dead and I was alive, I honestly wanted to drop down and thank fate or God or whatever might be out there for making it so. The first thing I thought was, they'll never do this to someone else again. The second was to wonder what I should tell the cook to serve my friends at dinner tonight. I dismissed everything about the dead with my next breath. If I am damned for thinking it, then there truly is no God, as Aizen said, for they richly deserved what they got. She turned her face away, removing it from his grip. And that is all I have to say on the subject. Rukia gazed at a space on the wall where strange semi-solid fluids flowed behind a transparent barrier, splitting and dissecting but never mixing. To her right, she heard a sigh. Kukaki. And there was a snap. How I hated that name. She came back about. The remorseless figure was sucking on a freshly lit pipe with a very long stem and a tiny bowl. Blue smoke curled faintly out of his nostrils, giving the impression of a fire blazing somewhere in his brain. Oddly enough, it reminded her of an expression Ichigo had used once when his overly excitable friend Asano had claimed to be thinking of something important. I thought I smelled something burning, the surly teen had grumbled to himself. Kigo had acted offended, as was his nature, but they had apparently gotten along well regardless. Kuratsuka drew away the pipe and exhaled a long stream of colored smoke. He gave her a companionable look then. You know I was once a prisoner of Soul Society, yes? Don't get so anxious, it's hardly a secret. The man took another long pull, closing his eyes. I spent 7 years behind bars chained to a wall. My crime was being unpredictable, you might say. It was never explained to my satisfaction just what I was being hidden away for exactly. To this day, I can't tell you what turned their wrath against me. But one thing I do know is that when I was brought before the 46, the person who was chosen to read the notice of my incarceration was a man I recognized as being the son of Jinrei Kukaki. Hiruto was his name. In hindsight, he seemed uncomfortable. Never once looked me head on. Now I was a tad upset at the time, as you can imagine, so I can't be certain, but I could almost swear that as they dragged me out of there, he raised his hand in apology to me. His eyes opened a fraction, enough to allow a soft golden ember to peek out at her from under those lids. Rukia found she couldn't look away from them. He had hypnotized her like a snake stalking a mouse. I hated him for that. It showed remorse on his part. He recognized that what he had done to me was wrong, and how does he seek to make amends? With an apology. As if mere words or gestures can take back the sins people commit against one another. Apologies are meaningless, no matter how sincere. The damage is done. The only thing that can possibly ameliorate the blame, to show true contrition, is to accept the injured party's pain as your own. Mayuri twirled the smoking stick and leaned back to rest on one hand. That is why I am never willing to perform any experiment on another that I have not already tried upon myself. In that way, they can hold nothing against me. Their spirits will have no power to curse or decry me. Because I have taken their pain as my own. It is the sweetest, most satisfying agony to know that I can make myself beholden to no one, no matter how they deplore and deride me. That is how I sleep at night, Kukaki Rukia. But the thing that gives me nightmares is knowing that others can defame me. That they can subject me to punishments that I have not deserved, and I am forbidden to seek to even the scales between us. Suddenly the pipe went sailing through the air, a tiny red star that struck the ground with a blaze of sparks. Social status is of no importance to me, Kukaki-san. And wealth is a mere trifle. It is a means by which fools can impose their will on those greater and more intelligent than themselves. I have been approached by such vermin in the same way that you have come before me today. They actually dared to think that I would have to respond to their pathetic demands. Only simple rules of deportment I choose to abide by allowed them to exit these premises with their lives. Not that I did not exact quiet castigation upon them as they left, in ways that ensured their remaining days would be absolutely hellish, of course. I am not a hired hand to be bought and dismissed on a whim. Captain Kuratsuka stood up then, gazing down on her from his rather slight height. But while your previous predicament held no particular interest for me, I confess to feeling strangely close to you now. We are like two soldiers on the same side of a war which has suddenly ended with the deaths of our enemies. We never met before, but when we do, our shared experiences serve to bind us together. Therefore, for the sake of the injustices done to both of us, I shall examine your offering. And for the satisfaction we share at knowing we have outlived them all, I will lend my efforts to your personal vendetta. So it was done. The lady of Kukaki rose to her feet, feeling relieved and exhilarated, and they faced one another across a mere foot of space. I understand that the running of bureaucratic affairs in the CRIDI has been handed off to delegates from the 1st Division, Rukia said then. That includes budgetary allowances for organizations such as your own. Given that this is the case, and considering how funding has always seemed to be an issue at the R&D Bureau, I would like to offer my personal financial backing to either of these endeavors. Mayuri's eyes twinkled at this. The House of Kukaki wants to bankroll me. I must correct you, Excellency, she responded. I stated that I would offer my personal finances. There is no telling how much longer I will retain the status of head of the household, therefore I will not commit the Kukaki holdings to any unessential effort that my brother would have to oversee after he returns. I have a monthly allowance that has never been used in all my time as a noble. Right now it is an adequate sum for anything I believe you might need. It is this amount I would like to tender, in order to hasten you past any financial difficulties which may crop up. If it would not be perceived as an insult, that is. A high-pitched titter escaped his lips. Breaking open your piggy bank, are you? Well, the pencil pushers are in an uproar right now, I will admit. Their only dream is to take their boss's job, and when the position opens, they're too scared of winding up gutted if they do. I've no real reason to turn down any drop in the proverbial bucket. Feel free to offer me any funds you can lay claim to, good lady. Rukia then reached into the folds of her kimono and withdrew a folded slip of paper, which she passed over to him. Mayuri took it, opening what turned out to be a banknote. It was drawn on the account of Rukia Kukaki, and the amount in question was third thing to be glad for. Seeing Mayuri, Kuratsuki rendered speechless. His benefactor regarded him. Mayuri stared at the paper. She cocked her head to one side. Mayuri stared. She frowned. Mayuri-sama. Nothing. Mayuri Kuratsuki. His head jerked up. Yes. Are you well? His gaze, when it met hers, seemed a little unfocused. Yes. I am, well. She nodded. If that amount proves insufficient, please inform me, and I will provide you with the next installment. GRT. The yellow teeth clenched, his eyes spun wildly for several seconds. When they came back to their proper positions, the captain managed to choke out, "You're saying this isn't the whole thing?" Rukia blinked. No. That's just how much I can authorize to be withdrawn in a single day. The tendons were standing out in stark detail on his neck, and unless she was mistaken, smoke was once more rising out of his nostrils. She bowed to him. If there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave of you, Excellency. Thank you for agreeing to meet with me today. I hope to be notified soon of any progress you might have made in these matters. Good day, sir. There was no need to wait for a response. She was a noble, and judging by the look on his face, it wouldn't be forthcoming anyway. Turning about, Rukia glided gracefully towards the door. Lady Kukaki. She stopped. Her head came about to regard him. Kuratsuka seemed to have regained control of his faculties. There was a smile on his face once more, and it was by no means pleasant. If you get the chance, please give my regards to our mutual acquaintance Kisuke. Tell him I'm still eagerly looking forward to the event that would allow me to take official control of the bureau. Rukia's eyes narrowed slightly. Without further response, she then exited the chamber. Passing through the hall that led to her escort, she allowed herself to address her concerns once more. Have I just created a monster here? The only real limitation to that man's pursuits has always been budgetary concerns. If I take that chain off him, there's no telling what he'll do, or to whom. What if? She gave a shake of her head. All these thoughts and more had already taxed her conviction, and she had overcome them with the knowledge of just how severe the danger they faced really was. For the time being, they would have to utilize every resource in their arsenal to overcome the forces of Aizen Sosuke. The aftermath would be bloody no matter what. And their victory was certainly not assured. I won't have it be said that we lost because we simply didn't want to live with ourselves afterwards. This is my decision. Any regrets will belong to me, and I will bear them without complaint. Rukia returned to her attendants and left that place. Back in his office, Mayuri Kuratsuka sat down in the chair before his desk. He reached up to pat the financial endowment in his robe, as if to verify that it had not simply evaporated in the past minute. Already ideas were swirling through his mind, possibilities that had seemed implausible only an hour before. That girl, the Ryoka, the three traders, it all held much that could be of benefit to his work. Indeed, so very much. He found himself going to check his pocket once again, and felt both invigorated and annoyed by it. The urge to begin was quickly prodding him into action, firing his muscles and even causing him to tremble slightly with excitement. Oh, she had really done it, that girl. Brave little thing, even if a bit dull by all accounts. No surfeit of courage, though. Still, the thought of what she had tasked him to accomplish made his pulse race quick time. You daring minx, Rukia Kukaki, tempting me with this insurmountable task and this liberating largesse. What joy she's brought into my being. Were it not for the consequences, I would have grabbed that empty-headed angel right then and there and... Empty-headed. With that, he flicked a button on his chair's arm. One of the screens on the wall came to life, revealing the workroom where his lackeys were scurrying about to do his bidding. The one seated before the frame, the rotund googly-eyed Hyoso, looked up and gave a start upon seeing his master's face. Mayuri Dano. How may we assist? Why? I want you to bring to my chamber GGI #13K497. A very noticeable twitch appeared in one of the flunky's eyelids. FF497? Mayuri Dano, that particular Jigai was, Arim, destroyed. He swallowed before continuing. As per official instructions received following the order of execution by the Chamber of 46. The black and white terror mask gazed back at Hyosu unblinkingly, and he began to sweat through his white robe. I care nothing for the official report you submitted, stomach brain. Unofficially, I want that Jigai brought to me in the exact same condition it arrived. If this is not done within 15 minutes, I'll simply use you for what I have in mind. Mayuri cut off the connection, and proceeded to busy himself with other matters. 10 minutes later, there came a knock at his door. No one was in the hall when he opened the portal, but a preservative body bag was waiting on a gurney. Wheeling it in, he moved into one of the research rooms located off his office. Kuratsuka turned the lights down low, and then lifted the bundle onto a soft red couch designed to resist all stains. From a pedestal that came up out of the floor, he then began to withdraw his special scalpels and syringes. Without further ado, the demented genius opened the bag, revealing a unique Jigai that he knew beyond a shadow of a doubt bore the unmistakable mark of his former boss, Kisuke Urahara. He grinned to himself. Simply because I can. And with that, he fell to. So glad to hear from you again, my dear. Yeah. Nice of you to pick up, so to speak. I've been very busy with things on my end. But considering that we're all still here and everyone now knows everything they need to know, I suppose I should congratulate you. Splendid job. Thanks. Oh, by the way, our Shiba friend says hello to you. Ah, yes. Wish them well, give them all my best. Can do. Well. What? Are you trying to annoy me? The three of us are still not precisely in the best spot defensively right now. I keep expecting something unpleasant to pop up on my doorstep. Or maybe even something pleasant. I'm still working on that. You know, that's usually the answer people give when they've been dragging their feet and not wanting you to realize it. I should know, having used it quite a few times myself. Have you been allowing certain people to distract you? Such as, you know, the charming head of the Kukaki. I can keep more balls in the air than just one or two. I'm multi-talented that way. Give me some credit, why don't you? Oh, I do. After all, you are the only one of us still capable of moving freely between here and Seoul society. Very useful, that. But enough distraction. Even if you've only learned a bit, I would still like very much to hear it. So please. All right, if you insist. I've enlisted a few friendly souls to help us in our efforts. I haven't tried to approach any of the others directly. There's too great a risk they might send up a warning flare if I do. Still, something interesting has come up. I'm going to look into it when I pay old man Kukaki a visit, see if we can't at least dispose of one big name. Start with the least conspicuous, I suppose. I wouldn't underestimate him, if I were you. Never. Do I need to remind you to clean up after yourself? Nope. That's my girl. You're what? I didn't write anything. Keep a civil tongue in your head, Taeku. The children send their love. Whatever. Over and out. Oriamanu was humming cheerily to herself as she cracked an egg open over the blender. Next came, well, something in French that she couldn't quite make out. The closest culinary term she knew was escarole, so she decided to throw it in. Just because she had some from last week's grocery shopping. It probably wouldn't change the taste much anyway, and might even make it better, now that she thought of it. The truly great chef can't be afraid to experiment. She declared loudly, and then turned to look at the portrait of her brother in its shrine. That's what you taught me, Uni-sama. Bustling about the tiny kitchenette, the busty redhead noticed that she was holding a spatula. Why would she be doing that? Something like this was usually only meant for. She smelled something just as the fire alarm went off. With a yelp, Orium dashed to the stove and removed the chocolate and rice mixture, which had turned a distinctive shade of deep black to match the smoke pouring out of it. Frantically she flung the whole thing into the sink and turned the faucet on. Her momentarily relief turned to dismay when an incredible gout of steam shot to the ceiling. from black to white. It reminded her briefly of that incredible light display that had topped Sokioka Hill when Ichigo and Rukia's brother had finished their clash. It was so strange to be standing back in this tiny normal apartment again and remember something so completely and utterly beautiful. Inu cast a look around her brightly decorated home as a small bit of longing entered her heart. She knew that it wasn't truly over, not with what she had seen afterwards. But somehow, it felt as if she was really no longer a part of that distant world anymore. Others who were better suited had risen to take her place, both in healing and for the sake of Ichigo's. A loud knock came at her door. Jumping, it finally dawned upon her that there had been someone knocking for the last 30 seconds. The flustered female dashed to the entrance of her home, flinging it open and already launching into a hurried apology. "I'm so sorry, please excuse me, The edge of a sword came to her throat. "You're too trusting," a voice from behind then whispered in her ear. Standing frozen on her doorstep, Orium stared stricken at the fading sunset, too afraid to even blink. "Really, Captain, what do you think you're doing to our host? Teaching her a lesson about security. I believe she understands. So if you would." There was the sound of someone making a disgusted noise in the back of their throat, and the lethal implement moved away. Trembling, Orium turned slowly about. A short woman with shoulder-length black hair was stepping backwards, returning a wakizashi to its sheath strapped horizontally at the small of her back. A white sleeveless robe fell to her ankles, and on her hard yet definitely pretty face was an expression of icy condemnation, as if she were plotting to strangle everything in sight and Orium in particular. This lady sent chills up the girl's spine. The second visitor had quite the opposite effect, being around the same height as her partner, wearing a form-concealing haori with a Nodaki sword hanging from a cord off her shoulder. This woman's face was older, but sweetly beautiful, reminding the girl of certain movie stars she had seen that were exceptionally suited at playing motherly roles. The black-braided goddess was regarding her with equal parts amusement and affection, like they were sharing a private joke. It made Inu feel very happy and light to see her smile. "Forgive us for entering this way," the gentle one spoke. "My compatriot felt it would be necessary in terms of, clandestine purposes." "Oh." Orium responded faintly. And then it finally hit her. "Oh. You're from Soul Society." Her uninvited house guests exchanged glances, as if to ask, she hadn't figured that out yet? Before another word could be said, she had popped over to them and bowed respectfully. "Welcome to my home. I'm Orium Inu, and we know who you are," the one on the left spoke. "So iPhone Teiko, please," her partner remonstrated her. "Show some courtesy to our host." "I am. You should check to see who it is before you answer your door, girl. There are dangers for a woman living alone. I could have killed you 10 different ways while you were standing there apologizing. 20 if I had been alone." The older one blinked. "Why would your being alone have changed anything?" "Witnesses," she grunted back, as if that explained everything. "Perhaps, now would be the best time to perform introductions." At this, her more accommodating guest inclined her head. "Orium Inu, we have met before, but never been introduced. I am Anoha Naretsu, captain of the 4th Division in the Godi I-13. To my right is So iPhone, captain of the 2nd Division. Once again, forgive us for entering your home unbidden and unannounced, but certain matters must be kept secret." "Well, that's all right. I guess. You're both welcome in my home. You're friends of Rukia-san's, right? Please, make yourselves comfortable. Can I offer you anything to eat?" So iPhone's menacing scowl managed to turn blacker. "We're dead, simpleton. What could you possibly feed us?" Inu thought about this for a moment. With a flash of inspiration, she then sped over to the shrine devoted to her brother, picked up some of the manju she put out for him from last night and flashed back to offer it to the 2 spirits. Now even Anohana seemed to have no idea how to react to this. After a while, Orium began to get nervous and abashed. "It's something we put out for the dead. It's really good. I bought it at the grocery store on." Her voice died away, and she realized that she was performing quite poorly as a hostess and possibly even insulting these 2 very important people. Then Anohana stepped forward and took the proffered foodstuffs. "Thank you, my dear. We appreciate your hospitality. A welcome smile can make any home seem a castle, and yours would put this dwelling on equal footing with that of the king of Seoul society." Again, the solitary teenager's heart glowed. "You're very, very welcome. Both of you." She beamed at Retsu, then So-iPhone, who seemed somewhat taken aback by this open and heartfelt friendliness, as though its like was unknown to her. The captain of Squad 4 spoke up then. "Orium-chan, if you're not too busy, might we take some time to speak to you about certain issues?" "Certainly, Oka-san." She moved to get some pillows to sit on, and then froze with the realization of what she said. Turning slowly, the blushing beauty stammered, Sorry, Captain, I just called you Mom. It was a slip, please, don't think anything of it, I was just..." Anohana seemed to be having difficulty holding in her laughter, hiding her mouth behind one voluminous sleeve. As for So-iPhone, she was giving Orium the same look Tatsuki sometimes did, reserved for those times when she claimed to have no idea what precisely the other girl was talking about. A few minutes later, the two spectral visitors were seated in the living room with Inu sitting across from them. "I will come to the point," the elder captain started things off. "I have journeyed here to extend you an offer concerning your future. Captain So-iPhone has been assigned as my bodyguard during this visit, owing to the volatile nature in which our world remains at this moment." The tiny assassin had finally consented to sit down after inspecting absolutely everything in Orium's apartment. She now kept quite still. Only her eyes darted about, perhaps at some sound or sign that no one else could hear, like a chipmunk sensing danger. It was rather fascinating to watch, actually, but when the captain caught the human girl staring, those eyes became positively vicious, causing Orium to almost break her neck looking away so fast. At this point, the full gist of what the second ghost in white said sank in. "My future?" "Yes. Specifically, after you die." "Oh." She considered this. Orium then bolted upright. So-iPhone's hand suddenly held a dagger that came up, only to have her wrist caught in Anohana's firm grip. "I'm going to die," the girl wailed. Eventually, the petite death god muttered. "Not now, dear." Anohana strove to console their frantic ally. "I was referring to whenever it is that you finally join us in Seoul society. I didn't mean to imply you were about to die." Although, she thought glancing down at So-iPhone's deadly reaction, perhaps you were. They finally managed to calm the frightened child enough to continue, with Retsu taking the lead again as usual. "As I was saying, though we do not usually approach mortals prior to their passing so as not to unduly influence them, in your case any such precautions are unnecessary. To put it simply, Inu-chan, I believe that you would make a splendid addition to my own unit, the 4th, which is tasked with the treatment and preservation of those souls at risk in Seoul society." "I remember," Orium breathed. "You saved Rukia-san's brother while I was working on Kurosaki-kun." "Yes." The medical mistress smiled. "How is young Master Kurosaki, by the way?" "A-okay." Orium shouted this while closing her eyes and thrusting out her arm with a thumbs up. Something whistled by her cheek, then, and when she opened them it was to find So-iPhone and Anohana glaring at one another, with their own outstretched arms crossed together. "Very peculiar. Wonderful to hear, my child. But getting back to the purpose of this visit. As you know, the war between Seoul society and the Hollows has been going on for thousands of years. Even if things hadn't turned out as they had recently, the need for competent healers would still be a high priority in our line of work. Certainly, we have no intention of losing this forthcoming battle, but that is not your concern at this moment. Regardless of the outcome, conflict will always exist on some level, for the rest of eternity. With the level of life-saving ability you administered to both your friends and several of my own comrades, it is clear that you have abundant heart, mercy, and spirit necessary to work wonders in our ranks. That is why I wanted to reach out to you before any of the other divisions, to be the first to. Captain Mayuri already offered me a job," Orium blurted out. The ancient medic paused. "Pardon." "Oh, don't worry." She waved her hand desperately. "I wasn't about to take it. He had just blown up several people right in front of me, and he would have completely freaked me out even if that hadn't happened. You should have heard some of the things he said to me. You know, and Orium leaned forward to whisper conspiratorially, then, between you and me, I think that man might be crazy. Genius, so iPhone muttered in her husky voice, letting her gaze roam about the room. Yohanna spoke up swiftly. The fine line between insanity and genius, Orium-chan. It's an expression that is often used in regards to Captain Kuratsuki. Don't worry, so iPhone snapped sharply. Mayuri Kuratsuki has been warned not to interfere in your lives any more than he already has. Really? Orium regarded the taciturn fighter closely. The look of warning in that face might have been directed at everyone in the room, and she wisely chose not to press the issue. Well, as I said, this visit was simply to let you know some of your options and the respect we hold you in. Hopefully you'll remember us when our worlds intersect once again, Orium-chan. You have my thanks for listening to this old woman's concerns. Anohana made preparations to stand up. As she did, the bouncy redhead leaped upright. Oh wait, don't go. Please let me make something for you to take back to Seoul Society. It won't take more than a minute. I still feel I haven't been a proper host this evening. That's really not necessary, child, we're neither of us able to. Wait just a moment. With that, Orium rushed from the room, pausing for only a second to wonder why there was a dagger embedded in her wall. The captains looked at one another speculatively, but remained where they were. After a minute, their inscrutable server came back with her arms filled with what appeared to be books of some kind. These she carefully deposited in 2 neat stacks before the death gods. Here. Orium panted breathlessly. While you wait for me to finish, please enjoy reading these. They're research material I got about Shinigami. I picked them up before I went to Seoul Society so I could brush up on your customs and not offend anyone while I was there. They're very popular here, have a look and I'll be done in about 15 minutes. Before a word could be spoken in reply, the girl had dashed behind the partition to the left separating them from the kitchen. Anohana and So iPhone stared at the offered manuscripts. Eventually, being less suspicious of their provenance, the older captain reached out and picked up one of the colorful volumes. She studied the cover, then tried to puzzle out the name of the tome. Soul Eater. She mumbled curiously. Intrigued, Anohana turned to the first page. She was startled to find a blend of what appeared to be both drawings and words comprising the contents. A quick scan through the book revealed that it was done entirely in this format. Intrigued, the diligent reader then turned back to the front and began her progress. So iPhone remained on alert. She did not touch the literature. 15 minutes passed. The sounds from the kitchen continued. Orium poked her head back into the room and shouted joyously, just another minute. Anohana smiled at her, and the teen went back inside. So iPhone leaned over. Anohana Teiko, we really should be going. Her charge nodded absently. Yes, my dear. Just as soon as Orium-chan finishes her work. It shouldn't take long. She then went back to reading. Half an hour went by. So iPhone began to engage in muscle loosening techniques. Anohana continued flipping pages. From the kitchen, Orium sang, just a few more minutes. 30 minutes later, So iPhone spoke up. Teiko, I must insist we leave immediately. In response Anohana only murmured, interesting, while remaining engrossed in her new hobby. An hour later, while So iPhone had turned to polishing several of her weapons, a horrible blaring noise came from the kitchen. She was up and dashing forward in an instant, and almost collided with Orium, who emerged at a run clutching a strange round device that was emitting the calls. Escaping into another part of the house, the cacophony cut off with a splash and what sounded like a lid slamming closed on a box. The girl then came back in with her shirt wet and proclaimed that it would just be another minute. The master shinobi watched her return to the cooking area, noticing wisps of smoke that came out between the curtains. She was starting to become annoyed by this mission. Anohana did not seem to have noticed this escapade. After another 40 minutes, when she had used up everything she could possibly think of to keep herself occupied, So iPhone sat down and picked one of the books off the stack closest to her. She read the cover bemusedly. Death Note. With a disinterested shrug, she opened it and began to read. 1 hour passed. So iPhone and Anohana sat side by side, stock still. Each held a manga before their faces. A gout of flame shot from the kitchen and passed an inch in front of them. Neither Shinigami moved. A minute after, they both reached up at the same time and turned a page. So there is a nurse, Anohana explained. She treats the children when they are wounded fighting, but the truth is she is actually an evil witch trying to raise an ambiguously sexed demon god and unleash insanity and fear upon the world. And Maka, you remember her? With the scythe boy? She learns of this and goes beneath the school to confront a cabal of witches and... So iPhone sat with another volume before her face and did not respond to any of this. Thank you for waiting, Orium chirped. I hope you like them. The captains stood before an open portal to Soul Society. Anohana took both of the presents, regarding the objects bemusedly. Thank you, Orium-chan. She peered at one closely, then looked back up. What type of food is this exactly? Caramel nut-covered apples. The girl hopped up and down waving her arms excitedly. The Shinigami regarded these objects on sticks. I made one for Yachiro-chan too. Please give it to her when you see her, I know she likes sweets. Retsu accepted the proffered confection and smiled warmly. Thank you for everything this night. I have not had this much fun in ages. She turned back to her fellow officer, whose back was turned to them. So iPhone Teiko, do you have anything you'd like to say to Orium? The Stealth Force's mistress turned about, and both women took an involuntary step back at the look on her face. I see it now. So iPhone whispered. It makes so much sense. Everything could all work out this way. The plan is perfect, it would only require the proper application of Kido and penmanship. I must return to Soul Society and inform everyone of the possibilities. Gleaming black eyes trained on Orium. Thank you, Orium-san. When the time comes, I will make certain that your name is not among those condemned. Now, I must go. With that she stepped into the dimensional distortion and passed from the face of the world. Anohana took all 3 candy sticks in one hand and reached out to touch Orium's face tenderly. The unearthly caress registered against her skin as goosepimples and something like a warm breeze. On impulse, Inu stepped forward and hugged her. A look of surprise crossed the physician's face, and then she returned the embrace as best she could. They parted, and with a last benevolent smile, the Shinigami elder left the beauteous princess alone once more. To be continued. Chapter 18, Aftermath, Wolf and Lady. Grimjoe Jiggerjacks bent and picked at a mound of grey dirt, only to watch it crumble away. Nothing more happened. He grimaced and stood back up, letting the dust pass through his form uninterrupted. Paw. The Aaron Carr spat. Reminds me of home, only even more like a dry world. I can't believe this place has even less spectral density than down in the earth. There is water here, Tia Haribel spoke in muffled tones. Buried deep and cold, but I can feel it. As for spirit intensity. And she glanced about before moving past him, you'll soon see a force like nothing you've ever known. The Quinta Espada stuffed his hands in his pockets and loped forward to catch up to his superior. For a time they walked side by side through this desolate landscape, neither bothering to speak. The lack of air was not what prevented them. Both had simply grown accustomed to silence in their long quests for personal power. As a result, he and the Segunda actually got along as well as any two vicious monsters actually could. Far ahead, the pair of Shinigami they followed had crested a rise and descended into what was no doubt another crater, much like the last few they had walked across. Although this in no way meant they were out of earshot, Grimjoe took this as an opportunity to ask something that had been bothering him. How did you learn about this thing, anyway? Haribel glanced over at him, her livid sea-green eyes standing out against the deep brown tan of her skin. His own half-open blue ones shot right back. Considering that they were all that was visible of her face above that high collar, those eyes certainly commanded one's attention. It was still somewhat unnerving to finally see the face that had been hidden for so long behind a hollow's mask, even if only partially. But having broken the silence, he was not about to back down now. Finally she turned her gaze forward. The moon and the ocean are connected. One obeys the pull of the other. I lived in the seas long enough to recognize that bond. After a while, it occurred to me that something in that satellite was pulling me as well. Very faintly. Eventually I realized there was only one thing it could be. After I was no longer in Aegis, I came to investigate. I found it. They continued for a while. And Grimjo finally pressed when nothing further came. And I ran. Tia ghosted up over Arise, then turned to watch him from the summit, her expression hidden behind the white veil. Were it not for Aizen, I would still be running. Believe it. This admission, coming from a being who had aspired to and succeeded in becoming an all-powerful Vastolord, served to give the Panther Demon his first real idea of what it was they were risking in coming here. He joined her at the lip of the crater. Glancing back behind, Jaeger Jakes could see his Fraxion moving in a close-knit group of 5. The dearth of spirit particles in this place made it difficult for those reaped Jillian hollows to move as easily as them. Farther back, the Septima Espada, Araniro Aruruari, was bringing up the rear to catch any stragglers. 6 Jillian. 1 Aegis. A Vastolord. And 2 Shinigami. That made 10 in all. The same number of the Espada. Part of him had wanted to question Aizen if this was done intentionally. But the Quinta had ultimately decided he didn't really care. After all, before long he would see just what it was they were. Grimjo had turned and looked down into the depression. He had to tell himself not to run away. Shit, the Arrancar breathed, something similar to fear-struck or rendering him otherwise speechless. Come, Harrybull floated past him. It can't reach you yet. All the same, don't let it smell your fear. A second later, the realization that he was trembling caused the undead war machine to spring forward, biting back silent imprecations of wrath and a queer bloodlust that usually only came upon him right before a fight to the death. Catching up to the aquatic vampire, they approached the point where their Shinigami leaders had stopped. Aizen turned and smiled at them in what might have been reassurance or simply to prove that he could do so even in the face of this abomination. At his side, Kanamtason was as impassive as ever. They all turned to look at it then. It looked right back. It was a hollow. That much made sense. There was a mask, one scarred and cracked in several places, giving it the appearance of webbed porcelain. The rest was like something out of Grimjo's worst nightmare. The monster was crouched down on its haunches. It resembled a wolf, but bigger than any beast had a right to be. It was a behemoth, 90 feet at the shoulder. The top of its back was even higher, of course. Now to be sure, he had seen hollows much bigger than this. Jillian grew to soaring heights. The thing was, no mere size could explain the terror this creature exuded. It was as if he were a hunter on the trail of prey, only to look back and realize what he was actually doing was running desperately away from something following right behind him, just the last lagging rear guard of a horde fleeing from the king of the beasts. The wolf's coarse spiky fur was black and twisted, except down its back, where what looked like a profusion of smaller pelts of varying colors and sizes were clumped together into its flesh. Normal body proportions were not at work here, shoulders muscled like a bull's, 2 shoulder blades protruding unnaturally high like jagged wings. It had a tail, but it looked more like a malleable spiked club with an arrowhead point. The hind legs scratched against bare rock, looking capable of rending this planetoid's surface in pieces. Its shin bones actually divided in half, and as Grimjo watched its feet split apart, 2 identical appendages gouging furrows before snapping back together again. Where most canines had a duclaw, there was something that might have been a vestigial arm constantly clawing and ripping in all directions, sometimes even scratching the beast's hide so it dripped blood that just as quickly flowed back into its body. At the elbow junction there was what could only be described as a mouth that opened and closed depending on its members' relative positions. There was a profusion of claws like obsidian boulders on far too many toes that were longer than necessary and scaled in the manner of birds. Completely and utterly freakish. The bone mask that marked it as one of them was frozen in a permanent snarl. Its mouth seemed to open at the front somewhat, but after a second of closer inspection, he realized that perfect round circle wasn't its mouth. It was the monster's hollow hole. In its mask, even, of all the crazy things. The only part of its head visible were ears that curved like horns. And of course, the eyes. Black sclera. Orange irises. Pupils that burned white with power. That and one other thing. Madness. It's insane. Grimjo whispered, resisting the instinctive urge to draw his sword in attack. "No, my good Grimjoe." Eisen turned away from them as he spoke and spread his arms, a circus ringmaster revealing his prized wild specimen to the astonished masses. "It is the Fenris." At these words, a hideous snicker, like the rolling echo of 1,000 mad hyenas, coursed through their souls. "Shin Shin Shinagirl?" A feeling settled over Grimjoe without warning. Reaching up, he placed a hand around the hole in his abdomen. Something felt wrong. When that thing spoke, it caused the void at his core to respond somehow. He could feel his hollow hole reacting, pushing out, almost like it was sucking up the insanity that buzzed in every word the unhinged entity uttered. Or perhaps, it was merely clamoring to be more like the unrestrained Vastolord. The Espada understood that he was considered quite mad even among his own brethren. But with him, there was always a level of control. "Perhaps," he thought while gazing upon the thing, "this is what's kept me from becoming like him." Certainly when meeting the other three, there had been a sense of heightened awareness, like their unbelievable power was a whetstone that ground against the sword of his senses, sharpening and refining his own strength to a level that could withstand being in their presence. It had been as if his soul were calling out to him, bathing in the supernovas of spirit and demanding he find a way to match that hungry beauty. After seeing this, I might want to find a new goal in life. Unholy eyes rolled around in their sockets until they settled on the sun flaring brilliantly at the center of the solar system. "Burning all day and nig tsrk full and hopfiend, you return." The Fenris suddenly slammed its head down, beating it wildly against the moon's surface. All but Eisen looked upon this med display with revulsion. It then pushed its snout over the dirt, twisting around and rubbing the side of its muzzle frantically back and forth. After a while, this deranged scratching began to slow, until at last the impulse seemed to have run its course. When it had grown still once more, Eisen took a step closer. "I'm pleased you remember me, your lordship. When last we met I promised you that upon my return, I would free you from all your prisons. Are you quite ready to leave this place?" "Eisen-sama." The Lord of the Hollows turned a questioning glance back. Behind him, Kaname-Tisan stood with his eyes cast down. His stance was loose and undisturbed, but Grimjoe noticed that one hand remained on the hilt of his katana, much like the Arrancar's own. "Forgive me for speaking out of turn, but I am concerned for your safety. If this course of action is necessary as you say, would you not consent to allow me to perform the procedure in your place? Should anything go wrong, I am expendable, while you are not. It seems to be a risk." "Makes sense," Grimjoe thought. "But that's just me. What does ol' Eisen-sama think about it?" Judging by the way he just stood there and stared at the blind swordsman, apparently it was not a good thought. But just then, the master schemer smiled. Closing his eyes, he chuckled ruefully. "Tisan, you know I value your opinion, but I am afraid no one else can take my place in this matter. Forgive me for speaking so bluntly before all our friends, but you simply lack the necessary power to activate the Hogyaka fully in this matter. We have spent almost a month experimenting with it, and I am unwilling to wait any longer. Time is a great factor in my calculations." He turned about. "And besides, we are already here. It would be rude to intrude upon a man's home without so much as offering him a gift." The elegant powerhouse flashed over and stood before the giant Hollow's mouth. It cocked an eye down at him, then looked away, and back again quickly. Grimjoe felt a rush of excitement through his veins. Watch, the thing's gonna eat him, no doubt about it. Bye-bye, King Sosuke, hello, Anarchy. But this did not happen. Instead, Eisen held up his hand, in which a polished round diamond gleamed like a star in the palm of God. "You may have reason to resist this," he spoke calmly, "but I advise against it. You will only be fighting yourself." Of a sudden the clear gem turned black, seeming to flood with inky Ryotsu. The perimeter before their leader began to waver. After a few moments there appeared to be a circle drawn in the air. A wind stirred and swept across the moon's surface for the first time ever, born completely of spiritual power. This sensation increased in potency, until now it was more like a wave crashing down upon them over and over with all the regularity and primal force of the actual tide. Grimjoe couldn't help it. This was simply too much for him in his current state. He drew his sword and shouted the release command. "Scratch out, Pantera!" The transformation completed, revealing an armored war-panther. His long blue mane snapped like a banner in the wind, and Jaeger Jakes bared his teeth, bringing one black-clawed arm up before his face. Beside him, he noticed Haribel had also drawn her sword. However, she merely held the hollowed-out blade straight out before her like a shield. There was no evidence of distress in her bearing. If she was afraid, the Segunda wouldn't allow it to show. So resolved, the two warriors stood and watched this display, unlike any they had previously witnessed. The immense magic circle had solidified into what might have been a giant version of the Hogyaku. Over the surface of this jewel, images swam. Like a reverse mirror, it showed them what lay within that construct, but in the manner of a funhouse variety. Everything was warped and distorted. Grimjoe could see teeth and claws that flailed out in all directions. A forest of pelts bristled suddenly with a million mouths that reached out screaming for deliverance, before white bone jaws turned back and crashed down upon the host, devouring them all. Low, rumbling snarls more in line with the coughing of a dying dog mixed for a moment with what might have been words Inglaterra fastodium mert vo baba procreve tu scotchy besalamax on otholoftankarar sukokoro, and then were replaced with the unmistakable howl of a wolf. Clearly then, there appeared the outline of the Fenris, all in black against a red background. Like a shadow puppet show. It was shuddering, flinging back its head in what might have been pain. All of a sudden the mouth split wide. He thought it was for another howl, but then the ghost panther realized something was forcing those jaws open. Wider and wider they went, and whatever came out continued its progress, grasping each mandible and unrelentingly pushing them apart. The Fenris mouth began to tear, and its lonely calls were now shrieks of pain. That rent spread backward as the new form began to stand upright within the monster's maw. It was ripping the beast in half, and, it's a man, he realized. That shadow belonged to a man. The black silhouette placed one foot on the wolf's bottom jaw, heaved itself upright, and the Fenris gave one last awful howl as it was torn apart. Eisen lowered his arm. In front of him, the magic dome began to dissolve at its top, the disintegration traveling downwards in a rush of golden sparks. When it was gone, a naked man with shoulder-length curly brown hair crouched where once a freakish nightmare had lain. He was sleekly muscled. A scraggly beard adorned his chin, and black hairs drew lines down his pectorals, arms, and legs. There was a hollow hole in his sternum, and a complete canine jawbone hanging under his chin like a necklace. Those figures' eyes were closed. The Shinigami overlord walked forward until he stood just an inch away. He studied his latest creation appreciatively, as did all. It was then that something dawned upon Grimjoe. "Hey!" he growled. "The guy's chained." It was true. Gleaming now very faintly, like dewdrops on a spider's web, small links formed lines that wound around the newborn Arrancar's body, binding his wrists and ankles, lacing over his shoulders, and even traveling up into his mouth. The chains, for indeed that was what they were, looked unbelievably fragile, more along the lines of something a human lady might wear around her ankle. But as they watched, Eisen reached down to grasp one of them, and gave a sharp yank. The strand went taut, but did not break. Sosuke came upright and shook his head admiringly. Truly remarkable. Even the Hogyaku could not affect it. For this, we must needs look for something more specifically fashioned to the purpose. With that, he glanced behind him. "Grimjoe, please call your fraction." As he obeyed his bidding, the master then called out, "Araniro." The Septima Espada appeared at his side, and a moment later, Jaeger Jack's men arrayed themselves behind their captain. The king of Hueco Mundo regarded them all and nodded. "Each of you take up positions where the chains are fastened." The white-clad delinquent and his crew walked slowly around the three in the middle. He noticed that there were indeed strands of gossamer moonbeams that trailed off from the refashioned Fenris form. 6 of them, to be precise. These then seemed to anchor at equidistant points around the perimeter. Approaching one of them, Grimjoe kicked at the spot where it entered the ground. Sure enough, when the dust receded there was a seal of some sort inscribed into the rock. His comrades were busily locating their own spots. Just then, Shalong Qufang passed by. The eldest numero gave him a searching look, as if questioning the validity of this venture. His king only gazed back disinterestedly and shrugged, as if to say, "What are you gonna do?" With a nod in the affirmative, His former hunting partner moved on until he located the only unoccupied seal left. From there, they watched. It was too late to rethink trusting that man's judgment now. Aizen was moving around, inspecting everything before proceeding. Tison and Aruruari trailed in his shadow. Haribel now stood behind the bowed form of the Fenris, her weapon still in hand. At last, the orchestrator of this event apparently deemed everything ready, and the trio returned to the center of the magic hexagram. Sosuke had placed a firm hand on the shoulder of the masked Jillian at his side. This was the whole reason behind Metastasia's creation. The sacrifice must be done willingly, or it has no effect. All it means is that this form will not be complete from now on, nothing more. Rest assured, there will be no pain. I promised, remember. Even covered up as he was, Eriniro looked more shaken than Grimjo could ever remember. Couldn't blame him, really. Being asked to give up a part of your body was not something he was particularly keen on, especially after having fought so hard to create it. As he thought this, there came a subtle change in the other Espada's Ryotsu. He must have made the switch already. Keep it together, two heads, he thought, or you'll wind up dog food. Aizen had drawn his own sword. When he did, Aruruari flinched, and then relaxed. Do you feel anything, my old friend? No, Aizen-sama, the composite entity responded in a completely different voice than usual. I don't feel a thing. I'm ready anytime. Good man. The ex-captain crossed to where Tison stood and removed a large sheet of folded paper from the inside of his robe. He handed it over to his sightless subordinate. Grimjo couldn't help but snicker at this. Having a blind guy read an incantation. He noticed how one brown ear twitched then, and wondered if his amusement had been heard. Maybe the prick will have something to say to me about this afterwards. A grin crossed his lips. He would relish the opportunity if it presented itself. I will keep our sacrifice stable, Aizen was saying. Be sure not to make any mistakes, lest our activities be noticed by a certain party. As he turned away, his former student looked up. Aizen-sama. Grimjo could have sworn he saw that proud figure sigh slightly. Yes, Tison. There is something I wished to point out. He opened the fragile paper and held it out carefully. In my previous study, I noticed this line here reads, in blessings unparalleled, the pillars stand / chains of blood, chains of hope / 6 houses of nobility strong, ... Kaname pointed to the verse in question. 6, Aizen-sama. But there are only 5 houses, including the Shiba. Sosuke came about and regarded his underling coolly. He held up 5 fingers. 5 noble houses. He pointed at the Arrancar with the other hand, ticking them off. 5 separate vassals. Then his finger turned upon Grimjo. There is a 6th house, though. The house of the king. And we have our own king of the beasts right there. Fitting, yes. His arms dropped back to his side. Are there any more questions, Tison? No, Aizen-sama. I merely wished to make certain this document was accurate. Your concern is noted. Now let us begin. The master magician traipsed over to rejoin the first-generation Espada. At a sign from him, Eriniro removed his left glove. The pale-skinned hand beneath trembled slightly as he reached out, but without any hesitation, the Shinigami hybrid did as he was told. The tips of his fingers entered into the hollow hole of the motionless Fenris, where they remained. Grimjo knelt down and touched the stone seal. His men followed suit. Tison began the chant. It was long and flowery, the way most Shinigami spells seemed to be. But this one took forever. After 10 minutes of reading, they still weren't done. Granted, Dreadlocks was taking his time so as not to make any mistakes, but come on. I could have stalked, killed, and eaten an entire division of Shinigami in this time. Grimjo shifted around to keep a cramp from forming in his legs. Waiting like this was never his strong suit. And to make matters worse, this time, there wasn't even a pyrotechnic display to watch. Nothing happened. They were all just standing around with their thumbs up their butts. The hunter ground his teeth and resisted the urge to spit, uncertain if this might disrupt the fancy spell or not. He moved his neck from side to side. Had Tison made a mistake somewhere? Shouldn't at least something have taken place to show that it was working? Seriously, winter could come and we'd still be sitting up here. Ain't like listening to this doofus is high on my list of cool stuff anyway. Can Aimtison spoke one final word. He lowered the parchment. As he did, the chain beneath Grimjo's hand snapped. At the same time, Araniro Aruruari's arm exploded from shoulder to fingertips. Shit, the Quinta muttered. It really happened. Across the way, the Septima gazed down at the bleeding stump of his left limb. The bloody remnants were sucked up into the Fenrir's void. He turned to Aizen, who nodded approvingly. While they all watched, a winding glob-like tentacle emerged from Aruruari's wound and sprouted out to arm's length. Flexing the appendage experimentally, the Espada gazed on it for a moment, then gave up with a sigh. Reaching down, he retrieved the discarded glove and clumsily slipped it back over the gaping fang-filled maw surrounded by stubby tentacles. With this in place, it did look more like a hand, but from now on, he would apparently have to keep the left arm of this form disguised, for it would never again appear to belong to that of the deceased Shinigami. Shedder, Kyoka Suijutsu. It seemed that any need to confound Araniro's senses had passed. Aizen sheathed his sword once more. Nicely done, he nodded approvingly, and moved over to inspect the fruits of their labors. The Fenris still made no response to any of this. Nodding to Haribel, who remained with blade bared, he reached down and began to slide the unresisting implements off that powerful body. In just a few moments, they all lay scattered in the dust, gleaming like the slime trails of slugs in the bright light. When the last was removed, Aizen stood up. They watched. Broad shoulders flinched. They rolled slightly. With head still bowed, the Arrancar raised one leg with a groan. Placing a hand on the upraised knee, he then began to lever himself up. Behind him, the Segunda aimed her weapon in readiness. The Fenris paused. There came a giggle, high and crazy. Then he spun, and without hesitation, Haribel thrust. Her sword took him in the mouth and stopped. Teeth clamped firmly on the tip of her bared steel, the Fenris grinned, orange eyes dancing madly. Tuck your soul at ma facey, lil sista, he rasped from deep in his throat. The spiky-headed blonde cast an inquiring glance at her lord. Aizen nodded. From behind, Grimjo saw the muscles that had been straining in her shoulders relax, and his superior stepped back, flipping the blade to catch it on one finger and thrust it into the sheath on her back, all in one movement. Retrieve the chains. Grimjo and his hunting party proceeded to do so. As they did, all heard Aizen say, "Welcome to freedom, Fenris." The creature turned towards the calm-eyed Sophisticate. He then rose to his full height, and they looked at one another directly. "Coyote," the former prisoner said. "Coyote Stark." With an S. Stark grinned wolfishly, which Aizen returned. "Let's take you home, Primera." He was sleeping, when the wind blew across his face in a way that roused him from slumber. Blinking open his eyes, Jinrei Kukaki strove to determine what had disturbed his rest. This did not take long. Standing before him, arms folded over her chest, was a person he recognized instantly. "Lady Shihoan," he croaked. She nodded back. "Good afternoon, Kukaki-sama." A feeble smile lifted his lips. "You are alive. I thought for sure they had killed you. Like they did Hiruto." The regal lioness did not return his smile. She did not move at all, in fact. Only stayed there watching him closely. "You're Yuaki-chan, have you been to see your father recently?" Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Give." And the old man coughed, wheezing, "Give him my best. My old friend. We discussed your future, he and I. My son is of marriageable age. You know him. Hiruto. A magnificent composer, his works are still played today. Byakuya says." He stopped. "Yes. Byakuya. I do recall. His father is dead. And you trained him well. The mantle has passed to him. He is lord of the Kukaki now. May he rule with courage and conviction. All his days, watch over him, dear lady." And he closed his eyes as a shudder passed through his body. "How are you feeling, Jinrei Kukaki?" His head lolled to one side, and he stirred restlessly in his sedan chair. Tired. So very tired, yes. I wish to rest. Has my time still not come? I wonder why. So do I. And Yoriyuki stepped forward. Cautiously, she reached out and took his hand. Her father's ancient ally continued speaking as she worked, and the young woman did not miss a word while remaining focused on his every movement. I miss the sound of music. They will not play when I ask them to. Disgraceful, to deny me my pleasures. Have I not denied myself for long enough? It is wrong to tell an old man no. Tears were trickling down his face without cease. She increased the pressure. Run, he whispered. Run to me, child, they are aware of you. Run and tell me what you saw. No, look out, behind you, my daughter, my lieutenant, do you not hear me? The Manticore. It is right behind you. Flee, child. Flee. A horrible premonition stole over Yoriyuki. I will not. I will not do it. You cannot make me. Jinrei's eyes snapped open, filled with rage. His ryotsu flared for a moment. And then it died, as the look on his face turned to fear. No. Please do not hurt them, they are only children. He is all I have left, and she has his heart. I hear it when he speaks her name. Yoriyuki. I drink. Damn you to hell, you treacherous monster. I drink. Do you see? I drink. When she heard her own name, Yoriyuki drew back. Jinrei Kokeki coughed and sagged forward trembling. She stared down at him, and then her eyes slowly turned to the table beside them. On it there rested a white porcelain sake flask and cup. Mercy, it wasn't you, the noblewoman whispered. I thought you might have wanted to destroy them all, but, you're just like him. Faithful to your honor, even unto death. In an instant she was down on one knee beside him, her strong brown hands gripping those aged shoulders. Jinrei-sama, look at me, she pleaded. Look at me, it's Yoriyuki Shihoin. Do you remember me? My father told me to trust you back then, when the great houses seemed about to fall apart. I'm sorry I ever doubted you. We need your wisdom now. War has come again. Only you can tell me what I need, because you were involved in it before. Come back to me, please. And with that, she traced the symbol of healing on the side of his neck. The mark glowed. Nothing. He seemed to have lapsed back into sleep. The spell, whatever it was that had brought him to this state, had proven too strong. A desperate frustration blossomed in her. An instant later, it transformed into hope. Byakuya needs you. Do you hear me? Your grandson needs you. That silver head flinched. There came a rustling, like dried leaves on the wind. A red maple leaf flicked across her field of vision. But there were no such trees in this part of the estate. War. Then Jinrei's head turned and he looked at her with utmost lucidity. Daughter of Shihoin. Wars are meaningless, unless they resolve the source of the conflict. We knew this, your father and I. You were a young warrior then, little more than a child. You never saw and knew the half of what we did. How the king's family itself sought to wrest power from all the rest, through treachery and bloodshed. It took tremendous sacrifices to finally reveal this to us. The head of that house was a younger cousin of the king, of age with my own son at the time. Shihoin and Kokeki worked together as the manor wars still raged, striving to put together the pieces, and at last we exposed the truth of his intentions. There was never any evidence to prove what I suspected, that in fact it was the king himself who had a hand in this matter, and he had known and approved of his family's work. Perhaps he feared the rise of our clans over his own. In any case, when the conflict was resolved, the king declared that to expiate this shame, as he called it, his own house must be destroyed, from root to branch. This might simply have been a way of protecting his authority, to ensure that none could speak out against him. But as I said, there was no evidence, at least not enough to openly question the decision. I myself played the role of executioner for the lord of that house, after stripping him of his position in the Central 46. I questioned him at the end, but he revealed nothing, and so I took his head, as was my duty. Captains of the Godii 13 were employed to see the rest of the slaughter was accomplished in a single night. Who? Yuryuki pressed him softly, fearful of breaking whatever control he had regained. Which divisions did this? A muscle in Jinrei's cheek twitched. The first. Yamamoto. The 13th. Yukatake. The second. Shihoin. The 6th. Kukaki. The 7th. Shiba. Not her own family, or his. That much was certain. Yamamoto? He would never disobey the king. And Yukatake? He would never disobey Yamamoto. Or would he? Hadn't recent events proven that even that son of the old man's heart could turn against his old teacher? But wait. That's something else. What about the other two? Not the 4th? Or the 8th? His lips quirked. Shiba. Yuryuki frowned. Was he slipping away again? No, you already said them, Jinrei-sama. What about Anohana and Kiraku? Were they involved in this? He didn't respond. She reached out to touch the healing mark once more. As she did, Jinrei's hand shot up and clamped down on her wrist. This time, the strength of his Ryutsu almost knocked her away. His eyes were burning when he turned to look up at her. For just a moment, in the face of that power and clarity, she wondered if she had not been mistaken and she was indeed in the presence of the enemy. Shiba blood holds the sacrifice. It wasn't his voice. Not really. Similar, but all the same. She realized then. It was not just Jinrei. This was his Zanpakuto. They stared at her out of that body's wasted sockets. Both of them, Blade and Master. The false king has broken the seal of Shiba. Their sacrifice has proven in vain. The great wolf has slipped the chain Gleipnir, and so, Ragnarok. Doom of the gods. What? What was this? The raven god has only one eye, their venom is the product of the king's treachery. 4 children of the false traitor. Hell's ruler, world serpent, dead man, and... A strangled noise emerged from Jinrei's throat, as if he was choking on his own words. Sweat began to pour off his face, and Yuryuki reached out to embrace him swiftly. He had said it. They were right. It couldn't be just a coincidence. Who is it? Fight the magic. Tell me their name. Damn it, tell me. Who is the 4th traitor? His mouth came up, and... He whispered a spell into her ear. Yuryuki drew back, surprised. Jinrei looked up at her, and she could see there, in his face, a plea for help. Hiruto makes wonderful music, do you not think? Lady Shihoin. She watched him for a while longer, hoping against hope that something more would come. He was strong and clever, he had resisted worse than this in his life. But after a few minutes in which he continued to mumble and reminisce, it was clear that the curse had won. The flash goddess stayed with him then, listening to his stories, until he fell asleep. She set him back in his cushioned comfort and drew the blanket up to his chin. The old man looked worn and beaten, and she cursed whatever wicked soul had conspired to do this to him. At that thought, her eye fell on the flask of wine. Picking it up, she sniffed experimentally. Shihoin studied the unmarked bottle thoughtfully. Her coming here had not provided the answers she had hoped. But then, perhaps she had gained something. A shorter list of potential candidates. Any who might have participated in the slaughter of the 6th noble house, and could have taken the opportunity that presented itself. I have evidence, now, she thought. It's in my hand. This flask works on a sleeping Kido command. Whoever made it had to recite the incantation to the victim in order for it to take effect. That means it wasn't Aizen or either of his men, they've been gone for almost a month. It was someone still in Siridi who has been drugging Jinrei. I know you exist, she whispered. I might not know who you are, but I'm going to find out, and sooner than you think. So saying, she vanished. What's wrong? I've got it. Definite proof. The trio's a quartet. Incredible. We're smarter than I ever realized. I don't suppose. No. Whoever it is, they covered their tracks. But Jinrei gave me more than that. He confirmed there were more captains involved, at least at the end. It's not impossible that others had a hand in it as well. So you're certain it isn't Jinrei Kukaki now? Positive. It seemed to make sense on its face. I knew he blamed the chamber for his son's death, and he was definitely a major player in the Manor Wars. He's powerful and above reproach, seemed like the perfect fit for a traitor. But they've been drugging him. I think because he found out who they are. And they're still here. I'm sorry. I know you always thought highly of him. Do you think there's anything we can do? I'll send a sample. You and Tessai can analyze it, but my guess is it's a lost cause. The curse is too strong for any death god magic to break, and it's been eating at him for too long. I'm afraid we'll be getting no more help from that quarter. It might kill him. So where does that leave us? In a bad way. He said something that I'll have to check on with Shiba. It could be the worst news yet. And you call me morbid. Just keep your eyes peeled. They know where you are now, don't forget. You happen to figure out what clued them into that, by any chance? Yes. I'll tell you later. You're too upset right now. Me. You. Don't play innocent, your handwriting always gives it away. Just keep safe, give Tessai and the kids my best, and try to stay out of trouble. Same to you. Feeling rather tired and annoyed, Rukia settled her hands in her lap and attempted to smile reassuringly. Across from her, the small figure's eyes managed to grow even wider, a feat she would have believed impossible just a moment before. He looked as if he thought she might fall upon and devour him at any moment. It reminded her of someone. Could the timid fellow be of relation to Hanataro Yamada? The memory of that meek, curious, brave little janitor caused her to look on this messenger in a more compassionate light. To try and allay his concerns, she gestured to the table set before them. Please, help yourself to some refreshments, Tsubokura-san. You look as though you could use a chance to rest. At this wholly innocent remark, he reached up and patted self-consciously at his unkempt brown hair. Rukia noticed the small pigtail tied at the front tended to stiffen whenever he grew uncomfortable, which seemed to be all the time. Though his eyes darted over the spread of honey-rich cakes and various sweetmeats with something akin to romantic longing, Rin Tsubokura made no move to accept the offer. Oh, that's very kind, but I really shouldn't. Annoyance came back full force. I insist. The ruling lady managed to put equal parts irritation, imperious command, and dire threat into just 2 words. Apparently this was how you got people from the R&D Bureau to obey you. Furin immediately stuffed a large pecan dumpling and a handful of Turkish delight into his mouth. He looked like a chipmunk sitting there sweating and shaking miserably. After a heroic attempt to chew with his cheeks so full, the wretched researcher gave up and simply swallowed the contents in one gulp. Rukia swore she could see his neck bulge out as it traveled down to his stomach. Several of these are based upon confections one would find in the modern mortal world. Do you like them? She inquired pleasantly. He gave a jerky little nod. Something to drink? Yes, thank you, my lady. He learned fast. At a sign from Rukia, one of the servants hovering at her back brought forth a tray with beverages. She knelt beside him to proffer the selection, but Rin, who looked particularly ill at ease, could not seem to look even a maidservant in the eye now, and reaching out, he simply grabbed the first container that came to hand without bothering to turn his head. Seeing the unwitting choice he had made, his hostess could not help but smile in amusement, but covered it up by bringing a fan before her face. Now, then. Let us move to the purpose of your visit. Yes, Your Highness. He seemed relieved to be over the social niceties. As I said, I was sent to. He seemed to notice for the first time what he was holding. Rin stared in puzzlement at the rectangular container. His wide glistening eyes came up to hers, as if hoping she might dispel the mystery surrounding this object. Juice box, she supplied helpfully, still hiding behind the fan. One of the rarest beverages my home has to offer. You will not find its like anywhere in Seoul society. I'm honored, my lady. The kid managed a sickly smile, and proceeded to inspect the inconspicuous container while continuing his report. Yes. Well, as it happens, I have. Rin upended the box to inspect the bottom, then hastily set it back for fear of spilling all over the floor. When not so much as a drop came out, he seemed to grow even more puzzled. Good news. Yes, good news. You see, in regards to the sample you provided us, we have isolated the precise nature of the compound and traced its origins. It is rice wine brewed 157 years ago from the... He shook the carton slightly, now starting to sweat once more in the face of her intense examination of his efforts. For her part, Rukia was howling with laughter on the inside. Plum Creek Mountain Brewery in the 13th ring of northern Rukonga. The specific batch was traced to a sale made to a representative of the 8th Division at that time, one Lisa Yadomaru, a former lieutenant. Now, as you may know, there was evidence of magical tampering with the liquor. Rin had located one of the thick cardboard folds that comprised the package's makeup and was attempting to peel it back, without success. Which after finally locating we analyzed to determine its nature and purpose. There is no intrinsically harmful factor to its design. He had located and detached the straw. However, now there were two objects he could not seem to open. In fact, the apparent effect of the spell is to act as a neural catalyst. If ingested, the serum will provoke a temporary malaise upon the victim. The actual purpose of this twisting and bending the flimsy wrapped item is to set up the body to be highly receptive to other specific spell structures that can be administered at a later date. Like a vaccine in the mortal realm, only reversed. However, the strength of the compound was very diluted, we believe, to prevent non-intensive examinations from locating it in the wine. Only someone who was in a delicate physical state, like recovering from wounds, to the soul, would. At this point, Tsubokura fell silent and simply gazed blankly at the uncooperative juice box and its implement. While he was so deep in thought, Rukia at last decided she had enjoyed this situation enough. Reaching out, the informed observer deftly plucked both items from his grip. "Have you been able to determine who cast the spell?" she inquired while removing the straw from its packaging. "No, my lady." He was absorbed in watching her efforts, apparently too curious to be afraid. It was made in such a way to avoid leaving any maker's mark. There is nothing more we can learn from it. I see. With that, Kukaki poked the sharp tip into the small silver hole, completing the transformation from sealed treasure into tasty beverage. "That's amazing, Kukaki-sama." She murmured, glancing up. Rin appeared to be much more relaxed now, as if the application of a solved puzzle had done wonders for his peace of mind. It was actually rather charming how his face lit up and become so innocent. "I just had a very cruel idea. What a coincidence." "So did I." With that, she raised the straw to her lips and took a sip. Rin gave a start. "It is quite good, actually," Rukia said contemplatively as she lowered the item. Then, without further ado, she held it back out to him. The lab rat froze. His eyes went from the box, to her hand, to her face, then swiftly away, back to the box, towards the guards around the room. Then, having clearly realized that he had no choice in the matter, he accepted the offering with trembling fingers. Thank you, my LL lady. I am very grateful for the pains your organization has endured in shedding light upon this topic. You have my thanks, Rin-san. She spoke calmly and without inflection, as if there was nothing awkward that had just taken place. Certainly none of the servants reacted with any sign of discomfort by word or deed. That was one part of the report I was expecting. Does Captain Kuratsuki have any news of progress made on the second half of our arrangement? He had yet to try the juice himself, only held it somewhat gingerly between his fingers. My lady, the captain developed 27 different theories as to how one might achieve the end result you wish. He has eliminated 15 of them, however it is Mayuri-sama's opinion that the current hypothesis is the most plausible out of the prospective remainder. My master requests that you attend upon him at the earliest convenience to observe the results of these experiments, so that the lady may determine for herself if they meet her expectations. Rukia gazed meaningfully at her courier. Another trip to the madhouse. Well, I knew what I was getting into when I began this venture. The sooner I get it over with, the better. Now, when would be a good time to visit? Apparently while she was absorbed in pondering her schedule, Rin came under the impression that her unblinking focus on him was a silent remonstrance for his not having tasted the previously sampled beverage. He then jammed the straw into his mouth and proceeded to suck the thing dry in 2 seconds flat. Your master has my wholehearted congratulations for his triumphs so far. If it does not inconvenience the good captain, I believe I may call upon him at midday tomorrow. Please relay the notice of my arrival, and give my regards to all those concerned in this project. The noblewoman stood up then, and Tsubokura leapt to follow suit. His face was red, and the box was still clutched tightly in his white-knuckled fists. I will do as you command, Lady Kukaki. A pleasure meeting you, Rin Tsubokura. If you will excuse me, the guards will show you out. Please feel free to take any of these delicacies back to your fellows, with my compliments. With that, she turned and swept from the room. That was more fun than I expected. What an adorable little guy. Not the word I would have chosen, but yes, much more pleasant than I imagined anyone working for Mayuri Kuratsuka could ever be. You think he'll tell anyone about what you did? I think he will perform a memory wipe on himself the moment he leaves the manor, to keep from telling anyone. It won't be much longer now, I don't think. I can't wait to rejoin you. As do I. After a while, Rukia made her way back to her brother's office, where she had been working diligently before being called away. The idea of her approaching manifestation of Sode no Shirayuki back into a blade had served to lift her heart somewhat. But upon stepping back into the chamber following the attendants opening the doors, the full weight of her duties come crashing down. Right now, she was attempting to puzzle out the family finances in terms of several other impending projects under her supervision. According to his physicians, Byakuya was no longer in any danger in terms of his health, and would be resuming his role as the Lord of the Kukaki sometime in the next few days. Provided anyone could find him, he seemed to have a tendency of disappearing from his sickbed for reasons unexplained. At any rate, before then, she hoped at least to have managed to formulate her actions into a readily defendable form. Seating herself at the desk piled high with notices of payment and contracts both fulfilled and noticeably delinquent, the earnest young woman began a more thorough accounting. Drawing upon her rapidly returning magical resources, she spoke a few mantras. Several dozen rows of glowing orange digits and characters appeared in front of her, to begin flitting rapidly through successive changes. All she had to do was think of a name and it was located for her. Items specified as being of interest to her current search were highlighted in green. This was a manner of information retrieval she had picked up from her Kido instructor, Momo Hinamori. The lieutenant had a fair share of paperwork as part of her daily responsibilities, and had developed this system to avoid having to go searching blindly through stacks and stacks of records. It was marvelously efficient, and not for the first time, Rukia regretted being unable to thank the merry soul responsible, seeing as how she remained confined to the fourth under emergency observation. Whenever a pertinent resource appeared, the death god reached up to touch those lines, and the corresponding article materialized at her seat. It was rather astonishing the sheer enormity of names and alliances that were flitting across her field of vision. The Kukaki had dealings with so many different people, businesses, and entities, it would have been impossible to try and do this by herself. It shall be a most welcome relief when it will no longer be my responsibility to handle this chore, she reflected. I haven't been able to even get in some basic hand-to-hand training with Yumi Chika since I returned, and considering I'm still without a sword, I should think that... Rukia stopped. Hold on. What was that? Did I just see what I thought I saw, or was it my imagination? She concentrated, and the panoramic display of information rewound. There, I was right. It is. Rukia studied the information closely. As she did, her jaw fell open slightly, eyes going wide with shock. No. It couldn't be. It just couldn't. I'm reading this wrong, I must be. That can't be what it says. But it was. She read it over 4 more times to be sure. Rukia Kukaki gaped in absolute disbelief at what she had just stumbled across. A cold so intense it actually hurt settled in her stomach. This is impossible. It has to be. I have to. Rukia, don't jump to conclusions. I'm not. And with that, she leapt up and strode from the room. The servants dogged her steps immediately, but she took no notice of their presence. All her thoughts were focused on one thing, and one thing only. I'm not jumping to conclusions. I am going to get to the bottom of this myself. And I am not going to be angry when I see him. No, I am going to speak to him reasonably and calmly, as befits a person of my station. So he tries to join the on Mitsukido to get the lieutenant's post at the second. He insists on wearing those shades to the trial, and it's at night. Wound up almost assassinating the instructor by mistake. Then Iba goes and joins the Kido Corps. For 2 months he's memorizing spells, chanting rhymes, and dancing round like a goof. He'd probably still be there if the 7th hadn't lost theirs, then he hot-footed it on over, enrolled, and in just 3 weeks he's sitting among a mob of fighters from the 11th listening to a comrade reciting this tale. Yumichika Ayasukawa looked up from his drink as a shadow fell over him and smiled with genuine pleasure. Why, Rukia-chan? What brings you? She hauled off and punched him in the mouth. Ayasukawa's head jerked back, and then slowly came forward. All sound in the previously raucous room had ceased. The way he looked at her then. It was like he had been expecting this. That only served to make her more furious. You lied to me? She hissed. Her trainer, friend, reached up and touched his lips, inspecting his fingers for blood. Finding nothing, he set down his cup and came to his feet. Rukia actually took a step back, fearful. Sweet heaven, am I really afraid? That Yumichika might strike me? Just yesterday, I couldn't have thought of anyone less likely. But that was then. Today I know, he's. Just then, a faint smile lifted one corner of his mouth. But there was no such response in his eyes. Rukia-chan, he spoke softly, please, come with me. He turned and walked away from her then without bothering to look back. Standing there all alone now, the black-clad Shinigami felt unbearably self-conscious at how many people were staring at her. They seemed quite shocked by what had just happened, which was unusual, considering that there had been several fights going on when she came in. These were the most prolific and vociferous warmongers in all the afterlife. They routinely risked their lives in combat with hollows on an almost daily basis and either came home laughing or dead. Unbeknownst to her, however, even among these heroic warriors, there were 3 rules that were never, ever broken. Number 1. Never surrender. Number 2. No sweets for the vice captain after midnight. Number 3. Do not hit Yumichika Ayasukawa in the face. Addendum to rule number 3, he'll kill you. She left that hall, and several men and women bowed their heads respectfully. Dead God walking, one of them muttered. Coming out into a covered lane that ran along the side of this 4th-story establishment, Rukia spied her quarry strolling off to her left. She jogged to catch up with him, her short legs requiring 2 steps for each of his. When she did close the gap and slowed down, however, no words were spoken between them. This was unusual in and of itself. Normally he, at the very least, could be counted upon to fill the void with airy chatter and light-hearted exhortations on his favorite topic, himself. It was this, more than anything, that made her feel immeasurably guilty. But in the face of this there was also some intense anger. Rukia was sick of all the lies that seemed to hang off every tree limb and lurk in every shadow of the Shinigami's stronghold. Was there absolutely no one in here with an honest face? Were they all covering up crimes and misdeeds of one form or another? Just what did she have to do to get someone to talk straight to her around here? About 10 minutes later, they had reached what she recognized as the quarters reserved for officers of this division. Hardly anyone was around. It would seem that even the seated members in the 11th preferred to bunk down with all the other soldiers in the common barracks. According to rumor, Sikatetsu, Kian, Captain Zaraki slept out in the open on a bed of nails by the sparring fields, with Lieutenant Kuzajishi curled up in a cat box beside him. It was crazy to think it. But then, so was Captain Zaraki. At last the 2 of them stopped by a plain door with the kanji for 5 written on it. Ayasukawa gestured for her to enter, looking quite calm and disinterested. Like he was trying very hard not to feel anything. The suspicious look she gave him, did it hurt? No point in asking, he wouldn't admit to it anyway. I came to get the answer straight from him. So resolved, Rukia entered the dwelling. A glass bead curtain with a picture of a flamboyantly displayed peacock cast onto its strands hung at the end of a short hallway. After removing her shoes and passing through the clacking strands, the wary warrior stepped into a room out of a Persian fairy tale. Silk curtains of various hues hung from the ceiling in arcs. Plump cushions with gold tassels and precious metal thread designs sewn in were arranged neatly around a small pool in the center of the room where flower petals and small glowing round candles floated. This gave enough light to see your surroundings but left much of the room in shadow. What looked like a wooden swing on two thick velvet ropes was hanging over this. A carved sandalwood cabinet dominated the center of the far wall, its scent faintly tickling the nostrils. Several large mahogany dressers with burnished copper fittings were arranged around the other empty spaces, their tops holding a few vials of perfume or bottles of strong drink. Halfway to the ceiling the walls were set with small alcoves that held more candles, next to which hung a few dozen ornamental swords and daggers of various make and origin, all with intricate designs on haft and sheath. Mirrors topped the dressers or hung from any other available surface, allowing one to see your every movement reflected back at you. Rukia had been in this boudoir twice before. It was rather enchanting, but always made her just a little uneasy, imagining Yumichika entertaining more intimate company in such a setting. She never asked him what went on in this room when she wasn't here, or with whom. Curiosity only went so far. And her dandified friend was actually a rather private person in some ways. How much do I know about him, she asked herself. After today, clearly not enough. Turning back about, she found the Pleasure Garden's owner standing behind her. Candlelight reflected off his hair and danced in his purple eyes. That same expression of disinterest lingered. It actually reminded Rukia of her brother Byakuya. Not the new Nii-sama, the old one, the man who looked at everything as if it could all die and he would not care a whit. This comparison served to stoke the wrath she felt inside her, and she got right to the heart of the matter. My brother paid you. The feathers woven into his lashes rose a fraction, but nothing more. He did not speak. Don't try to deny it. Although really, he hadn't. I saw my family's account books. Your name was in it. Yumichika looked at her for a time, and she stared right back, waiting for him to make an excuse or offer some kind of explanation. Instead what he did was turn about and move to a cabinet. Opening one of the drawers, he removed a tin of salve and proceeded to dab it onto his slightly swollen lower lip, keeping his eyes locked firmly on a mirror. This was unlike him. Usually you could count on the most extravagant reaction possible when it came to this battle-loving beautician. The unnatural silence only served to strain his accuser's already jangled nerves even further. Glancing around, she took stock of her surroundings and the relative distance to the exit before continuing her invective. It certainly would have been nice to have a soul cutter to threaten him with right about now. You've been receiving monthly payments from our family for years. Ever since you started training me. You let me go on thinking that you were not a part of my brother's dealings, but you were just another one of his hired tutors and spies. Did you report my training progress to him? Did he tell you to handle me with care, so as not to damage the little noble? How long have you been in his payroll, really? Back at the swamp, was it then that he first approached you? When did this all begin? Damn it, Yumichika! She screamed when he continued to perform his ministrations. Talk to me. Tell me what to believe, because I don't know what's true and false in my head anymore. I'm so mixed up, nothing I believed in is the truth. Everyone here has been wearing a mask, everybody lies to me, everybody. I never lied to you. Rukia stopped to draw breath. What? Ayaskawa turned back around. Now he was smiling again, but it was a candle's flame compared to the brilliance of his regular beaming face. When I asked Renji Abarai who the prettiest girl in the entire 13th division was, he said you. That was the first I ever heard of you, and the second thing you asked me about on our first mission together, if you'll recall. So I didn't lie. Was his memory really that good? She certainly couldn't recall precisely what the second thing she might have asked him was. They had so many conversations since that day, and so much had happened, who could remember what was said or by whom? You called him a pretty idiot. I remember that much. Don't confuse me any more than I already am. This is about him, not me. If you say so. She was feeling a good deal calmer though, and proceeded to take a seat on the floor. Her thought process continued apace. Alright, maybe it wasn't a secret conspiracy that brought them together that day. But if not, then what was it? Wait, maybe now would be a good time to get some things clear. Did Renji ask you to look out for me? Is he the one who arranged for you to tutor me? For that matter, did anybody tell you to keep an eye on me? Tell the truth, now. For a heart-stopping moment, the image flashed through her mind of Jin Ichimaru pointing her out to Ayasukawa as they stood with arms draped over the other's shoulders in chummy fashion, laughing and smiling while she stood unawares. Mercy, who served you a fat slice of paranoia today? Kinnet. I have every right to be suspicious. But even while asserting this truth to herself, the look her bob-haired confidant was giving her made Rukia feel equally ridiculous and unworthy. Oh, Rukia-chan, he chuckled, shaking his head. This has been a rather trying couple of months for you, hasn't it? I suppose we should have gotten things out in the open long ago, if they were going to wind up causing you this much distress. So in the interest of minimizing your grief, let me make a few things perfectly clear. He moved to squat before her, holding up one finger. First off, no one told me to spy on you. Renji-kun talked about you almost non-stop, that is how I came to know so much. And I never told anyone anything about you that might have come back to hurt you. That is the truth. She was about to question him, when Yumi Chika held up another finger. Second, the one who offered to train you was me. Your brother did not seek me out, I sought him out. After Kaien Shiba died, Renji informed me that you were quite despondent at the loss of your instructor and friend. I decided entirely on my own to help you. Why? The dumbfounded girl asked suddenly. And this time when he smiled, it was just like old times. Because Rukia-chan needed me. I knew what you were capable of, and more, what you could become. I decided that I wanted to help you become as beautiful on the battlefield as you were in every other area of life. The idea of contributing to something so splendid and worthwhile filled my heart with joy, and so I went before the Kukaki Prince and offered my services as your fighting tutor. It took a great deal of effort to assure your overprotective sibling that my intentions were decent and in no way intended to soil the lady's virtue. I would have had an easier time convincing my captain to let me style his hair. He winked at her then, and in spite of her resolve, Rukia found herself smiling. Ayasukawa's eyes twinkled as he continued. Once an agreement was reached, he insisted on paying me. I made it clear to him that I was very well off and did not do this for the money, but he insisted that a fee be rendered, so as not to have any whiff of indiscretion. And I suppose that's Byakuya Kukaki's way of binding someone to his will. I can't speculate, I don't really know the man. On a side note, Rukia-chan, in regards to your earlier comment, I never once went easy on you in our lectures. In fact, after the first one, your brother sought me out and informed me that while our arrangement would stand, if ever he felt I had gone too far in terms of violence on your person again, he would kill me without fail. I responded that you were capable of taking anything I could dish out. You are, in fact, quite sturdy, my little dancing flower. A lieutenant-level fighter would have a hard time besting you, in my expert opinion. Well, he's back to flirting with you. Things can't be that bad. So while your brother-in-law did pay me, he did not, as you put it, buy me. I never spent a penny of the funds he provided me with, they are all safely locked away in reserve for you, Rukia-chan. Not that you would ever need it, but I decided long ago that since it was money tendered for your improvement, then the best use it could be put to was one you decided upon. Is there anything at this moment you've been dying to buy but never felt it was worth it? Faced with this question, Rukia blinked and thought for a moment. After a while, she managed to come up with, well, I've never had a pet before. I don't count. He responded quickly, and Rukia broke out laughing. Yumishika-san. She hit him affectionately. With the sudden contact, though, the seriousness of their situation set in once more, and her features fell. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hit you back there. It was childish and stupid. No, you shouldn't have. And yes, it was. But I understand the reason behind it. Abashed, Rukia glanced up at him. Can you forgive me? At this, Yumi Chika shook his head. No. When her face fell, he quickly added, but only because I never held it against you in the first place. Reaching out, he placed a warm hand over her own. You've been through hell lately, Rukia-chan, the sad-eyed combatant spoke with sympathy. I'm sorry to have been a burden to you, even for a while. Her head dropped with a sigh. I spent nearly every day in that cell trying to resign myself to death, Rukia murmured. Convince myself I deserved it, you know? To do this, I thought constantly about all the people I had hurt and failed. My friends from childhood. Kai and Shiba. Even Ichigo. A wan smile drifted over her face, and Ayakawa did not fail to notice the subtle change in her overall demeanor. When I realized that he had really come to save me, it was like, he was right there. Like he had just slapped me in the face and told me what an idiot I was. I tried to deny it, but even while I was wallowing in misery, that little bit of hope never went away. Right up to the end. It hurt more than anything, and I was ashamed of myself for clinging to life so desperately. What's to be ashamed of? There were lots of people fighting for your life, do you think they felt ashamed for it? Why, even Byakuya Kukaki put his heart on the line for you at the end. A good thing, too, he added cheerfully. She cast him a searching look. Why's that? I'd have had to kill him if he hadn't, Yumi Chika drawled. She gave a snort, and Ayakawa flashed a huge grin. Then he said, I would have slit his throat. When she regarded him strangely, he just smiled, then turned, and began teasing his hair in one of the mirror's reflections. How is your dear brother, anyway? You looking forward to him running things again while you resume the role of the loveliest lady to never have to work a day in her life? He was just teasing her, as usual. But the joke had hit its mark. Yes, actually. I will be glad to quit this, your ladyship, business. I thought people were uncomfortable around me before. Even Ichigo was walking on eggshells for the first few days, can you believe it? Continuing with his stylings, Yumi Chika only offered, I cannot. I only wish, Rukia continued forlornly, glancing down at her side where a scabbard no longer hung, I actually did have a job waiting for me right away. After tomorrow, I needn't concern myself with paperwork and wedding invitations anymore. But I can't go straight back to being a Shinigami. They won't allow me to stop by the mortal world to visit, my friends. The rules state that we need to have a soul cutter available to perform our duties. You can't even do a Kenso without it, though perhaps killing hollows would still be an option. Certainly is for my crew. Come to think of it, I don't believe any of our boys even know how to do a soul burial. Why don't you ask to sign up with the 11th for a while, Rukia-chan? No, thank you. She shot back huffily. I have no intention of participating in a round of, you chop me, I chop you, Renji told me all about how the 11th amuses itself. Besides, and Rukia Kukaki closed her eyes then, taking a deep breath, I will go back into battle with my Zanpakuto beside me, or not at all. It's just a matter of waiting for my energy to return to the proper levels. I can bear with it a few more days. I can. But that doesn't mean I won't still be miserable until then. Then something strange happened. Rukia felt someone's hands on her waist. Surprised, she looked up to find Yumi Chika lifting her off the floor. Automatically her hands moved to grasp his forearms for security. He stood up fully, bringing her to eye level. For a moment they just stared at one another, her violet orbs round with astonishment and his gleaming brightly. Then the brazen warrior stepped forward and settled his burden gently down on the swing at the center of the room. Swaying faintly back and forth, Rukia grasped the velvet lines, her feet drifting just a few inches over the pool. He had stepped back and stood watching now with an intensity that caused color to rise to her cheeks as she sat open-mouthed like a songbird in a cage. Ah, Ayakawa sighed whimsically, what an absolutely breathtaking sight. And me without my camera for once. She was just about to make a retort to this, when he held up a manicured hand. Rukia-chan, do you still trust me? No hesitation now. Of course. Can we trust you to keep a secret and never tell another living soul? We? Whose? Never mind, it's not important. Not more secrets, she almost wanted to moan. But seeing the oddly serious look on his face, the dangling damsel responded back with, if you want me to, I will. Good. Then please hold out your hands. She obeyed, and once he judged her ready, Yumichika unsheathed his sword. She flinched slightly, but otherwise made no move. We really do trust him. It's true. Yumichika Ayaskawa held out his soul cutter to one side. Split and deviate. He whispered. What? Ruriiro Kyojaku. The outstretched blade glowed, and then burst into luminous blue-green shoots that resembled a peacock's tail feathers. Before she could even cry out, those bonds wound around both her and the wielder. Nice to finally meet you, gorgeous. Huh? Likewise, my beauty. Who the heck is that? As she thought this, a soft pulse of energy suddenly radiated out through her being. Surprised, Rukia looked over at Yumichika. His eyes were glowing with the same weird light as had his weapon. More strength flowed into her, alien, but almost immediately adapting to her body. She could feel the magical bonds feeding power into her in careful increments, and knew that Ruriiro Kyojaku was working to ensure there was no reaction to this transfer. Her eyes drifted closed. The sound of her heartbeat became audible, but louder than usual, and she realized this was because their souls were flowing at the same pace. It felt like she had slipped into a soothing bath, and unconsciously the awestruck maiden let out a soft moan. A tingle of pleasure coursed through her, and it was impossible to say from which of them it originated. Then the feeling of togetherness began to fade. Rukia-chan. She didn't want to open her eyes, she had to hold on to this feeling, this closeness, this. And she felt lips brush gently against her cheek. Look down, Rukia-chan. She obeyed the command. There, resting in her outstretched palms, was the unmistakable shape of her own Zanpakuto, Sode no Shirayuki. Dumbfounded past anything resembling disbelief, she could only gape. It's rude to stare, don't you know? You can give it a rest, it really is me. But, how? Your soul energy is at normal levels. He gave it back to you. She quickly realized that how didn't matter. Rukia hugged the warm blade tightly to her chest. The tears that came now had nothing to do with sorrow. Remember your promise, little Rukia. Looking up, she caught a glimpse of fading ley lines of energy, and nothing more. The teary-eyed girl was alone in the room. With a gasp she looked around, but there was no black-clad popinjay hiding in the shadows. Rukia leapt off the swing, landing in the pool up to her ankles. She splashed out and dashed to the door, tearing through the screen and running out into the daylight in her socks. She looked all about. Nothing. Not even a telltale flicker of Ryotsu to mark his passing. A moment later her head felt unbelievably light and giddy, and Rukia found herself slumping down to rest with her back against a wall, the hilt of her saber nuzzling against her cheek. A high like she had never experienced coursed through her veins, and she wiggled and giggled uncontrollably. If anyone saw you like this, they'd think you're in love. What? Oh. Right. To be continued. Chapter 19, Aftermath, Cougars on the Prowl. My captain can write while walking. Did you know that? Not that other people can't too, but when he does it, his penmanship is as steady as a rock. It's so beautiful. If you saw two examples he had written while standing up and sitting down, you couldn't tell them apart. He's just that amazing. Kian Katetsu's eyes were blazing with adoration in a way that almost made Kyokaku Shiba feel guilty. Apparently the same could not be said for Yoriyuki, who reached over to fill the little Shinigami's cup once more. Bottoms up. To health. The feline fugitive declared, and they all proceeded to toast. Shiba. The scantily clad technician bellowed before chugging it down. Yuka take shama. The girl slurred just a tad, but got the booze to her lips all the same. This is like clubbing a baby seal, Shiba thought. It's wrong no matter how good it feels. You certainly are in the know about your captain, Yoriyuki purred then. Ah, here we go. She's finally getting down to business. Yep, Kian giggled. I know him, I do. Not in the sense of sleeping with him of course, that would be just wrong. He's like my father. And I'm his daughter. He'd never do that to me. You too, maybe. You guys both have incredible boobs, do you know that? She stopped. Wait, I'm sorry, I got off on the topic of my captain again. What were we talking about before? The daily report logs for Shinigami, Kyokaku replied helpfully, settling back and adjusting the burnous around her tangle of long black hair. Yes. They're drinking, Buddy exclaimed gleefully. Then she sat bolt upright. I mean no. I don't read those. Every one of them. I know I'm not supposed to, they're made only for the eyes of lieutenants, captains, and the people who wrote them. But I'm kind of a lieutenant. Ever since Kyan Fukutaiko died, me and Donkey Face have been. Of a sudden the girl trailed off. She turned horrified eyes on where Kyokaku was sprawled, head propped up on her one good arm. Shiba-san, I'm so sorry, I'm an idiot, mentioning your brother like that, we all loved him here, he was so nice to me, everybody really, when he was killed I thought the whole place might fall apart. The disgraced noblewoman leveraged herself up and bunked the girl right on the forehead. No apologies. She snapped. We didn't come over here to cry in our beer, we came to drink it. And didn't my brother tell me that you were the most prolific drinker in the 13th? That wasn't all he had said about the then 5th seat, but that could be left for later. And the most well-informed, Shihoan chimed in again. I don't think anything gets by our little Kian-chan here. Nope. A violent shake of the head caused the person in question to sway dizzily for a moment. I know everything. Anybody finds stuff out, they come to me. Then I tell everybody else, the captains, the floor sweepers, the gate guardians, everybody. It's a beautiful system, she mused, and then reached forward and dipped her cup into the brew, sending some of it sloshing out the sides. I'm called the mistress. As she did, Yoriyuki leaned in and whispered in her ear. The girl froze. Her eyes came unfocused, then slowly closed. Sitting in the seated officer's room, both women waited patiently. After about a minute, the ex-captain spoke. Kian. Are you listening to me? Nothing at first. Then a slow nod of the head. Yes. Yoriyuki glanced at Kyokaku, who raised her eyebrows as if to say, what? I did my part, it's all up to you now. With that, the golden-eyed shapeshifter settled in and assumed a serious visage. Did you read Kukaki Rukia's journal entries while she was on patrol in Karakura town? Yes, the answer came sleepily. Did she ever mention finding people there she had met before on a previous mission? Yes. The very last entry. She said she recognized the shop's name. Shiba settled back and sipped her drink, glancing out the open window at the stars gleaming against a velvet black sky. It would be a beautiful night to light off some fireworks. Yoriyuki stirred. One question answered. She pitched her voice a little lower. Kian, did anyone else other than you know about this? Captain did, the entranced midget whispered. When she went missing, he went through her daily reports with a fine-toothed comb. More than usual. He reads them all. All of them. We have to. And she smiled lazily. We have to keep ourselves informed about what's going on. That's what Captain says. Anyone else? Guy from the Kukaki. He asked for them. I gave them to him, got some choice gossip about Captain Ice Sculpture and gave it to my sister. She's hot for him, she wants to make him melt, she's all like. Enough about that. Yoriyuki looked just a bit annoyed, her eyes narrowed slightly. Oh ho, Kyokaku thought to herself. I do believe the cat's cream just went a little sour. But she didn't dare speak it out loud, partly because her voice would disrupt the spell, and mainly because this was too good an opportunity to squander recklessly. There was a measure of gentleness in the way the next question was phrased. Now, I want you to think about your captain, Jushiro Yukitake. Well, this is unexpected. Thought for sure she'd ask about Aizen right off the bat. Her lids came up a fraction. Kian's face positively glowed. No problem. I want you to think about everything, his habits, his friends, his routines, and tell me, is there anything that seems off about him? The light in her eyes dimmed quite abruptly. He's sick. Her interrogator looked ready to brush that obvious comment aside, then stopped, considering. Sick how, Kian? What exactly is Yukitake's illness? I don't know. Kian looked as if she might cry. He never tells me, we're not supposed to talk about it with anyone. The others know. Anohana. Yamamoto. Shunsui. Something wrong with his chest, he has difficulty breathing, and he coughs up blood. There's so much sometimes, I really think he's going to die, and I get so scared I could scream. But he never does. He always manages to pull through. He's a true fighter, a legendary warrior, the best. He'll never die. That last came in a rapturous whisper. There was silence for a while, as Yoriyuki pondered her next question carefully. Have you ever seen Yuka take without a shirt? Cheeks flamed like roses then. Yes. Did you notice anything peculiar? Shiba's eyes flicked over the top of her cup, curious in spite of herself. No. He's perfect. My perfect hero captain, I hope he knows how much he means to all of us. This information apparently fostered no reaction, whether disappointment or relief. But with that ninja jonin, who could tell for sure? Not I, she laughed to herself. Have you ever noticed a recognizable pattern to his episodes? A shudder went up the spellbound child's frame. Like the meetings. What meetings? The general captain meetings. A nod yes, and then quite quickly no. Not all of them. Only the ones where he has to stay afterwards. Why? What happens then? I don't know. Nobody can tell me. There were tears in Kotetsu's eyes now. I've asked, and old Lieutenant Whitecoat said we shouldn't inquire. But sometimes all the captains come out after the meetings, and I'm always waiting there to be of help to mine. He says I don't have to, but I really do. And Lieutenant Sasakaibe says Captain Yamamoto has to speak with Captain Yukatake privately, but you know something strange. Whenever he does that, I've noticed, every single time, you know who else doesn't come out of the chamber? Captain Anohana. She always stays with them, and when I asked Sasakaibe about it, he said it was not my concern and I shouldn't inquire about the captain's affairs. Why do you think they get together like that, without Captain Kiraku, even? Captain Shunsui's never been as good as my captain at spells. I think, they're trying things. Experiments. Her voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. They're trying different ways to heal. When he comes out, sometimes, I can smell the magic on him. Spells for healing. I recognize them. And he always seems shaken. But maybe it isn't for him they're trying. I thought that to myself one day when I was feeling really worried for him. It made me feel smart to realize it. Maybe they're actually trying to heal Yamamoto. Like he's more frail than we know, or whatever. Maybe the Commander General's dying, have you ever thought about that? Oh. And one more thing. Before they could learn what it was, Yoriyuki snapped her fingers suddenly, and Kian's eyes glazed over for a moment. When they cleared again, she picked up right where she left off. Of whispers. I know everything there is to know, I'm kind of like a library. Not the stuffy kind Naneo-chan's always in, more like. Naneo-chan. Yoriyuki sprang to her feet so fast she almost bowled the smaller girl over. Ah, that's right. I just remembered, she told me I have a library book that's 100 years overdue. Wow, that's going to be some fun, I'll bet. Well, this has been fun, Kian-chan, but I seriously need to get going. No rest for the wicked, you know. Come on, Boomstick, let's hop to it. The next thing she knew, Hyukaka was being hoisted unceremoniously to her feet and Flash dragged out of the room, barely having enough time to grab her traveling cloak. She caught only a fleeting glimpse of Kotetsu's bleary-eyed features before she found herself outdoors and stumbling to keep upright. Yoriyuki, you crazy bitch, slow it down. Of a sudden they slammed to a halt in one of the dark lanes of the Siraidii, so fast she almost toppled over. The cat goddess skipped forward and cast a cool look at her glowering companion, who was attempting to untangle the mess of her headdress. Ah, quit complaining. You're missing an arm, not a leg. In response, the Lady of Shiba stuck out her stump and sneered. Sit on it and rotate, you ungrateful hag. I like you better when you're on all fours and coughing up hairballs. After a bit she managed to get her tangled locks back in some semblance of order, and dropping to the stone, lit her pipe and took a long drag before glancing up at her companion. Why'd you cut it short, anyway? Looked like you were getting all the answers you wanted. Her fellow aristocrat shook her head. The spell was wearing off, she might have remembered anything said after that. No chance casting it again, either. But you're right about one thing, I did find something useful. And that would be? Yuryuki stared up at the moonless heavens above them before giving a shrug. Naya, I'll tell you later. Pa. Just like Yuryuki, always looking to act cool and mysterious. Well, I guess for some folks it really isn't an act. All the more reason to keep my wits about me. This precaution was borne out a moment later. Why didn't you tell me about the wolf? Kyokaku inhaled deeply without bothering to look up, then exhaled with a sigh. Grasping the pipe between her teeth, she reached up and massaged her right deltoid muscle, wrapped in bandages. Wasn't your place to know. It's my family's responsibility. Always has been. And it's not exactly the sort of thing we wanted getting around. The other woman continued to study the stars. You didn't trust me? Yuryuki, I'd tell you my most secret fireworks mixtures, I trust you that much. But I'd never have told you about that. We don't trust anybody that much. A murmur of something that might have been understanding then. The crouching spell mistress chose not to inquire. Apparently the Shihoan heir had chosen this time to test the waters with her. Well, fine. Ask anything, I'll decide whether or not you need to know the answer. You never mentioned how you lost your arm, Kyokaku. She chose to answer that with a grunt. My spies told me it was an accident with fireworks when you were a child. Something always smelled fishy, though. Someone whose soul was as strong as yours, the arm would have had to be incinerated before it couldn't be repaired, even if your father couldn't afford the best medical care anymore. The mention of her deceased parent irked Kyokaku more than she cared to admit, and so she responded with, I never told you how I lost it, because I didn't lose it. I sacrificed it. Those golden eyes, when they turned on her now, held sympathy that was too deep to feign. To what? Ah, you already know what. Shiba came to her feet, knocking the bowl of her pipe loose against her stump. Something that gave me nightmares for my childhood and beyond, till my brother died, and I gave up on them. Did you take Kyan's place, then? Was he supposed to be the one to lose an arm? That's a stupid question, Yuryuki. She turned a glare on her old drinking buddy. Even a moron would start to ask questions if every supreme head of the Shiba were missing an arm. I'll tell you this because it doesn't matter anymore, it was always a distant relative of the clan, someone who could fade into the background and not be noticed. That way no undue suspicions got raised, and we kept the secret from all, including the other 5 clans after they forgot. The seal was restored, and everybody lived happily ever after. Losing our title didn't change our duties. That purple hair flew in a rueful shake. So it's a matter of honor, then. More like survival. With that, she flicked out the last of the ashes and regarded the slender titan with a frank stare. We done now, Yuryuki? You satisfied that I'm not the person you're looking for? 'Cause if there's nothing else pressing to discuss, I'm going to go home, whip Ganju's ass around the track a few times, and call it a night. When no answer was forthcoming, she sniffed and turned around. See ya later, then. Tell those kids I said hi. He said it free, you know. She stopped. Yeah. I know. And before you ask, to sate your suspicions, nobody told me. I felt it. Right here. And the one-armed woman indicated her missing limb. Hurts like a bitch, that phantom pain. At least, it used to. Then all of a sudden it just didn't anymore. Like someone else had made the sacrifice willingly. Damned if I know how, since last I checked Ganju still had all his limbs, and we don't have any other family that I know of. Alive, at any rate. There was a copy of the binding incantation kept in the Great Spirit Library, Yuryuki explained softly. My family stole it about 3,000 years ago, and the bureaucrats picked it up after the Siridi was formed. Sneaky bastards. Just couldn't leave well enough alone, eh? The master fireworks engineer paused thoughtfully. Still doesn't explain how they knew where to look. The wolf was sealed away so long ago, and only one person in every generation was told where. The clan head got the spell, but even they didn't know the location. They just relayed the information whenever the time rolled around to strengthen the binding, and the chosen one did all the rest. For just that, you didn't need 6 other people. That was only to break the chain. It would have been nice to know this when it happened. Kyokaku, the Shinigami, spoke in a voice devoid of humor. There was a challenge in those words. You just don't get it, Yuriuki. And the fiery head of her diminished clan turned around. Aizen can't control that monster. Nobody can. It's totally insane. If he thinks he can bully it, he's got another thought coming. It'll just eat him. I don't care how strong he really is, nobody's more powerful than Fenris Wolf. Or whatever its real name is, that's just the code name we gave it. Like Grand Fisher, or Bass Selic. It's the whole reason we've got royal families, so that nobody forgets the names of those who risked everything to defeat the original Vastolord. Hey, no worries, right? If it does show up outside of Hueco Mundo, Yamamoto'll just use the key to bring in Squad Zero and finish the job from long ago. That'll scare Aizen shitless, eh? What about the chain? Shiho pressed then. Can it be reforged? This earned an angry shake of the head. Only the king's family knew the actual ingredients. We just knew how to use it. Kukaki clan forged it, yours managed to get it on him, and the other 3 fought with everything they had to keep him from figuring out what was going on. Even after Fenris was bound, they still couldn't kill him. Kyokaku frowned and scratched her head. Or maybe they wouldn't, is all. Gave people something to point to and say, you don't want that thing running around again, do you? All right then, praise to the king, everybody. Why lead when you can rule, right? It was such a bother to think about this, much less talk about it. Cripes, I'm tired. If I haven't convinced her by now, I'm not going to. Listen, I'm outta here. Good luck sniffing out your mystery person. Give em hell when you do. With that, she draped the white cloak over her shoulders, hiding the sign of her family's ancient determination. Kyokaku. Yuriuki's hand touched her arm. I believe you. She looked down at those elegant brown fingers, and then back up at their owner. Still doesn't mean you completely trust me, though, right? No. And she suddenly hugged Kyokaku. But I still love you like a sister, you know. Without hesitation, her single strong arm came up and returned the embrace. Yeah, I know. I love you too, crazy lady. Let's do things right this time around. They parted, and went on their separate missions. How's it going? I've received intel from trustworthy people. So iPhone was kind of batty after trailing on Ohana, but that was just from being exposed to Orium. She was going on about murder notebooks and justifiable homicide. I had to talk her out of it. We still got close to everybody, including the Big Four. Even Yamamoto. Especially him. I didn't want us to be blindsided just because we thought there were some people above suspicion. And? Who's the best candidate? Right now, it's Jushiro. What? You're kidding. I kid you not. Goodness, you really are suspicious. Have you by any chance forgotten that they tried to kill him a while back? Yes, they did. Him and several other captains. He's the only one they failed at. Which could be due to the fact that Yuka takes one of the most powerful captains in history. Exactly. He's powerful, he's old, and he's miserable. We both know all the crap Yamamoto insisted he do throughout the ages. Every man has his breaking point. It seems unlikely all the same. Why would Aizen try so hard to kill him that one time if they're working together? Maybe they're not anymore. They might have had a falling out somewhere along the way. Or as a cover. How better than an assassination attempt to make it seem as though 2 people were enemies? My family's certainly used that trick before. Or here's another idea, what if Aizen doesn't even remember who it was that saved him? Pardon. Cloud over moon, remember? As soon as they got the ball rolling, they might have both sealed their memories of each other, so as not to give anything away throughout the centuries. That way nothing would have looked suspicious. Unbelievable. You really think they'd go that far to pull this off? We would. Good point. But even so, Yucatec did almost die. Had it not been for Renji. One of the people we are also suspicious of, with good reason. Which reminds me. What's your count up to on that score? So far, I'm thinking 5. Wow. That many. At least. They could certainly do a lot of damage when the fighting starts. One more thing before I go. Do you happen to know if Jushiro or any of the others came to Soul Society by way of Kinso? Not a clue. They're all nobles, you know. Well, except for the old man. Why? Something Kiin Katetsu said? This whole business started with them trying to find a way to bring about a safe balance between Hollow and Shinigami, remember? We assumed it was just for gaining the power that would result from it. But it could be worse than that. Maybe it's more a matter of life and death for the person behind all this. I see what you're getting at. Well, it would certainly explain their interest in me and my research. Tessai and I will look into things on our end, and you do the same. Got it. Sure would be nice to hear what they're talking about in Hueco Mundo right about now. Amen to that. Aizen brought the cup of steaming tea to his lips, pausing to inhale the aroma leisurely before taking his first sip. The blend, which had fallen out of favor in Soul Society nearly 500 years ago, was one that always conjured a strange sense of nostalgia in his heart. It was both soothing and vaguely disturbing. Setting the fine bone porcelain down, he leaned back in the enormous settee and closed his eyes. Who are we up to now? Grimjo, Tison responded from his place by the door. He'll be Sexta then, I take it. Of course, the sightless guardian regarded his master curiously. What else? Just wondering. Aizen quirked a smile, setting his fingers to his temples and lounging back gracefully. I thought perhaps you were about to tell me that Baragon's condition had taken a turn for the worse. The new Segunda is recovering in the hospital ward. His survival has been confirmed. Kaname removed the pad from beneath his arm and called up the information on it. Our medics were able to save his eye, but the scar is permanent. By all accounts he was none too pleased with the result of his attempt to remove the new top espada. I do hope it doesn't upset him unduly that he must now be considered second even among hollows, the revolutionary leader mused, his posture and tone in no way supporting the statement of implied concern. It will serve as a reminder for him, Aizen-sama. We do not assign rank arbitrarily. He is fortunate that Stark's mood shifted before completing the kill. Wait 5 minutes, and the Fenris will experience 5 different mood shifts, their master noted, and chuckled. Still, even if he hadn't stopped in time, it would have served as a worthwhile display to the rest. I imagine even the Quinta will not be making any foolhardy attempts to test Stark's mettle now. Aizen-sama, Tison spoke courteously. By the way he sounded, it was clear to his master what would follow. And he was correct. I find myself surprised that you are not more concerned by this display. The new one is even more potentially dangerous to you than Lisenburn. Even with the apparent settling of his sanity that the Hogyaku's transformation bestowed, he is still violently unpredictable and a threat to all around him. There was no hesitation in the knight's words when he spoke next. Perhaps too great a threat, Aizen-sama. And to think, I once yearned to be loved and respected, so Suke thought. Now here I find it makes for such tedious conversations. I rather miss having Jin around. In my current state, I will agree with you that Coyote is my superior, Kaname, he spoke calmly. Tison gave a start. Aizen-sama, I was not implying that. Please. His lord waved a hand. Anyone can feel it. Fortunately, I remain convinced that will no longer be the case once I have achieved the state of being we have desired for so long. Dark chocolate eyes drifted over to the plinth rising out of the center of the room. In the meantime, Stark's madness is both nuisance and insurance. While there is a slight chance he could overcome all the current espada along with the 3 of us combined, he remains solely disinterested in anything resembling rule or leadership. For the time being, we shall let him roam free. Attempting to chain this particular dog would only alienate him at this point. Ulquiorra is with him now, and... He paused as a signal came by the door. Well, speak of the devil. At a nod from his superior, Tison opened the portal. Standing outside was the newly christened Quarta Espada, Ulquiorra Schiffer. The dead-eyed duelist stepped into the room and crossed to stand before his master's seat, appearing to have no interest in the blind guard who had taken up position right behind him. Aizen made a note to chastise the former captain later for his newfound overprotective streak. Regardless of the uproar Stark's appearance had caused in the Espada, it would not do to imply that one of their commanders no longer trusted them. He didn't, but it wasn't necessary to announce it so. Although it was not lost upon him that Schiffer was clearly alone at this time. How interesting. He is gone, Aizen-sama, the killer clown spoke in a flat voice devoid of sentiment. No reason to ask whom he meant. Tison, however, was clearly not in the mood for subtleties. To whom are you referring? As if it wasn't obvious. Coyote Stark, Ulquiorra replied without turning around. Kindly explain, my dear Quarta, Aizen spoke to deflect Tison's rudeness. Would you like to sit down? Thank you, I will stand. He proceeded to do so, hands still in his pockets. His leader used this time to unobtrusively study the Vastolord's recently revealed face a little further. It was still something of a curiosity to at last see what had lurked beneath that partially removed helm after all this time. The Primera was with me for an hour after showing him his quarters, in which time I introduced him to potential Fraxion, as per your orders. Did any of them strike his fancy? Sosuke interrupted. One of those who came to his aid against Barragan's men during the failed assassination attempt. Her name was Lilynet Gingerback. He seemed to be interested in her, and they spoke together for several minutes. They appeared quite taken with each other. Stark declared that he would take her as his Fraxion, and then proceeded to eat her. Kaname Tison jumped at this last statement. What? He ate her, Ulquiorra repeated without so much as a blink of his green serpent eyes. Apparently he misunderstood my explanation of choosing someone to serve his needs as permission to consume them. I was not expecting this, as Vastolord do not require food. I tender my regrets on that score, Aizen-sama. He bowed his head. Understandable. Please do not give it another thought. I won't. Aizen covered his mouth to hide a brief smile, and then dropped it to lean forward. You say Coyote is gone? Gone where? A shrug of the shoulders. I cannot say. He did not specify, only stated that he was feeling cooped up. He is not in Hueco Mundo, that is all I know. The method of dimensional travel he utilized was unfamiliar to me, which is why I could not follow him. However, as he was leaving, I was able to cast a WYRM sombra around him. Wherever he went, his hollow signature will be completely masked. Of that, at least, I am certain. Aizen considered this, gazing at them both. True to character, Schiffer was unfazed by all this, black lips perennially frowning, something he had always suspected. His chalky white face was in marked contrast to Tison's, whose rich brown features were noticeably sweating and shaken. As for their master, he looked perfectly calm, due entirely to the fact that he was. So the wolf has taken a day out, he mused, standing up. Well, let us see if anything interesting happens as a result. Coyote Stark looked around him at the hustle and bustle of humanity. He remembered human beings as rather filthy creatures prone to killing each other at any given opportunity. It had surprised him to find them so clean now, and possessed of the habit of clothing, much like his newfound companions. There might have been some measure of dissimilarity between their style of dress and his, but so far no one had remarked upon it. Actually, to be honest, there hadn't been a single person to even look at him since he arrived in this thriving community. Being ignored had only served to deepen his depression, which had lingered following the magnificent high of slaughtering all those Arrancar and waging a pitched battle with that little skeleton toy king. Eating the girl afterwards had brought a remonstrance from his guide, which had served to plunge him into the depths of despair. No longer finding the place to be of comfort, Stark had then decided to see how life on Earth had fared during his millennia of incarceration. As he said, the changes were startling. Not a single person had been killed in his vicinity for the last hour. That was certainly new. Their huts were larger as well, and far more colorful. Hardly any of them were malnourished, and the scents of their world, ranging from flowering fragrances to rotting trash, were varied and unusual. It was bright. It was beautiful. It was heavenly. It stank. Not so much in terms of the air. This was more in reference to the quality of souls. Apparently, all the dirt they had managed to remove from their skins and furs had gone on the inside, making for a remarkably nasty, underdeveloped, paltry excuse for spirits. Back in his day, there were robust and healthy morsels to be found everywhere, possessed of wonderfully tasty souls that could fill a hollow's gullet and leave one panting for more. Nowadays, it was slim pickings. Fear and confusion seemed to have settled in where once there was courage and daring. It was disappointing to see how far humanity had fallen. Apparently the gods no longer manifested themselves here, and the resulting cut-off of spiritual guidance had left mankind gasping and withering on the vine. Coyote sniffed as several people in this crowd passed right through him. They shuddered and reacted poorly to his touch. Timid, weak, possessed of no creativity or even concern for anything around them. These creatures shuffled through their lives without bothering to notice much, closed off from their comrades and filled with unexplainable misery. Hardly any of them smiled or even looked one another in the eye. The stench of their spiritual rot caused him to wrinkle his nose in distaste. So this is what I was looking forward to all this time? It was better in my imagination. The melancholia was back full force. Briefly he considered killing everyone in this giant village to see if it would lift their spirits and his. The idea of their panicked screams and the enriching terror serving to lift them all out of their doldrums did hold a certain degree of sense. However, even as his mouth began to water, the sight of so many of them passing by a female whose strange transportation seemed to have stopped functioning without so much as looking at her caused his brief excitement to die. Why, back in his day, although really, isn't this my day, too, there would have been any number of males stopping to help, console, comfort, rape, torture, and murder that woman. What was humanity coming to, that they would overlook such an obvious opportunity? That Eisenfellow had it right. These people needed to be improved upon. Despondent, the Aaron car moved over to an outdoor area in front of a hut where food and refreshments seemed to be served. He slumped down in a chair already occupied by a youngster, not bothering to notice when the kid jerked upright and dashed off, swiping vainly at himself to remove the sense of bugs crawling over his skin. This was such a huge disappointment. Maybe I should just go to Soul Society and let them kill me? Are you an idol star? That question seemed to be directed at him. For the first time today, somebody noticed him. Feeling a mild interest at the occurrence, Coyote glanced up to verify this. She was indeed looking at him. Age was hard to determine, but she didn't smell more than a few decades old. Fairly young for a human, he guessed. Slender and healthy looking. She was wearing those odd eye decorations that some mortals preferred nowadays, similar to the kind that pink-haired little worm back in Hueco Mundo had sported. Her hair was black and fell in a ponytail down her back. Rather pretty, as humans went. But what captured his interest, other than the fact that she seemed aware of him, was the quality of her soul. It was sharp and rich, heavily resonant in the midst of all the dross. This person had life brimming over in their heart, mixed with something that seemed to call to him on a basic level. Stark found himself aroused, and that made him grin. I don't know what you just called me, but feel free to do it again, he growled. In response, she smiled back in a way that was totally different than those around them. Without bothering to ask, the woman sat down at the table beside him, settling her bags by her feet in those spike-heeled coverings. You must be American by the look of you, she continued. We get a few of those around here, but I've never seen an actual supermodel before. He had no idea what either of those things she mentioned were, but the way her appealing aroma tugged at his senses was well worth any confusion. Are you here on a shoot? I'm here because I was released from the moon, Coyote responded. The moon? That new dance spot? Never been there. I'm here because Damaru Peacock had a 50% off shoe sale. School is still out, and I had to mace the guy I went on a date with last night. She reached up to adjust her eyewear. I was feeling depressed and decided to do something about it. I was too. Thought about killing people, but that's what got me in this mess in the first place. I decided to wait for when I'm in a better mood. The brunette cocked her head and grinned mischievously. You're a little crazy, aren't you? This just got better and better. So are you. She leaned forward. What makes you say that? He reciprocated the movement. You saw me, and stopped to talk to me. Nobody else did. You're a fabulous soul in the midst of a lot of walking garbage piles. She jumped a little in her seat and laughed, zipping her head around to glance at the others in the vicinity. Funny, that alone should have caused him to want to eat her. But for whatever reason, he was enjoying himself simply talking to this fine specimen. And what the hell was up with that, anyway? He never talked before eating. Maybe Aizen's magic show screwed me up more than I thought. I should ask some of the other Vastolord if the same thing happened to them. Maybe that Baragon guy was a sweet-tempered granny before they took the mask off. Damn, that's a pretty lucid connection I made, come to think of it. Ah, the hell with this thinking. It's making me anxious, and I feel too lively right now for any of that crap. Normally I wouldn't talk to a weirdo who wears a jawbone around his neck, because I'm a vegetarian. Not because I love animals, but because it's more fun to chase down and eat something that can't possibly get away from you. I love the chase. Yes, he really did. She's very active, and certainly talks a lot more than me. What's your name, skirt chaser? No woman had ever bothered to ask. It made his mouth water. Coyote Stark. I'm Misato Oki. My job is to take people's children and educate them, but sometimes when I'm teaching and they're not paying any attention, I imagine the roof caving in and crushing them all. Or I see their heads all on pikes and just their mouths moving to answer questions. You know what I mean. I know exactly how many people can be impaled down the trunk of a 500-year-old elm tree. Why haven't you been arrested for carrying a sword around? That was banned back in the Meiji Restoration. I'm pretty sure the law was never rescinded. I know, I'm a teacher. I haven't been arrested because I don't know what that means. And I'll remain that way for as long as I live. Misato looked him up and down. Are you seeing anyone? You mean besides you? Yeah. Is there a ring on your finger beneath those gloves? Do you have a girl on the side? You're not a harem type of guy, are you? She asked with a slightly worried expression that served to whet his appetite. In response to the first question, he grasped the tip of one white glove in his teeth and slid it off, then the other, holding his hands up to demonstrate the lack of any rings. There was a girl in my fraction, but I already ate her. And Baragon's the one with a harem, not me. Good enough. But no eating me on the first date. Shake on it. She held out her hand. Stark gazed at that lovely appendage, already savoring the taste of it. Just then, someone moved to stand beside them. The Espada glanced up. Looming over them was a tall skinny young human who bore a slight resemblance to Oki, at least in terms of hair color and the eyewear. He wasn't looking at Stark, but not in the same way as the others. Rather like he was purposefully avoiding eye contact. There was no sense of spirit power, but this kid's soul had an unusual tang to it all the same. Oki-sensei, the boy spoke, you need to come with me. She blinked at him in surprise. Ishida-kun, what are you? Just then the kid leaned in and whispered in her ear. Misato's eyes grew wide all of a sudden, and she jumped to her feet, grabbing the bags before giving him a quick bow. Bye. They then moved off together. Stark remained where he was. For a moment he considered giving chase. But they weren't running. And even if he could get them to, there was too large a crowd for the pursuit to last more than a few seconds. It wouldn't be worth the effort. And just like that, his good humor vanished. Sighing dismally, the dejected lunatic stood up and vanished from that scene. Whew. Misato blew out her breath. Thank heaven you showed up when you did, Ishida-kun. Glad to be of help, her student spoke quietly, glancing back over his shoulder. It's just my luck. I meet a cute guy, we get along well, and then something happens to turn him into a monster. I simply cannot win. She slumped over with a sigh, then shot a glance at the teenager beside her. So how did you know he had herpes, anyway? Still looking behind him, Yuryu Ishida did not speak for a while. Then he finally said, my father is the chief administrator at a hospital. I saw the man before. I thought he was just some kind of Yakuza gangster, she moaned, swinging her shopping bags. He had this tattoo on his hand. Come to think of it, it looked like a Western language symbol, but I couldn't tell if it was the kind for 1 or 7. You know how it is, all those European writing systems look the same. The lovelorn teacher brightened promptly. Hey, Ishida-kun. To thank you for getting me out of that jam, what do you say I treat you to lunch? Then you can introduce me to your hospital-owning father. He never comes to parent-teacher conferences. If he looks anything like you, I know we'll hit it off. What are his hobbies? Yes to lunch. No to my father. His hobbies are unspeakable. Okay. Whatever. And she began to hum merrily while skipping along. The former Quincy finally turned his head forward. It didn't seem like they were being followed, but he kept his hand clenched around the silver tubes in his pocket just in case. Not that they would have done any good against whatever that thing had been, but all the same, he had his family name to uphold. Every soul saved counted. He recognized him, Aizen said softly. They knew each other. Tyson frowned. His overlord tapped a finger against his cheek, the only sign of irritation on his part. I mean, the boy recognized that Stark was a hollow. He sought him out deliberately. Kaname seemed to consider this. Perhaps it was merely his instincts and nothing more. No. The Quincy was not affected by the Sombra. It's as simple as that. Standing close beside his lord, the studious guardian wondered who would pay for this failure. He had a pretty good idea. Shall I have the Octava demoted out of the Espada again? Dordonii hasn't been officially removed as Decima yet, we could simply keep him on and have Realgo be the Novena. Tyson. Yes, Aizen-sama. The king closed his eyes briefly, then opened them. I have already decided that Dordonii Alessandro del Socacchio is no longer fit to be one of our death dealers. His place is with the Privaran now. But don't bother changing the Octava's number. He's not worth the effort. Simply skip over him and have Araniro be the Novena now. Make sure they understand this is no reflection on their worth, it is merely a matter of aesthetics. Nothing more. There should be some form of discipline meted out for this flaw in the Sombra's design. I understand. Aizen tuned the settings on their view screen, then settled back in to continue observing. It isn't that great a burden. 1 or 2 Quincy cannot affect the outcome of this war overmuch. Soul Society would never accept their warnings anyway. The Sokioku halberd has been destroyed, relieving us of that threat. And our garden is flourishing nicely. Take this time to appreciate everything that has gone right, rather than what has not. The sun was setting. Walking by a river bordered with identically shaped stones, Coyote watched his old companion as it sank below the horizon. He had been dreaming of seeing that sight again for so long, but it seemed that everything in this world had lost its luster. Souls, nature, the whole thing. There hadn't even been a single god to seek him out for battle. He would have thought they might have tried swarming him by now. Maybe they were all afraid? He had killed quite a few of them back in the days of war. Apparently the malaise that had settled upon the humans affected their spiritual counterparts as well. I am so damn bored I could cough up blood. Just as he thought this, someone came running around a curve in the road right in front of him. They were moving at a pretty fast pace, whoever they were. But instead of tearing through him as he had expected, the person gave a leap and passed high over the malingering werewolf's head. Both of them turned at the same time to stare curiously at each other, one standing still, the other running backwards now. The Primera Espada looked into the eyes of an orange-haired boy who regarded him with a very peculiar look of incomprehension. The distance between them was growing, but before Stark could consider what to do in this situation, the kid's face transformed into a look of panic, and spinning back around he took off. There he goes. Get him. Someone shouted. Soon Navabitch. How did Kurosaka learn to run so fast? Just then, a mob of other humans went tearing through where he was standing. They shouted and slavered in bloodlust, so intent upon their quarry they didn't even notice the effect of Stark's presence. The pack continued their chase, and as he watched them, the immortal felt infected by their primordial pursuit. Hunters on the trail of the weak. Death. Murder. Intoxication. Now, this was something he could appreciate. With that, he drew his sword and prepared to join in the hunt. Hey! A voice behind him shouted. Who the hell are you? Stark snarled in irritation and spun about. Behind him there stood panting a hideously ugly young human with chains around his neck. The sight of those bands reminded the Hollow of his own incarceration, which only served to stoke his fury. "I asked you a question, butthead." The brute huffed, trying to catch his breath. "I'm a Shimariki, the strongest man at Karakura High. You friends with Kurosaki or something? 'Cause if so, I..." Just then, his accuser caught sight of the sword bared in Coyote's fist, and fear crept into his sweaty face. That settled it. "Run," the Hollow whispered. His prey just stood there staring stupidly. "Run," he repeated, and took a step forward. That got through. With a terrified bleat like a frightened sheep, the human turned and raced back the way he came. Stark threw back his head and howled, causing the river to churn violently in its bed, stone to crack and trees to swing wildly as though in a gale. All clouds in the sky were swept off into the distance. Then he sprang in hot pursuit. Terror, blood, the chase. It was all coming back to him now. At first he kept his distance, letting the clumsy thing stumble and stagger, shrieking out for help. Coyote savored its pitiful attempts at flight. How magnificent to be doing this again. There had been a time when entire herds of humans swept before him in mindless panic, trampling everything in their path, crushing their old, young, and weak underfoot in their desperation to get away. The unrestrained chaos of it all was like a heartbeat that spurred him on to even greater acts of savagery. That feeling still existed in this world. Oh, what a revelation, what a thoughtful gift. At this point his euphoria had caused him to close the gap so that he was directly behind his intended target. The fleeing beast looked back and squealed invitingly, soiling itself and bowling ahead even faster, although he could already sense how its muscles were protesting this treatment. Waving the sword about, shouting and laughing, the joy-maddened hunter couldn't help himself anymore. He brought his weapon up, and when the pig turned around again, drove the weapon screaming down right towards its face. There was a flash of light off to the side, and something knocked into his sword, deflecting its angle slightly to send it shearing through the concrete. Stark drew up short, staring in disbelief. What just happened? He glanced over to where the attack had come from. Trees rising up on the hills, stone walls off to either side, poles of wood and metal. Nothing more. Turning to look in the opposite direction, the Espada's attention was caught by the sight of a smoking hole about the size of one's finger burned into the rock. He approached and sniffed the area experimentally. Not demon magic. It wasn't the gods, then. Something more, human? Whatever it was, it seemed pretty strong. But there was still no sign of its presence anywhere near here. Was this some kind of long-range attack? Just then it finally dawned upon Coyote that his prey had disappeared. What a load of shit. All of a sudden, the day's disappointments seemed to come crashing down together, leaving him crestfallen, completely unwilling to continue the pursuit or try to learn the identity of his attacker. Stark kicked at a broken rock. Without even bothering to look around, he muttered, "Screw this. I'm going back to Las Noches." A second later, the street was empty. Elsewhere, Ryokan Ishida lowered his bow, stepping away from the window in his office. He sat back down and once more busied himself trying to determine how to swing this person receiving the necessary treatment without any health insurance. Every life saved counted. It was night. All about her, the land was peaceful. Not a single slip of impending doom or imminent peril to distract from her goal. Funny, Rukia thought. I almost wish there was. The high she had been working under since having her energy restored was starting to wind down. With it, the sudden impulse to come here was seeming more and more like a serious impropriety. But that was her head talking. Her body still craved something much less debatable. Coming here, Rukia had been tempted to pounce on several people, regardless of the social taboos. Fortunately, whatever she had experienced was apparently only serving to amplify pre-existing conditions. At least, that was what she hoped. Dismissing this thought, the Shinigami stepped through the wall into the boy's bedroom, just as she had in what seemed like an eternity ago. Her eyes drifted about. The darkened room was empty save for the two of them. Khan's presence was elsewhere in the house, clearly agitated but not going anywhere it seemed. That meant heaven had smiled upon her venture. Or hell, depending on your viewpoint. With that, she stole over to where he slept. Ichigo Kurosaka somehow managed to look hostile even while sleeping. His brow was knit, jaw clenched firmly. A faint sheen of sweat brightened his skin, and he shuddered faintly. For a while she only watched him, feeling torn by a host of insecurities and honest convictions. The sight of this headstrong youth was having a greater effect on her than she had realized. Therefore the errant Shinigami took a moment to collect herself before proceeding. Rukia's previous heart-fluttering indecision was quickly replaced by concern when there came a faint moan from his lips. Come to think of it, he did seem to be in distress. Could he be having a nightmare? Crossing to stand by his bed, she bent over and whispered urgently, "Ichigo." A gasp, and his head snapped violently one way, then another. Kurosaka's legs kicked out, thrusting the sheets away from him, and his hands twitched faintly. He really didn't look well. A little louder this time. "Ichigo." The reaction became more violent, and now she was certain that something was wrong. Her hand reached out to touch his face. And he caught it. One sharp yank later, and he had pulled her atop him. This hideous presence, it was unmistakable. The death god's body broke out in a cold sweat, and on instinct her free hand dropped to Sode no Shirayuki's hilt. Before it could clear an inch from the scabbard, though, he had wrapped his free hand around hers. For a while Rukia just lay there trembling. A voice hissed over her head. "Heh. Caught you." It was loathsome, but familiar. Like Ichigo's voice had been recorded and then distorted into something resembling a metal saw vibrating. Forcing her eyes up, she looked into his own. Or rather, those belonging to something else entirely. They were black, and yellow. No whites to be found, and they seeped into her in a way that only those of demons and one smiling killer whose gaze she never really saw before could. "So where am I now?" The thing mused faintly. "Last I recall, I was looking to pull the limbs off that Shinigami Nancy boy. Come to think of it, you smell like him." And Rukia felt it let go of her right arm to draw her closer into its embrace. There was a smile on its face now, and it leered in sickening fashion. "Though you're a lot cuter. What brings you to our home, pretty kitty? Are you lost and looking for a warm place to spend the night?" Impulsively her hand jerked once more on the sword, to no effect. Its own iron grip tightened on her fingers, to the point of causing pain. A chuckle came from the beast's throat. She kept the fear she was feeling from reaching her face. "Oh, I see. You came to play with me. Finish what Big Brother couldn't. That's perfect. Exactly what I wanted to. In that case." And just like that, it let go of her, raising its arms high over its head in a submissive gesture. "Go ahead. Show me how strong you really are. I want to know." Rukia stared impassively into the monster's blazing eyes. She did not speak. She thought. Once before a person I cared for approached me with a hollow's evil swarming in his eyes. She had raised her blade and killed him then. As a result of that, Rukia had nightmares for decades. All until the human who now watched her with a monster's expression came into her life. So then, with that experience to teach me, what have I learned? Upon reaching a decision, the tiny guardian let go of her sword. There was a growl of surprise deep in the thing's chest. Before it could do anything, though, she reached up and laid her fingers against that area of the body. Her touch was gentle, seeming to catch her opponent off guard with that more than anything else. For one selfish moment, Rukia Kukaki allowed herself to feel the heart beating beneath the thin fabric, and tried to convince herself it belonged to the person she thought. Then her other hand stole down and slipped beneath the boy's shirt. "What are you?" She stroked gently up his skin, feeling the difference between smooth unblemished flesh and a heartbreaking amount of scar tissue that almost made her resolve falter. But Rukia kept right on going, stroking the warm muscular body, gliding slowly over his abdominals, ribs, and up to his pectorals. "Damn it!" Its hands snaked down to grip her shoulders, as if to thrust her away. But then they jerked back with a violent hiss, like touching her had burned it somehow. The patient paramour did not stop to consider the implications. Instead she took the opportunity to grasp behind its neck with her free hand and draw herself up, sliding her fingers through the short orange hair. Her focus remained upon his eyes, but her mouth was coming closer. "Stop it! Cut it out, you little witch. Don't you? Its face was twitching and angry now. The creature scooted backwards until its skull knocked against the headboard, but she held on tight, letting it drag her along with it. Their faces were just an inch apart, and its breath came in quick, panting gasps. The yellow eyes were swarming with rage and frustration now. And perhaps, even the tiniest trace of fear. Of course. That's what they all are, really. From the greatest on down. No matter how strong, they're all afraid of something. With that, Rukia bent in until her lips hovered on the verge of meeting his. Their gazes held each other like locked swords. Don't you? This is how strong I am, she thought. And leaned in. Touch me. In that instant, hate-filled black and yellow dissolved away, fading with a cry back into the soul. In their place was white and brown. And confusion. Rukia drew back a bit. Ichigo gasped and looked wildly around, trying to figure out just what might be happening. After a few seconds while his chest heaved beneath her, he finally looked at what lay directly before him. Rukia, the teen breathed, gaping in that innocent way he had. What an absolute child he could be sometimes. Rukia, what are you? Before he could finish, her arm came up. There was a slight pop, followed by a puff of colored smoke. The next instant, Kurosaki Ichigo was slumping forward, eyes closing, falling into deep sleep as his memories were rewritten. She crawled off him then. Taking hold of his shoulder and reaching beneath his back, the petite warrior moved the teenager's body without effort back into a more comfortable position. A quick healing spell repaired the bump to his noggin. Drawing the sheets up around his slumbering form, Kukaki took one last look, telling herself it was to ensure everything was all right. Then she leapt straight up, passing through the ceiling, the roof, and into the night air. Kukaki-san. Turning about, her gaze picked out the unwelcome sight of Kisuke Urahara standing on top of a house close by. A surge of anger she no longer sought to restrain came out, and with a single bound, she dropped before the sandal-wearing scientist and glared up at him. What are you doing here? Why, I came to see you. He replied with a flippant grin. Even hidden in the shadow of his floppy hat, she noticed when he glanced down to the scabbard at her side. You finally got permission to return, I see. Not that it's any concern of yours, she shot back coldly. Had it been up to you, I would have lost her forever. A pained look crossed his face. Actually, that's precisely the reason I wanted to call upon you tonight. And without further ado, Urahara dropped to his knees, removed his hat and, placing both fists firmly on the tiles, bowed his head to her. I humbly apologize, Rukia Kukaki. I am truly sorry for what I did without your permission. This show of contrition was met with narrowed eyes and the curl of her lip. For what you did to me. And she nodded back behind her. Or to him. I have already apologized to Kurosaki-san. Not nearly enough. And with that, she unsheathed her Zanpakuto and laid its edge against his bowed neck. His was noticeably absent, or she might have lacked the resolve to threaten him like this. Or perhaps not, she thought angrily. We may just have to find out one day. You are responsible for a great deal of suffering, whether intentionally or not. I find that any hardships you have had to endure for the last century are insufficient to atone for these crimes. He did not respond. The sword came up over his ear. Tell me why, Urahara. Why did you do that to me? Did you not even think of what it would feel like? A trickle of blood flowed, to lose something like this? A part of my soul that I have always had and missed terribly with its absence. Always. Shrewd gray eyes gleamed up suddenly. Are you sure about that? What? He didn't elaborate on that, but there was nothing except utter seriousness to be found in the penitent's demeanor now. I chose to do what I did for what I felt were good reasons. I had developed that Jigai long ago, but never had the opportunity to use it. A full-powered Shinigami would not have been able to interface with it. The whole purpose was to quietly drain a death god's spirit power over time. Her weapon lowered a fraction. Why? His hat was pressed to his breast now like a shield. It was the sole means at my disposal by which the Hogyaku could be terminated. Only a Shinigami's soul could withstand having the gem placed within it, but then, as I said, A full-fledged death god soul would overwhelm the Jigai's disruptions. The tool defeated its own purpose. Quite the quandary for me, as you can imagine. For just a second, Rukia detected a resemblance between the behavior of this man and Mayuri Kuratsuki. But she swiftly discarded this epiphany to continue listening. Kisuke continued. What I needed was a death god who had been drained of power, but not permanently. This is harder than it sounds. After all, even if a Shinigami did give their powers away, like to a human, the most they could normally give was half. No amount of effort on their or anyone else's part could change that. But in your case, when you drove your soul cutter through Ichigo's chest, he took everything you had. Don't ask me how, I still don't understand the basic reasoning myself. Only know that your soul is special among Shinigami, Rukia-chan. Unique. It was a stroke of luck that you came to be in such a condition when you did. That's why I chose to help you, in order to help myself. Why? The same question, but angrier. It felt like nothing had been answered in spite of his long-winded explanation. Why now? If things were growing so desperate, why didn't you arrange for something like this the first time we met? I wasn't desperate the first time we met, Kisuke murmured laconically, steely orbs resting on her without emotion. Back then I was safely hidden. The day you and Ichigo met was the day Aizen learned where I was hiding. She blinked. How? And the fallen captain settled back on his palms, returning the head atop his blonde locks. You told him. Her jaw dropped. Me. Yes. Urahara raised a hand in conciliatory fashion. Unintentionally, of course. You wrote it down in your daily Shinigami report log that you had located someone you met before in the real world, and Aizen learned of it. He knew about our past encounter, so he knew whom you meant. I could sense him preparing to come and take the Hogyaku, and in desperation, I jumped at the first opportunity that presented itself. It just happened to be you. Then he straightened forward, bringing up his legs, crossing his ankles and resting his arms on his knees. But however much I felt it was necessary at the time, I still regret my actions. So once again I tell you I am very sorry for hurting you, Rukia-chan. I myself was once sentenced to be turned into a human, by the very same body that condemned you to death. However, after having lived among these mortal folk for so long, I felt there were worse penalties than being granted a new life. After all, I knew you weren't happy living as a Shinigami and a member of the Kukaki. I told myself you might even be grateful for the opportunity to escape all that. It was how I got to sleep for those 2 months while you were here. It was eerie, how closely his thinking paralleled her own so long ago. She had indeed thought about abandoning all she had come to accept as her future and hiding out among the humans with this zany soul and his accomplices. But then, as now, that was nothing more than a dream. I am a Shinigami, Rukia thought, a member of the House of Kukaki. And for the first time in my life, there is nothing to be ashamed or afraid of in that. I am a death god. Not a mortal. Her thoughts went to the boy sleeping in the house behind her. Not like him. Would it have been so awful, living together for the rest of our lives, facing whatever fate had in store for us? No. It would have been amazing. It just didn't turn out that way. We have different paths to walk, but for now at least, they are running side by side. I can hold his hand for a little while longer, guide, encourage, and protect the person who changed my life so dramatically. Anything else is. She checked herself from saying unnecessary. Instead, Rukia finished that thought with, going to have to wait. Sode no Shirayuki came up and plunged through the air. She turned her wrist, and behind Urahara, there suddenly appeared a pair of round shoji doors. The screen slid open, and immediately a hell butterfly fluttered out and landed on her arm. Sheathing the weapon, Rukia spoke to the man crouched before that glowing plane of light. Forget about apologies, Urahara-san. Express remorse with your actions, not words. Find a way to make amends, not excuses. When all of this is over, then we'll have time to hear you say I'm sorry. She paused. Oh, and Captain Kuratsuki hopes you die soon. I hope it offends you that I actually trusted him more than you. That is all. So saying, the regal death god stepped past him, returning to the land of the dead. The portal closed, and Kisuke remained sunk before it. For just a moment, he allowed himself to tremble at the feel of that light, that energy. The kind that was still barred to him, in spite of being proven no longer a traitor. No response to that was forthcoming. All Soul Society did was demand his efforts on their behalf. "I am sorry, Kukaki-san," the outcast whispered. "Sorry for everything I did to you." He rose to his feet. "And for everything I'm going to do." The hour was growing late, and he had an appointment to keep. With that, the genius scientist faded away. To be continued. Chapter 20, Fox's Prey, Presaging War. Farewell. And the white blade plunged down. Espada. All conflict had long since ceased, and in its place was the stillness of death. The throne room had become an ice cavern. Frost glinted off every available surface, limning the area in a thin blanket. Ice crystals glittered like diamonds in the air, becoming a sparkling rainbow when they passed through the artificial sunlight pouring out of a hole in the wall. Their dance lent a quiet, timeless beauty to this previously menacing chamber. Towards the center of that spent battlefield, a soul cutter struggled to save its wielder's life. At first Sode no Shirayuki had been half wild with fear and pain. The sensation of being broken like this was no less agonizing a second time around. Only that long ago experience, combined with Rukia's determination to still use her regardless, had allowed them to come out on top against this seemingly overwhelming and ultimately overconfident opponent. Farther off from where the stricken Shinigami lay, Araniro Urururi remained where it had fallen in 3 different pieces. At first Shirayuki had kept a close watch on that ruined form, afraid the thing would rise and come back to life somehow. Wasn't the experience of fighting against a reborn Kaion Shiba enough to prove this to be a possibility? After 10 minutes, however, it was clear to her that the monstrosity really was dead. Its body had disintegrated to an extent, and then frozen from her released power, along with both of its separated heads, which now resembled nothing so much as ugly chunks of ice. So assured of their enemy's demise, the Zanpakuto had then devoted herself entirely to her lady's survival. "Don't die, please don't die. I won't give up on you. I'll never leave your side again. Please, please. Hang on. Help is on the way, I know it." The wound to Rukia's stomach was still trickling blood. After she had passed out, Sode no Shirayuki had sought desperately to help her in the only way she could think of. Cold had the power to preserve, after all. By encasing her wielder in a mist of freezing Ryotsu, she had hoped to slow the deterioration of her spirit. It had been a desperate, dangerous strategy, but in her current crippled condition, nothing else had been feasible. The thought of Rukia dying here, all alone, laughed like a dog in the street. "I'm not going to let it happen. You won't die. You won't die. You're going to live and eat and drink and love and be happy, because you deserve to." And Rukia's heartbeat was now at a sluggish pace, and Shirayuki could not tell if it was stabilizing or simply about to stop completely at any second. "I love you. I don't want you to die. Please stay here." No response. Her wielder's soul was flickering on the cusp of dispersal. "No. Someone help her. Please, anyone, can you hear me? She's dying. Ichigo, Renji, Orium, anybody. Save her." She wrapped her power over and around the tiny body, fighting tooth and nail. "At least don't let it get any worse. This has to be doing some good, right?" But there was no way to know. Death was hovering over her death god now, she could almost feel it, a shadow of fear that leached into the sword spirit's heart, humbling and debasing her, sending her trembling and frightened back into the darkest corners of her mind. Recrimination, failure, self-reproach, she was feeling all this and more, almost like. No. Not almost. It was exactly like that. It dawned upon her then. Sode no Shirayuki could hear footsteps. They were slow, but distinct. Like someone was taking a casual stroll through this icy hall. Looking up, the snow spirit saw another white specter coming towards them. He moved amidst the falling snowflakes, sending tiny puffs of frost up with each swish of his long bleached bone robe. For a moment she imagined she could discern every single crystalline fragment grinding under his feet, shattering against the floor. She saw his head turn, and the straight course he had been taking towards them deviated slightly, till he stood over the remains of the espada. Shirayuki watched as he nudged one arm with a toe experimentally, then a little more insistently. The frozen appendage broke at the shoulder. A slight tisk was heard. Then he walked around it. As he went past Araniro's intact head, one foot lashed out casually, like a child aimlessly kicking at a dandelion. The frozen pool ball went skittering and rolling over this ice rink, to tumble off the edge of the platform. A few seconds later, she heard it shatter far below. After this, Jin Ichimaru stood over Rukia Kukaki. He was still the same. No change in his Ryutsu. His time living in Hueco Mundo had caused no outward alteration other than the manner of his dress. Still smiling, still peering out from between his lashes. Chilling. The exiled captain squatted down beside them, and so no Shirayuki cringed. Wait. Jin didn't respond. He tilted his head to one side, seemingly examining Rukia. Then one spidery hand reached out. Please. His fingers brushed against her frost-stiff hair. Taking one black lock between thumb and forefinger, he twisted it suddenly. There was a soft crunch. Ichimaru let go. He bent over, placing his hands on the floor and craning his neck until he was peering into Rukia's vacant, half-open eyes. He spoke not a word. But his presence, it seemed to affect the little Shinigami. Like she knew he was there somehow, even though clearly she wasn't even conscious. Her Ryutsu pulse quickened, almost on instinct. It was sharpening in response to that feeling. After a while, a small puff of misty breath came from the girl's mouth. And so no Shirayuki knew that she would live. With a grateful sob, the crippled spirit slumped to the moonlit field of snow that was her home. That previous heart-clutching dread was dispersed with absolute relief. Rukia was going to live. An instant later, Ichimaru stood up, and Shirayuki quailed before him once more, thinking that he was about to shatter her frozen mistress just as he had the dead hollow. Break the girl as surely as she herself was right now. She knew how he liked to torture people. But Jin only stared down at the battered victim. His lips were still parted in a grin, but did he really look happy? In spite of what she felt for him, so no Shirayuki almost dared to ask why. She lost her chance, when the towering figure disappeared in a blur of Shunpo, leaving them alone together. Seconds ticked by, then minutes, marked to her immense relief by Rukia's slow, hibernating breaths. Someone would come for them, she thought. It wasn't over yet. Briefly the Zanpakuto had to wonder. Who would find them first? Shinigami, or Hollow? The Zanpakuto thought about the man who had just been there, and she shivered. What's the difference? Envoys raced up and down the halls as Byakuya Kukaki strode to the front gate. There was no stress, no unnecessary or unseemly haste in his movements. This selfsame attitude was reflected in the bearing of his servants. Water flows from high to low, and so does grace, the young lord thought. Upon reaching the gateway into Siridii proper, he paused to glance back at the Seines Chals who had accompanied him. These in particular needed to be told what to do. Not owing to any fault on their part, but only because something this monumental needed to be specifically dealt upon. One hand on the hilt of his Zanpakuto, the Shinigami Lord leveled a look heavy with command upon his underlings. Once the captains have left to do battle, you are to initiate Lady Kukaki's design. After the transfer has been established, you are to join the rest of the staff in our western estate. See to it my grandfather comes to no harm. As you wish, Kukaki-sama. The honored retainers knelt in formal obeisance to their prince. If both my sister and I are slain, you are to break the mooring pins. Set them adrift. It would be a mercy, considering the alternative. Byakuya turned to join several members of his division waiting upon their captain. As he did, though, the sight that lay behind him gave the nobleman pause. Kukaki Manor. It was truly a work of art. A lovely, impeccably maintained paradise that had been the seat of their clan for generations before his birth. Hundreds of his family members had found sanctuary inside these walls, in which were housed the most sublime treasures they had been able to craft or otherwise acquire. It was as much a part of their history as the scarf at his throat, or the kenseiken in his hair. That garden off to the left had been designed by his great-great-grandfather, maintained exactly as he had specified to this very day. The colossal gold-trimmed portico through which he was about to pass had been a wedding gift from his mother's family. This castle meant a great deal to him personally. It was his home, and the place where he had imagined living with his loved ones till he was as old as his grandfather. It would be a crime to let it go to waste. And so he gave what could very well be his final command. Should the Hollows enter the Siraidii, Byakuya spoke in a cold, precise manner as he stepped across the threshold, detonate the manor. Then resist for as long as you are alive, no matter how brief or lengthy it may be. This time he did not bother to hear their acknowledgments. The Kenpeikai was no doubt already waiting at the Senkaimon. Peacetime was over. They were going to war. If even one of you guys ain't drunk or dead by the time I get back, Zaraki Kenpeikai rumbled balefully, I will build a temple out of all your skulls. To every soldier of the 11th Division arrayed before the forbidding giant, that single amber eye seeming to be looking straight at them. Whether this was a hallucination created by his killing intent or some dark murderous Kido magic only their captain could lay claim to was not certain. But they all bit back the wholly natural fear his promise engendered in them, and hit back with a chorus of, yes, Zaraki Teiku. For a while, the killer from the streets just stared at them, letting all get a feel for how completely serious he was about that last statement. Then he grinned, and brandishing his sword, the maniac captain let loose a laugh that they all recognized as a prelude to bloodshed. Caught up in his fervor, the Shinigami horde howled eagerly in response. Kenpeikai then spun about and stalked off, his ragged cloak fluttering like a banner of war. His pace took him towards the gates leading off of his division grounds, where two figures could be seen leaning against the wall, waiting patiently for their general to approach. Coming upon them at last, Zaraki eyed both fighters in a way that gave them the impression he was imagining their heads on spikes. But that was nothing new. Besides, Yumi Chika reflected, it would be the most beautiful decapitation ever seen. At least in his case. For his part, Ikeiku Madarame simply draped his arms over the sheathed sword slung over his shoulders and watched his leaders approach. The bell-capped behemoth swept by them, and his adjutants took up pace behind. You certainly left them foaming at the mouth, Teiku, Yasukawa trilled pleasantly. This earned him a grunt. He noticed how their warlord had yet to return his nameless sword to its scabbard. According to the vice-captain, Kenny was resolved not to sheath his blade again unless it was in the stomach of one of the rebel captains. The image of all three of those men skewered on the Kenpeikai's weapon like so much shish kebab caused a slight smile to play upon his lips, and he chuckled ruefully. As if on cue, Ikeiku took this moment to speak his mind. This has gotta be the most shit-assed strategy one have ever seen. What kind of brain-dead idiot cooked it up, anyway? Striding on ahead, Zaraki either hadn't heard this statement or more likely didn't care to respond one way or another, being wholly preoccupied now with thoughts of the coming carnage. So Madarame's lifelong companion took up the conversational slack. It's called, Divide and Conquer, Ikeiku. And the infant happens to be Yamamoto Soteiku himself. We're just here for the party, so what's the use in questioning our host's tastes? Pay. More like, united we stand, divided we fall, the bald berserker spit, slouching along in his bow-legged manner. If it was me on the other side of this mess, there wouldn't be any doubt of the best strategy. I'd be storming the walls of Siraidii by myself if need be. And I sure wouldn't be traipsing through the mortal world like some kid on vacation from the academy. Why the hell is everybody so convinced Aizen's gonna show up there, when the folks he's gotta kill are all right here? His colorful associate was busily dabbing a light amount of scent from a bottle onto his throat. The unmistakable whiff of sandalwood caused Yumi Chika to close his eyes with a sigh, then reopen them and gaze blissfully up at the wide blue sky. Oh, it's something to do with him trying to open up a door to the king by slaughtering all the humans living in Karakura with his magic rock. Slipping the vial back into his robes, he gave a graceful flip of his hair with one hand, rubbing his fingers back through the silky black tresses luxuriously. The fifth seat mused reflectively. You know, even when I say it, it sounds ridiculous. The man really must be a few roses short of a dozen if he thinks that's going to work. Pure moonshine, really. If this turns out to be a wild goose chase, it's going to seriously piss me off, the other fighter groused. Guarding a bunch of dimensional pillars? All I can say is, they'd better have somebody worth fighting when I get there. I want at least one of those Espada under my belt by the time this war is over. Assuming Kurosaki Ichigo and Aburai-san have left any for you. They've been at it over in Hueco Mundo for at least a day now. For all we know the place is a smoking ruin. Ichigo. It was their captain who spoke, and the two men clammed up to listen. Plowing on to their destination, the walking war machine bared his teeth like a dog scenting a hare. By now, that boy has probably run face first into a wall of Vastolord. That's the only reason I let him go off without me, so's he could rile up that hornet's nest to get the big gun's attention. Soon as he bites off more than he can chew, I'll be ready to pick up the slack. There was a fake glint in his eye that betokened something even madmen would have cause to fear. Can't waste an opportunity like this. Folks in need of killing over there, and I'm just happy to oblige. The trio kept walking for a while in silence. Then the third seat spoke. A month's salary says the three bastards pop up here while we're off chasing butterflies through the clouds. I'll take those odds. Yumi Chika grinned and skipped in anticipation of the coming hostilities. This is a time for wonders, you know? I never thought I would find something that Mayuri Kurotsuki and I could agree upon. It really would have been a good idea, mining the streets of the Rokanga in case the captain's strategy turned out to be misinformed. Showed a certain heedless disregard for casualties on either side. Pity they shouted him down. He blew out his breath in desultory fashion, then seemed to grow thoughtful. Although, truth be told, he didn't seem all that miffed by it. Makes me wonder if he had something even more devious up his sleeve. That one? Count on it, Ikeko grunted. No doubt the Kukaki family will be implementing their design within minutes of the captain's abandoning this plane for the earthly one. In a dimly lit chamber designed to prevent eavesdropping, Captain Kurotsuki wagged one blue-nailed finger at the assembled scientists in his employ. When they do, I want you to monitor the proceedings. Get me a good idea of just how well or poorly they've really done their homework. Something like this doesn't come along every day, you know. His chief assistant, Akon, cocked his head inquisitively. If the procedure starts to go wrong, shall we try and rectify it on our end? And miss a chance to see it all go bad? Oh my, no, the scientific horror chortled. I do enjoy a good amateur performance, after all. Ah. Mayuri-sama. The crowd of white-robed academics parted slightly, revealing the fidgeting form of Rin Tsubokura. Beneath his superior's direct gaze, the normally anxious little death god looked even more like a mouse crouching before a rabid bear. But all the same, he continued speaking. Sir, I don't mean to intrude, but shouldn't we be prepared to be of assistance in such an event? I mean... The bug-eyed gopher swallowed what felt like a cantaloupe in his dry throat as Mayuri continued to regard him closely. It is a venture instituted by the Patronus, so perhaps it would be in our interest to... Captain Kurotsuki covered his mouth with the back of one hand and yawned extravagantly. At this point, Rin's survival instincts took over, and he clapped his jaws shut before another word could be uttered. Past experience told him he had been one syllable away from spending the rest of his days floating in a glass jar. We weren't asked for help, and so they will get none. Our arrangement was very clear. A snap of the captain's fingers prevented any further intrusions on his command. You all have your assignments. I want sufficient storage capabilities for whatever I bring back from Hueco Mundo. Bulldoze the squad barracks if you have to. Now, off with you all. Shoo, shoo. He flicked one hand dismissively. However, as they all began to disperse, Mayuri called out, "Oh, Rin-san." Attempting to vanish into the press of his colleagues, the little lab rat shivered with the presentiment that he was about to be brought to task for his prior indiscretion. Miserably, Tsubokura trotted over to stand trembling before his unpredictable and distinctly psychotic boss. The head of the R&D Bureau clapped his hands behind his back and gazed down at his junior assistant for a good 30 seconds before finally deciding to speak. By this point, they were quite alone in the room, and one of them was feeling the implications of that situation for all that it was worth. Well, now, the captain drawled. I was wondering which of you lot I would pick to handle this particular venture, and here one up and volunteers herself. Any opportunity to correct the captain on his gender disappeared when Mayuri took hold of the ponytail on Rin's forehead and jerked up, bringing the sweating scientist's eyes in line with his own. Tsubokura-san, since you seem so delicately attuned to the topic of our obligations in that regard, you'll be pleased to handle this for me. There was nothing friendly in the grin that Mayuri was wearing now. His eyes sparkled in a way that those familiar with him could tell was a prelude to something absolutely awful and definitely illegal. In the interests of paying off our debts, while I'm occupied collecting specimens, I want you to busy yourself preparing Subject 16 of Project, Deathly Debutante. Defying all logic, Rin's eyes managed to grow even bigger then. But sir, that's... He shut up immediately, but Mayuri cocked an eyebrow. Yes, you were about to say. No way to avoid it now. Managing to work up enough saliva to speak but not choke on, Tsubokura answered tremulously, Mayuri-sama, the Patronus specifically forbade you to use that particular method. She was pretty vehement on the subject. Wouldn't you risk alienating her by employing such a tactic? Subject 21 was what you both agreed upon. Right. The Egyptian motif features fell, no more even attempting to look pleasant. Kuratsuka's golden eyes rolled off to one corner of the room, and he began slowly wagging Rin's head from side to side. For his part, the captive made no effort to halt this treatment. After a while, the captain sucked air through his teeth and let it out in a slow hiss. I predict. He spoke in a voice that trembled with a blend of passion and fury, that once the Patronus has come to appreciate the full force of what we are up against, she will reconsider her prior objections and be all too eager to see things brought to a more or less favorable conclusion. The costs will be negligible, in my opinion. And 16 remains the option with the greatest chance of success, in spite of its limitations, as I attempted to explain to her. Without a doubt, our Patronus will have no reason to complain after my work has proven its worth. He glanced down sharply then. You don't have any doubts, do you, little one? A quick shake of the head confirmed Rin did not. Splendid. And so Kuratsuka released him. Scamper away, now. I have things I must do. The miserable henchman obeyed, scurrying off to leave the master mage to his own company. I will meet dear Rukia's needs, Mayuri chuckled, rubbing his hands together. It's the mark of a truly superior intellect that can fulfill others' objectives while achieving their own at the same time. A most civilized undertaking, in my opinion. Now, to work. Nimue. He barked. Nimue, you dolt, where are you? Casting his gaze about, the parthenogenic parent was momentarily stymied by the conspicuous absence of his personal pet. Then a memory came of her saying something unbidden a while ago. Ah, that's right, he ruminated disinterestedly. She's off keeping traditions with the others. Well, no matter. And with that, he lit his new solid gold diamond-studded pipe and made his way into the depths of his lair to prepare. Once the cups of fragrant tea had been placed before each of the assembled lieutenants, Kojiro Sasaki led them in a formal toast. Before battle, we raise a cup to those who are among us. Afterwards, for those who are no more. He then took a drink, and the rest followed suit. Wya. Rangiku Matsumoto declared. That's intense. Isane-san, are you sure you didn't slip a little something extra in there to soup it up? The silver-haired healer lowered her own drink. It's not that, Rangiku-san. This is the Tenkan Murai tea leaf. Heavenly Crown, Nanao Ise mused, absently noticing how steam from the beverage was fogging up her glasses. You don't see that every day. Black. The pink-haired imp beside her stuck out her tongue and made a face. This tastes like spit up. She then glanced eagerly around. Who brought me a treat? Here, Yachiro Fukutai-ko, Hisagi Shihei said as he swiftly held out a small lollipop. I came prepared. Kuzagishi squealed in delight and went for the offered confection head first, prompting the steely-eyed combatant to snatch his fingers back or risk losing them. He wouldn't have been the first, after all, and Hisagi believed in learning from others' mistakes. As the youngest member of their group was preoccupied with her candy, sad-eyed Momo Hinamori stood up. Several people noticed how pale and wan she seemed, but refused to comment on it. Her determination to attend this ceremony was proof to them at least that her spirit remained undiminished, regardless of the state of her body. It would have to be enough. I'd like to take this opportunity to say that I'm glad to have been able to know you all, the slight maiden confessed, and bowed humbly to the whole party. Working with so many extraordinary people has been a great blessing for me. If we never meet again, please understand that I hold you all in the highest regard. She retook her seat, and they stared at her for a time. The atmosphere in the room had suddenly become somber. Into that charged silence, then, a loud voice brayed. "Nah." The second seat of Squad 2 exhaled from his prodigious lungs. "Listen to you, sounding off like a morning bell. I thought for sure if anybody was going to bring this party down, it would be Izuru over there." He hooked a thumb in the direction of the downcast blonde lieutenant, who bristled immediately. "Why don't you stuff a rice cracker in your mouth for the rest of this meeting? Actually, make that for the rest of this war. What'd you say?" The rotund assassin's piggy eyes flashed in offended pride. "Simmer down." Slumped quietly with his hooded gaze cast to the floor, Tetsuzumon Iba still commanded instant respect with his deep, rumbling voice. The bare-chested veteran rolled his broad shoulders before lifting his cup and downing the contents with one gulp. "We're all comrades here, right? If there's anything someone wants to address before we go our separate ways, now's the time to do it. While we're all still alive to listen." None of them spoke. Each seemed to be pondering what they might have kept hidden in their secret hearts, weighing what they felt and debating whether or not to risk letting it be known. Then Matsumoto reclined back on her side and rested her chin in one hand, golden hair spilling over the floor, eyes closed and generally affecting an aura of extreme indolence. "Well, I'm not naming any names, but apparently a while back some of the folks in this room tried to convince a kid from my division to provide them with my personal daily report logs." There were gasps and shocked exclamations from everyone else present. All, that is, except for Nimue Kuratsuki, whose deadpan face and unblinking eyes gave her the impression of being mesmerized by a point on the wall. Unbeknownst to her fellow lieutenants, however, she was quite capable of seeing everything around her for a good 335-degree radius. As such, her careful scrutiny was able to detect the frantic looks that flashed briefly between two men. Nothing came of it, Rangiku continued, running a hand slowly through her forest of rich auburn hair, "but just to clear things up, you don't have to resort to such tactics. I'm willing to entertain anyone who's got the nerve to approach me, for varying lengths of time. And furthermore..." Startling blue eyes opened then, and the teensiest smirk caused her luscious lips to gleam. "I find tattoos to be excruciatingly sexy." The reaction to this statement proved to be shocked silence, which Nimue also recorded. When no one else spoke, the bouncy lieutenant sighed and slid upright till she towered over the seated assembly in all her womanly glory. "If there are no more secrets to spill, I'd better be getting back to my captain. He gets lonely when I'm gone, you know. Practically reduced to tears sometimes." She glanced at the stupefied crowd, but when no further revelations were forthcoming, Rangiku shrugged lightly before trotting to the door. Right on the frame, though, she turned back about, and with an uncharacteristically solemn air, whispered, "Take care of yourselves. And come share a drink with me when the fighting's done. You're all invited, no exceptions or excuses." The beautiful lady clapped her arms to her sides and bowed low. Struck by this display, not a one of them even thought to look down her shirt. She righted herself, and before anyone could see the tears that were gathering in her eyes, she was gone in a blur of flash steps. At the head of the rows of kneeling fighters, the 1st Division Lieutenant rose and inclined his head to them all. Taking this as a sign that the ceremony was complete, the rest followed suit, acknowledging their fellows as equals with nods and silent looks. They then proceeded to file out. Hisagi-san. Having just stepped out onto the covered walkway, the tattooed all-star turned to find himself confronted by the black-masked gaze of Tetsuzumon. The mustachioed Yakuza had his coat flung over one shoulder. Without speaking, he held out a call-used hand. Understanding instantly, the other man reached out, and they clasped forearms in a firm shake. At that point, Iba's head dropped, and he murmured something in a low voice. Shihei watched this with surprise, and when his friend came back up, the older man answered his unspoken question by saying, "A prayer. To the goddess of fortune." A grin crossed his features, and he gave a nod of his spiky head. "For whomever she favors." Tetsuzumon returned the smile, before turning and strolling away. Clearly on display across his muscular back was the tattoo of a Maneki Nico cat. Lucky, Hisagi breathed, and shook his head ruefully. The white wizard blew out his breath and stood up. Leaving already? Casting a glance over his shoulder, he found Kiraku Shunsui looking at him from his place on the floor with friendly, slightly glazed eyes. We need to be going, you know, Jushiro spoke, a sprightly gleam in his own gaze belying his age. Our comrades depart for Hueco Mundo within the hour, and we have to make our own travel arrangements. Not even one final drink before you go? This could be the last time we ever share a cup with each other. His ancient playmate picked up a bottle and waved it enticingly. Yukatake couldn't keep a smile off his face as he responded back, I appreciate the offer, but I believe you've had enough last drinks for one day. And unless I'm mistaken, that flask is empty. Ah, me, and he let the jug drop from his fingers to roll across the room. I believe you're right. Captain Yukatake sighed and moved over to where his Zanpakuto rested against a wall. Anohana and Yukatake. He paused in the midst of slipping the sword into his belt. And Kiraku, the sprawled figure continued in wistful tones. The old guard, they call us. These youngsters try so hard to get close to us, but we can never really let them. Because we know that they aren't like us. They're not strong in the way we are. We three have seen it all. We're the only ones we can count on to be there when the day ends, the only ones we can truly let in. We know everything there is to know about one another. Sogyo no Kotori's comfortable weight settled against his body, as it had for thousands of years. Close to him, in a way that many young people would have liked to be. Some had actually been brave enough to proposition him. He remembered all their faces. Are you a melancholy drunk today, Shunsui? I can never tell with you. Come on, the big man rose to a sitting position. You know me better than that. I'm not drunk. Not by a long shot. What kind of fighter gets loaded right before he heads out to war? And Jushiro turned to face him. The kind who thinks he will never die. They stared at one another, with the soft golden rays of the sun passing through flimsy paper screens all around them. Warm brown eyes flashed with mirth. Are you worried for me, my friend? He cocked his head to one side, snow-white hair falling all around his head. I have been watching you try to drink yourself to death for nigh on 2,000 years. Don't you know what it costs you? Why do you treat yourself this way? Is it because you think the drink is the only enemy strong enough to kill you? No. Shunsui watched him now with dull, weary eyes. It's because I don't know, either. The ancient nobleman crossed over and knelt before him then. What are you saying? Dressed only in a brown sleeping yukata and hakama trousers, the god of wine studied the other captain's face intently. Anohana, and Yukatake, he mused. Both of you together. But not me. We could die today, you know. So I think I'm going to ask you now, at last, what I was never strong enough to before. A shiver stole over the other man, and he made to stand, but before he could, a strong hand reached up and grasped his sleeve. What? Yukatake whispered. Why don't you tell me something? The husky master swordsman replied in a voice just as soft. How come I'm never allowed there, when you and Anohana meet with Yamamoto? What do you three talk about when I'm not there? When Yukatake only dropped his gaze to one side, his friendly inquisitor craned his face around to keep the others in view. What? Don't you guys trust me? It is not an issue of trust, Jushiro managed after a few seconds of silence. It is more that we know you, and how you would respond to what we discuss. Don't tell me you think I'd find it boring, now. I wouldn't believe it, and neither would you. The captain of Squad 13 did not speak for a while. Something being held against me? Come on, what did I do to make you do? And their eyes met. You know exactly what you did, Shunsui. You destroyed the Shiba. Kiraku's brows lifted in surprise, and his mouth came open slightly. Beg pardon. Don't coddle me. Jushiro's temper had flared at the attempt to be disingenuous. He had something of his own he had been restraining from saying. You employed your resources and authority to crush them. It was subtle, I'll grant you, but I still know it was you. I even covered up all the evidence of it I could find. Really? The expression was flat, with a somewhat disparaging edge. And why would you go and do a thing like that? Just because we're friends. Yuka chose to take no offense from that tone. No. Because I understood why you did it. The 8th Division captain cocked his head to one side. You should. You saw what that prick did to her. Hell, you were right there when he did it. Nothing you could do, right? Orders are orders, after all. His words were sharp and no longer slurred. Chopped the lady's head off right in front of her son, then he did the same for the boy. Doesn't matter what her husband did, or who told him to do it. Sheba shouldn't have done that. Something low and dangerous came out of the back of Shunsui's throat then. So I made him pay for it. The frost-haired captain stared down at his associate. Then, suddenly, he gave a brief laugh. Ah, I see. Kiraka raised an eyebrow. Yuka then reached out and removed his hand, gently disengaging it from his robe. So this is your way of answering the question. Oh, Shunsui, and he smiled at him with a trace of melancholia. You truly had all of us fooled for so very long, now. You performed splendidly. But you've known what we three have been doing together all along, haven't you? The saintly sorcerer stood and looked down at his oldest friend. That was why it was necessary to drink and laugh and make a clown of yourself. That is what you are telling me. I only wish. And now his smile was truly sad, that you might have told me sooner. Kiraka lay back and draped an arm over his brow, peering up at the ceiling. Didn't I tell you that I didn't know? That was why I couldn't do anything before. Yuka let his head dip. Oh. I see. So that is why. They remained in those positions without moving, without speaking. These were two people who had been in each other's lives long enough to dispense with unnecessary things. Then the man in the white haori turned and moved away. Reaching the exit, he slid open the door, turning to take in what could be his final peaceful glimpse of this strange, mysterious man. Don't die, Shunsui. And he closed the door. I won't, the tipsy tease called out from within. Kiraka listened to the soft sounds of his departure. Jushiro moved like a ghost, but he could always tell it was him by his movements. Fond wishes, from an old friend. After all this time. He whispered to himself, I don't believe I will ever die. Jin was on the way back to his quarters when something called out to him. With that he changed his mind and decided to instead return to the castle's topographic control center. Upon opening the portal, he was greeted by the sight of Kaname Tisan bending over a bank of relays. Jin grinned in amusement and leaned against the door frame. Like what ya see there, Kaname-san? The blind swordsman stood up without bothering to turn his head or acknowledge the quip. His carefully modulated voice echoed in the otherwise empty room. Jin. I was about to seek you out. S up? Aizen been looking for me. I have spoken to Ulquira. You interfered with the progress of the intruders. There was an unmistakable note of accusation in those words. As anyone who knew him could tell you, whenever Tisan spoke to someone in that manner, it was usually followed by a swift and violent explanation of the offending party's poor choice of actions. A wise man would be preparing himself to fight to keep his body intact by that point. Ichimaru only shrugged. That was not part of Aizen-sama's strategy. Black braids swung as the sightless overseer turned to regard his partner head-on. His intention was to keep them active long enough for Soul Society to consider it worthwhile to send help. That is the entire purpose of bringing the girl to Hueco Mundo. If they die too soon, Yamamoto will surely be chary of our power and behave in a less bellicose manner. Our strategy would need to be altered as such. You're awful anxious today, Aaron Shaw. Maybe Aizen could brew you up some tea. Settle those nerves down. Kaname did not appear amused by the other renegade's behavior. His hand slipped down to the soul cutter securely fastened to his side. A deep tolling bell could be discerned as that black-gloved grip touched the blade. All of our efforts have culminated in this day. It is an epic moment, one that deserves to be treated with care and consideration. Your recklessness is no longer something I can excuse. If you insist on acting like a free radical in our ventures, I will be forced to teach you the error of your ways. A sneer graced the silver-haired fighter's lips. Without consulting with Aizen first? That's awful brave o' you, Tison-san. Quietly, the Zanpakuto Suzumushi withdrew from its sheath. I am not playing games with you, Jin. I sure hope not, 'cause it's a pretty boring one if you are. Byakuya Kukaki Kudenta thought up a worse one. The former captain of the Godei 13's 9th Division raised his weapon and leveled it straight between Ichimaru's eyes. Before you speak any further, it is only fair that I remind you of the shift in power between us recently. Whereas before you held a marginally superior hand, now the advantage is assuredly mine. Do not forget that. Slender arms crossed over the floor-length white robe. I ain't in danger of becoming forgetful anytime soon. Enjoy the rest of the show, why don't ya? With that, Jin turned his back on that threatening figure without a qualm. As he took the first step, though, a razor-sharp length of spiritual steel slid before his throat. The Shinigami exile paused. I am stronger than you. Kaname's breath whispered directly into his ear. And the smile grew even wider. Then I wonder how come. Jin turned his head ever so slightly, letting a semi-closed eye meet a permanently blind one. You're still afraid of me? This close, he could feel Kaname's heart rate quicken, and it made him smirk all the wider. That must be especially tough for you, Tison-san. I mean, considerin' that you're as strong now as you're ever gonna be. It's like that one last hope just got taken away. That seemed enough, judging by the way the bared blade trembled, so he decided to leave the rest unsaid. A moment later, Suzumushi was withdrawn from his jugular. Ichimaru then walked on without bothering to look back. He heard his ally once more return the sword to its resting place, and only then did he bother to speak. You ought to have some more faith in the guys you chose to desert with. We both know how good Aizen Teiku is. And power aside, some of us got experience with revolutions. He raised a hand in parting. Watch your step till the party's over. Lot of ways for a blind man to get tripped up. Don't lose sight o' that, now. The uprising has failed. It will be another century before foreign ships from the barbaric nation to the east arrive to force their brute presence on the denizens of this magnificent island, who are favored by heaven. Now matters closer to home have taken center stage. What began as another protest against rising taxes in the farming communities has snowballed into full-scale revolt. Those who have received the calling of the strange Western religion that began to take root here a few decades back assure their neighbors that were they to take up arms against the government, the angels would smile on their endeavors. This time, however, the eyes of heaven would seem to be closed. The warrior class has been brought in. Their response to any perceived rebellion is swift and brutal. Homes are burned, livestock slaughtered, or confiscated, fields put to the torch. As for the common folk themselves, they are put to the sword, regardless of age or gender. Now penniless soot-stained vagabonds roam the hills and forests. Some of them seek shelter in other hamlets, only to be turned away for fear of bringing the wrath of the shogunate down upon them as well. Their only recourse is to wander through the countryside, fearful that at any given moment, the alarm will be sounded. Or worse, that there will be no warning, and the men wearing swords and topknots will descend upon them all unknowing and slaughter them while they sleep. Any sound at night serves to wake 100 people, all of them scanning the shadowy woods in search of attackers. No fires are permitted after dark, as the blessed light and heat might serve to give away their position. Food is scarce, and water hard to come by. Nevertheless, this particular group travels on. Most of them came from a single village that was burned over a week ago. But in that time, their ranks have grown as more terrified villagers drift in to join them. Safety in numbers, some argue. Others voice shrill complaints that they are becoming too large and must split up in order to escape detection. In the end, nothing is done, and they press on. Not a single soul could be deemed the leader of this party, whether wise old ancient or strapping young man. The cries of children and women intermingle with the shouts, screams, and curses of men. There is little order to this unwieldy party. However, on one topic they are all in agreement. The boy is not permitted to share their company. He is an ill omen, if ever they saw one. He came wandering into their midst 2 days past, dirty and bedraggled, crying for someone to help him. The child could not be more than 2 years old. A pair of coarse trousers are his only concession to dress, and his feet are bare. Even under conditions such as these, surely some frail woman's heart should have reached out to such a clear picture of woe, yes? But they do not approach him. If he comes too close to their rear when they march, all throw stones and shake sticks to chase him off until he returns. The children in particular are keen on pursuing the boy when he vanishes, determined to violently express their own feelings of hunger and fear on the outcast. Their parents will not permit it, though. Not out of any concern for that solitary toddler, but more for the lives of their own offspring. Because they know that is what the kitsune wants, to lure their precious lambs away from whatever meager protection their parents have to offer. But they are too clever for it. The fox demon is tricky, but also clearly immature. Were it older, it would surely have found some way to disguise itself better. After all, hair like that on anyone so young is a sure sign of malevolent intent. That silver hair is all the reason they need to fear the boy. He is 2 years old. That is all he remembers. He knows that there were once many things in his head. Times he enjoyed, games he played, friends and family. But none of that seems to come clear when he searches for it in his mind. These last few days, all he remembers is run. The last command someone who cared for him had screamed. He believes she might have been his mother, but when she said it she had been staggering down the street with her face covered in blood, so he cannot truly relate that terrified visage with the person who must have loved him. There had been smoke and flame everywhere, movement and voices raised in panic. It is a confusing blend of images, and he cannot even begin to understand it. The boy with the silver hair does not remember his own name. He is hungry, and cold. He wants very much to go home, wherever that may be. He has no idea in which direction to go. Weariness in his limbs has long since passed away to the simple, urgent need to keep moving. Wandering lost in this endless forest, cries and howls seem to assail him from all sides. At times he has seen men in strange, frightening dress prowling amongst the trees, and avoided them with a well-honed sense of danger. Adults like this are to be shunned, that much he knows. So when he came upon the crowd of folks dressed in a way that seemed familiar to him, the child ran eagerly to them, calling out for a mother whose face swims and melts before his eyes. The rocks they threw mostly went wide. When he froze in stupefied incomprehension, though, it made for a much easier target, and one stone clipped the side of his head. Panicked, he had turned and fled. Not far from there, though, the strength seemed to desert him, and he sprawled face down in the dirt, weeping and moaning softly, curling up, and eventually falling asleep from exhaustion. A tantalizing scent awakens him. The rumbling in his belly lets him know that it is food which calls so plainly, and without thinking of the consequences he rises, driven by the most primitive need, to stumble in pursuit. That tempting aroma takes him back to the camp of the lost, where someone has managed to cook a few squirrels and birds over a low bank of coals. The desire for human company is like another kind of hunger in him, and the rich aroma seems to command he forget what happened before. It is daylight now, less to be afraid of, he will be quiet and smile to show he means no harm. Surely things will be different this time. Stones and curses fly once more, and he flees. Now the outcast simply follows along. There is no other option. He is growing weaker by the day. He cannot bring himself to go off alone into the woods again in search of friendlier faces, nor can he survive on his own. The leaves and berries he eats taste foul, but he cannot think of anything else to do. He needs to get with these people. Yet they will not have him. It makes him so sad, but the tears do not seem to want to come anymore, no matter how hard he sobs in the night. The sound of running water drew the bowman, soot-stained and sweaty in his armor, in the direction of what turned out to be a small stream. Cursed peasants, he thought while dropping down to one knee by the brook. Was the promise of those Western priests so tempting that they would forsake their duties like this? And now his orders stated that he must travel with the main force from the castle until their captain received word that the uprising was over. One village burning started to blend in his mind with the next. The taste of ash seemed to coat his tongue. Feathering the screaming figures from a distance did not keep smoke from stinging his eyes, leaving them weeping and red to such an extent that one might think he actually felt remorse for taking their lives. It was a false impression. This was simply how he made his living. Removing his helm, the soldier splashed cool refreshing water onto his face, feeling it remove what seemed like months of hot unhealthiness but was really just a few days. He then proceeded to dunk his head completely into the icy rush, whipping back up and shaking his long black hair that had come undone from its top knot. When his vision cleared, it was to see a ragged child crouched on the either side of the stream, wearing nothing but a breechcloth. They watched one another. He must have been there the whole time, the soldier mused. With that thought in mind, he picked up his bow from beside him, notched an arrow and aimed down its length. The boy stared, transfixed. What unusual hair, he thought, and let fly. The shaft punched through the urchin's collarbone, spinning him around with the force of the attack. The slight body hit the ground, but instead of lying there, it rose instantly and dashed back into the woods. Demon child, the dutiful warrior wondered out loud, impressed in spite of himself. That head would surely be worth presenting to their lord. So decided, he went and informed the rest of his squad. Returning to the site of the incident, they simply followed the trail of blood. When the kitsune came upon them at dusk with an arrow in its shoulder, screaming that they should run, the homeless children drove it away again. They raced back to tell their parents, who showered them with praise at seeing through the demon's clever scheme. It made them feel very proud. 10 minutes later, the sound of noises from the trees had the children immediately rushing forth eagerly to once again punish the silver spirit. They did not heed their elders' cries this time, so intent were they on forgetting their miserable lot for a few glorious moments. 1 or 2 rocks rattled off the samurai armor, and by then it finally dawned upon the hunters that they were nothing of the sort. After that, the soldiers answered with a volley of their own missiles. The ghost fox had taken its revenge upon them. For the first time in days, he was not hungry. Nothing so meager could compare to the all-consuming pain that made that previous dull ache seem like heaven by comparison. Blood streamed down his chest, and with every move he made, the cruel steel arrowhead seemed to tear further at his insides. He hadn't even realized what the man was doing until after the projectile hit, and by then it was too late. His body moved from shock more than anything. When wounded like this, most beasts experienced a surge of strength that was drawn directly from their own souls, enabling them to try and escape, to perhaps live and see another day. It had nothing to do with sense or the condition of their bodies. Depending on the power of one's spirit, you could actually get very far, in spite of the damage that had been done to you. In his case, the silver-haired boy ran for the rest of the day and on through the night, stumbling and falling only to rise again. Long after the stitch in his side had disappeared and his feet were torn and bloody, he continued on, running into trees, hitting his head on branches. All remaining rational thought had fled from his mind. At mid-morning the next day, long after the soldiers behind him had finished with their sport on that sorry lot of refugees and moved on to fresh pickings, his foot caught in a root, and his ankle snapped with a wet crunching sound. The child ran on for another hour. Between one step and the next, he collapsed, to find he was no longer capable of rising. Try though he might, his body would not respond with even the slightest movement of a finger. Wheezing in great lungfuls of air was the best he could manage, face buried to one side in dry leaves that clung to his sweat-stained skin. The arrow had snapped from the impact of a fall some while back, but even like this, he could no longer feel the sickening agony of it. His head was warm and swimming, and he recognized it as a prelude to sleep. A relief, he thought to himself as darkness claimed his vision. I am so very tired. With that, he finally permitted himself to rest. When he opened his eyes some time later, the child found that he was standing upright. All his weariness had vanished as well. The weight that had settled on his limbs and inside the pit of his stomach was finally gone after what seemed like forever. It was so utterly unexpected and magnificent that the boy actually laughed with glee, raising his head and stretching his arms skyward. He looked up to heaven, watching the fingers move and thinking how good it was to be alive. He looked down at the ground, to find that he was dead. A body lay stretched in the dirt. There was virtually nothing about it that he recognized as belonging to himself, so pitiable and dirty did it seem. The disparity with how he knew he looked was so great he might have been convinced that it was not him lying there. Silverhair let him know that it was all a lie, though. Dark brown eyes stared lifelessly off into the distance, and those self-same orbs looked down, as the newly liberated spirit contemplated his own mortal remains. After a while, he shut his eyes. The boy counted as high as he knew, and then slowly cracked his eyelids up. A hurried glimpse confirmed the presence of the corpse was still there. Nothing had changed, and with a sob he swiftly closed his ghostly vision again, not bothering to wonder if a spirit did indeed have eyes to see with. Whatever he was doing, he did not question it. Comforting darkness surrounded him, and once again, he counted. This time he did it twice, to give his prayers more time to reach heaven. When that didn't work, he did it 3 times. Then 4. The dead soul beseeched anyone or anything to come and save him. He was not sure how many times he had counted, when he looked down to find his cadaver being torn apart by wolves. They were ripping and tearing at his unresponsive stringy frame, spattering the forest floor with his blood. 3 mangy canines were feasting on all that he recognized as his own, and with a frantic scream he lunged at them. Get away from there, I'm not dead. Don't eat me, I'm not dead yet. His cries went unnoticed. The beasts paid no heed to those wild flailing blows, which passed through them without any sign of disturbance. The predators had seen enough ghosts these last few weeks to make them inured to such events, registering as they did only dimly on their simple brains. The cries of a spirit made no matter to them, and so 10 minutes later they finished their meal and departed in search of more. Their spectral victim had shut off his sight once more. When the sounds of slaughter finally disappeared, he let his eyes open a crack. It was enough to see a lump of meat and bone, along with several hanks of blood-stained silver hair. There was nothing else he recognized. I want to go home, he whispered. A cold wind blew, but the lonely specter did not feel it. He remained where he was, waiting for someone to lay claim to him, be it heaven or hell. Unfortunately, the Shinigami were kept very busy by the press of so many of the living being slaughtered in this vicinity, and no one took note of the single solitary soul that floated by itself in the woods. It was simply an oversight on their part. The boy's ghost did not leave that spot for a week. His eyes remained somewhat shut at all times, as if by this small act of defiance he could overcome the truth of the world that had been laid bare to him. Being in this state, he had plenty of time to think. What could I do now? As he pondered this question, his hands reached up to brush the broken chain attached to his chest. Then a howl of whose like he had never known came from somewhere around him, and with that sound, he realized that he was still not safe. And so months passed as he learned to remain hidden. In that time, he was deeply concerned when a hole in his chest began to appear. Oriaminu was weeping and crying hysterically. Before her, Ichigo Kurosaka lay dead once again, the mask crumbling away and his body reverting back to its normal human state. The boy's killer watched this with something akin to relief, he himself being on the verge of death. Ulquiorra Schiffer, Quarta Espada, and Vastolord contemplated his impending demise, along with everything else around him. At this time, there were 4 captain-class Shinigami loose in Las Noches. While he had initially considered their combined strength to be something he could reasonably handle, the preceding combat had served to render his prior calculations moot. Now all the signs pointed to him not even being able to handle the least of those invaders should they come upon him at this point. While his frustratingly unreasonable opponent was assuredly dead this time, 3rd time's the charm, they say, his own condition told him that he was dangerously close to such a conclusion himself. The Arrancar's black and green eyes stared at that lifeless form. A small irrational part of his mind expected another absurd miracle to take place, allowing the callow youth to rise once more, but he quickly discounted that idea. There were no more surprises left in store for him, it seemed. All that remained was evaluating his best option at this time. So, then, he thought to himself as his lost limbs slowly began to rejuvenate, what am I to do? I have lost a tremendous quantity of Ryotsu, Ulquiorra confirmed to his displeasure. On top of this, my body has received injuries that I doubt I am capable of recuperating in any acceptable time, if at all. He once more took in the sight of the 3 figures, 2 living and 1 quite dead, that remained before him. The Quincy had suffered enough damage that he need not be considered a threat, not that he ever had been. As for the woman, she warrants consideration, but I will leave that for later. I still have a small window of time to confirm my decision on how to proceed. The eye of Schiffer now moved on to what was occurring below, in the palace proper. Apparently Rudoban and his exequias had been dispatched. Of the Espada left alive in Hueco Mundo other than himself, only the 10th was fully functional, and that was about as useful as having a talking boulder for an ally. Not a single one of the Shinigami and their cohorts whom Aizen had imprisoned in this dimension before departing for Earth had been slain, other than the Kurosaka boy, of course. And apparently, several of their number were actively healing any injuries their more martial brethren had earned while dispatching the rest of his comrades. Ulquiorra absently wondered if his superiors were doing any better in the other world. At this point the crescendo of pain he had been assiduously disregarding became too great to ignore, and once more he found himself assessing what needed to be done with full knowledge of how his life was slipping away by the moment. Aizen-sama left me to protect Lost Noches in addition to my other duties. Unfortunately, in my current state I am not fit to do so. I could perhaps kill the one up here and the three preoccupied with Yemi, but after that I would no doubt fall before one of the captains, especially the female one. My odds of survival if I remain in this state are not good. I must therefore conclude that, in order to fulfill at least some of the obligations entrusted to me, I must resign myself to letting Las Noches be taken by the enemy. Such a concession is by no means permanent, and once improvements have been made to my condition, a more acceptable outcome can be arranged. That would seem to be. At that instant his previously reforming wing simply crumpled into ash. With no small amount of surprise, Ulquiorra realized that he was now living on borrowed time, and so proceeded to accelerate his timetable for thinking. The problem: my reserves are drained, I am injured past the hope of recovery, and I am fading fast. The solution: I need a miracle. And thanks to whatever Medgod rules our fates, such a recourse is within my reach. I know what I must do. Kurosaka-kun. Inu reached out a trembling hand to the motionless form. She repeated his name over and over, in the hope that she could call him back from yet another state of oblivion. Hadn't Ichigo proven time and time again that he was able to survive what would have surely obliterated anybody else? Didn't that make it reasonable to assume that he could pull off such a feat again? It certainly made sense to her, and so the young beauty, whose previously unusual mental state was now in danger of spiraling into full-fledged mania without her knowledge, continued to call out to the only thing in the world that now made sense. Kurosaka-kun. Kurosaka-kun. She was therefore not altogether surprised when she heard her own name a moment later. Inu-san. I knew it, I knew he was alive. Look, didn't I tell yo? Wait a second, Ichigo doesn't call me Inu-s. Ulquiorra then swooped in and seized her by the throat. Choking, the struggling hostage was lifted off her feet to flail helplessly in the air before her attacker. From behind she could hear someone she now recognized as the wounded Ishida Uryu attempting to come to her aid. Before the Quincy could even drag himself off the ground, though, her own personal nightmare reached behind him and tore open a hole in the air before falling back into it, dragging Orium with him. The two of them plummeted through a dizzying expanse, seeming to be caught in the flow of some intangible interdimensional current. Through her teary-eyed gaze, it looked as though the pair of them were descending towards a white light off in the distance, surrounded by a tunnel of swirling gray and black shadows. Before she could ponder the heavenly implications of such a vista, though, the Prince of Hell throttling her spoke. Heal me. Now Orium looked at him. The Espada's face looked as blank and unconcerned as she had come to associate with him. However, this was belied by the fact that his wispy half-formed arm and legs were now dissolving away faster than they had grown back, along with his wings. The grip on her throat was no less painful, but something let her know that if she just held out for a little bit more, even a few seconds maybe, then that too would be gone, along with this wicked demon responsible for having torn the heart out of her own world. And so she managed to force out just enough sound through her constricted airways to make herself heard. No. He shook her then, like she was nothing more than a misbehaving child, and the terrified human couldn't help but be afraid in spite of her prior ice-cold evaluation of her situation. Heal me or die with me. Those are your only options. This is no negotiation. You have been given a command. Those were the words he had spoken to her the last time the two of them had faced off on the path between worlds. Then, as now, she recognized that he was not trying to scare her. The Hollow was simply letting her know how her opinion had no value. Even though he had just admitted to being about to perish, he still didn't sound scared. Regardless of the clear evidence of his imminent demise, Orium couldn't shake the feeling that just with those words, he had eliminated any other future for her other than the ones he had chosen, by the use of some mysterious power that was known only to him. The light was growing brighter ahead of them, and Inu closed her eyes against it. He would kill her. She knew that. She had always known that this creature in particular was perfectly willing to end her life. More than Grimjo or Aizen or even that nasty Ichimaru, Ulquiorra Schiffer held her aspirations and continued existence with as little regard as he would were she already dead. But so what? Even if he doesn't care about me, I certainly do. And I don't want to heal him, not after what he just did. I won't heal you, the one I want to heal is Kurosaki-kun. The girl whispered the name, one that had come to mean everything magnificent and splendid to be found in her life. If she truly was going to die, then let it be knowing that her last thought was of him, wherever he might be. If Ichigo Kurosaki was no longer among the living, then she would join him in that state, and maybe then she could finally find the courage to open her heart to him and let him know that she. Just then, the grip on her throat fell away. Orium. That voice. Could it be? Immediately, her lids sprang open, and she looked ahead of her. To see the battered, orange-haired champion of her heart staring right back. Orium. Ichigo whispered through lips that dripped red, the scraps of his coat doing nothing to hide the horrific injuries that wept crimson fluid all over his body. Please, please, Orium. I need you, you're the only one. She could have screamed with joy. It was real. He had come back to her, he truly had. No way to tell how or why, except perhaps that it was simply meant to be. Anyway, it didn't matter. It had all been a bad dream, the fight, the dying, Ulquiorra, all of it. There he was, his hazel eyes beseeching her so ardently, begging her to aid him in the way that she alone was capable of, no one else. The pins on her temples glowed, and then fragmented into glowing arcs of light. These the hopeful priestess sent winging forth to wrap around her beloved's frame, enveloping him in her pure rejection of everything that might be wrong with his being. She poured all her heart into the casting, letting him feel her love in its unquestioning intensity. I'm not afraid to tell him anymore, she realized. I thought that I had lost him back there, and when I did, I realized how stupid it is to not tell the person you love how you feel for them. These thoughts seemed to empower her fairy familiars, and the magical ellipsis they cast between them flared even brighter than usual. Within it she could just barely see peace and relief easing the pain from Kurosaki's face, those harried features settling now into blissful relief. He had never looked more handsome to her. Ichigo's body, so strong and noble, was eased back into its rightful state by her hands. Orium then concentrated on restoring his Ryutsu, transmitting all that she was capable of achieving into that almost completely depleted form till it was once more brimming with strength and energy. As the light began to fade, she clasped her hands before her, tears streaming down her face. Thank you, dear God, she thought while gazing upon his unblemished countenance. Thank you for giving me this power, and for allowing me to use it here today. I will never take the life you have given us for granted again. So decided, Inu reached up and placed her hands against his face. Never again. I'll never lose you again. This I swear. And before she could allow her heart to grow faint, the tender-hearted healer leaned in and placed her soft, full lips gently against his own. Closing her eyes, she gave of herself to him in the most intimate expression of love a young girl could dream of. Her heart was pounding, her face was flushed, her mind was giddy. Orium moved her mouth against its mate, rapturously seeking out everything this experience could offer. Kurosaki-kun, she murmured in between kisses. For his part, he did not speak. Nor did he seem to be registering her bold act, by the way his mouth remained cold and unmoving. Could it be, he didn't want it? Feeling just a little unnerved by her presumption, her loving brown gaze fluttered open beseechingly. The eyes of a snake stared unblinkingly back at her. You. A numbness spread from the points of their contact, through her fingers, her lips. Horrified, Orium jerked back, gasping for air. The sight in front of her was too horrible to be real. As if to once more refute her version of reality, the completely restored Ulquiorra Schiffer regarded her dispassionately before simply turning his back on this display. The realization of what had been done to her hit full force. No, she whispered, clutching her hands to her chest, where her heart felt like it was about to explode. And again, no. Shaking her head violently, face twisting, Orium clawed at her face, tears streaming unnoticed down her cheeks. The world was spinning, her mind was going with it, and the distraught maiden dropped to her knees, drew breath, and shrieked in utmost agony, "Nuga!" Continuing to observe their progress, the Espada allowed her to run out of breath and fall to weeping miserably behind him. Only then did he say, in a disinterested tone and without so much as a backward glance, "I told you to stop overreacting to every little thing. It's tiresome." When they came out at their destination, she was still crying, and he still didn't care. "What the hell is this?" Kurosaka breathed incredulously. The crater in Ichigo's chest had simply closed on its own, and when he stood up whole and well, Ishida wondered just what the hell he was missing. "Ichigo," the Quincy archer coughed. Only then did the bewildered lout seem to recognize he was impaled against the ground by a black katana. Stumbling forward, Ichigo grasped the sword's hilt, then paused, staring with horrified uncertainty down at his spitted classmate. "Do it," Uriah coughed. "Just be quick about Gurk." The sword slid out of him, and his insides clenched around the sudden hole in his stomach. "Damn it, that hurt, you stupid son of a..." "Control, Quincy, control. Help me up, already." Ichigo responded with a scowl, but proceeded to do so. He tried his best not to look at the stump where Ishida's hand had been, or to wonder how his sword had wound up in the other teen's stomach. But one question he simply had to know the answer to. "Where's Orium?" One good arm draped over the Shinigami substitute's shoulder, the sorcerer stumbled across the dome with him towards the opening back into the inner sanctum. Schiffer took her through a garganta. He tried very hard not to let the despair he was feeling color his next words. "We seem to have driven him off for the time being." "How?" A venomous look from his comrade let Kurosaka know that perhaps now was not the best time to ply the injured man with unnecessary questions. He recognized that expression as being the one his father gave him whenever he tried unsuccessfully to help them out at the clinic. It meant that he was being a very big pest in a very serious situation, and he should refrain from interfering. It was perhaps the only time when his goofy parent seemed to be the less embarrassing of the two, so he got the message quick. It was hard to say what he was feeling right now. Apparently his long-awaited duel with the deadly powerful fourth Espada had resulted in neither of them being able to deliver a death blow. But Inu had once again been spirited away. He couldn't perceive what might be happening with the rest of their party, as his senses were not as keen as others. But as far as he could tell, there didn't seem to be anything major going on right now. That being the case, he should focus on the thing that took immediate priority, namely getting help for the wounded Ishida. "I'll get you to Rukia," he finally came up with. "She's good at healing, she can take care of your stomach at least. As for your arm, don't trouble Kukaki-san," the white-clad defender immediately countermanded him, which Ichigo was somewhat relieved to note still irritated the bejesus out of him. "Captain Kurotsuki is here, he is capable of restoring lost limbs. Find him, wherever he might be." "Huh?" His assistant glanced over curiously. "I thought you hated that guy." Sharp blue eyes stayed focused on their approaching egress from these heights. "You're not exactly on my list of favorite people either, but I'm in no condition to turn down help from any quarter." He breathed in deeply, and let it out. "I'll kill the vermin after this is all over, rest assured." "Yeah. Whatever." His tone showed what he thought of that boast. At this stage, the Quincy didn't seem capable of killing a fly. Actually, the way he was sweating and hanging his head, he looked like he might pass out at any moment. Carrying the wounded man's total weight wasn't something he was looking forward to, so Ichigo did his best to try and keep the blood-stained bowman talking. "Let's just get you some help. At the very least, Nilil might be able to heal you." "Who?" came weakly back. Good, that got his attention. Time for explanations. "You remember Nell? Little brat with a big mouth? Well, turns out she's a former Espada. The third, actually, and a total powerhouse. Not only that, she's a full-grown woman, can you believe it?" That comment seemed to get Uriah's attention, so he proceeded on that course. "She got her power back when I was in trouble and pulled the head off the creep who crippled her before." "Are you being serious? You think I'd lie? Why would I? The truth is stranger than anything I could come up with." he continued as they approached the hole's edge. I'm telling you, she completely mutilated the guy. Took off all his arms and made him eat his own tongue before she sawed his ugly head off, then when his flunky tried to attack her, she used it to beat him to death. The memory of that white-clad bug howling and pleading as its master's severed skull was swung like a morning star to bludgeon the life from it was something he was not going to forget anytime soon. At the time, all he could do was watch as the reborn Tercera Espada took out her understandable frustrations on the Fraction. He wouldn't have interfered regardless of whether or not he had the excuse of being injured. Even before Nilil had explained the situation to him, he had the feeling that those two got what was coming to them. Really made Kenpeki upset when he showed up late for it. Plodding along beneath the night sky of Hueco Mundo, at last the pair came upon the hole in Aizen's palace roof to stare down uncertainly into a sunny expanse below them. So? Ichigo drawled after a few moments. Any idea how we get back down? You're not going to throw me like you did with Rukia back at her execution, are you? Don't tempt me, the lanky youth growled. I'm serious, don't you have any Quincy items tucked away in that ridiculous cape of yours that could help us? Like a pair of wings or a rope even. I'm not a survival kit, you idiot. Ishida no longer seemed in danger of losing consciousness, although perhaps this was not as much of a relief as it had once been. Just because I tend to come prepared doesn't mean there's one of everything stashed in my clothes. Sure seems that way sometimes, his surly human crutch offered. Do you have any bandages, or some sewing thread? Maybe you could crochet a ladder for us. Why didn't you think to bring that flying cloak you had back in Soul Society? Uriah shot back. Seems it would have come in handy at a time like this. A look of wonder slowly dawned on Kurosaka's face. Damn it, why didn't I think to bring the magic cape? I could have just flown to Las Noches with it and not bothered with all that running. What the hell was I thinking? You weren't, as usual. This just goes to prove what a hopeless ignoramus you really are. I can't believe people keep mistaking you for the leader of our group, it's almost embarrassing how they... Well, maybe if you manned up a little instead of spending all your time worrying about your clothes, people might actually mistake you for something more than a tag-along who never. Complete lack of anything resembling sense or discretion. Total jerk without any regard for how to treat people, even I'm better at. Excuse me. The two of them stopped their arguing and looked ahead. Floating before them on top of a giant green manta ray was a raven-haired woman in a white haori. Forgive my interruption, Anoha Naretsu spoke with a smile, but I believe I might be of some assistance to you too. To be continued. Check the description for the links to the author.